think we need a new cable. Sorry, guys. Yeah, masanding hawak. Mayang
Did you
buntag.
guys
Good
hear
morning.
that? They should have, right? It just would have been through the what's it called, right? Or not at all.
Probably not at all.
Are you
Yeah,
serious?
yeah. So as we were saying again, unfortunately, my cross church put your pants on show starting. Well, actually, I have my Bob underwear on. Just a sec, let me stand up. I'm joking. I don't have any SpongeBob underwear. That would be something though.
Yeah, but what do you have? You have your Pringle pants.
Okay, I only have 3 pairs. Well, 4 pairs. Brand names. Nike, Hanes, of course. Some Filipino no-name brand.
There you go. I'm trying to
And
see what
then
I've got.
I do have a, I say special, Pringles. No, not joking. They're Pringle underwear that Heidi got me a long time ago. Actually in the U.S. But yeah,
Wow. No audio at all. Thanks, babe.
yeah. Well, we were saying that again, like I look okay. Actually, at least I have my color back or lack thereof. I mean, when I was really sick, I looked like red, really reddish. At least I'm kind of pale now, which is my no more natural color, which is weird. But anyway, no. I'm still under weather, guys. Again, I apologize for. Actually, it's a public apology actually to Heidi because honestly, again, like yesterday, all I did was basically sleep all day and all night. Don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, what I'm saying is,
For the past week, yes, you've
yes, basically, I've been
been
catatonic pretty much.
right.
Right.
So the last couple live streams, it's been me getting all the information. Even
Well, taking
today,
care of the animals, feed the dogs, feed the cats.
cooking, cleaning. And usually we do
Stuff.
these
Right.
things together. That's kind of where
That kind of
everything
deal.
comes
And again,
in.
and also, Heidi feels
Hey,
like I'm not there because most of the
well, I mean, you're
time,
sick. Don't make it out like I don't
what I'm
understand you're
saying is
sick, but it is
I'm
different
not
to be
there.
gone.
Like most of the time, I'm just laying down, just doing nothing, just staring at the ceiling. No, really, that's what
Which
I
there's
do most of
nothing
the time.
wrong with me being independent on my own. I'm used to that. The difference is for me is I don't drive the e-trike for good reasons and I don't drive the car. So it's kind of like it limits me where I can go. I can go up the street to the sorry store or order things in, but yeah, taking on everything from A to Z has been
Right.
kind of different, especially being I've been under the weather for some reason. Like I said, with me having lupus and an autoimmune issue, about the biggest things I'm dealing with right now is my blood work showed that my platelets were down, and I feel more flu-like. And I had that asthma attack on our last live stream, so my
She did.
breathing has been off
She
and
did. She had
just
to use the
yeah,
inhaler.
so it's about and then all the stomach problems, but I recovered about 2 days ago,
Yeah.
so but I hope you're feeling but you're still
You
sweating,
know, no.
so
I'm sweating bullets here, and it's cold over here. No, I could feel the cold air, but I'm sweating bullets because, like I said, I'm not there yet. For my family who are watching, because they usually watch me, just real quick. Again, I look okay. I feel okay, but when I start moving, and then like it's like a like an like a taekwondo assassin just waiting around the corner. Like when I'm start moving around, next thing you know, like wabasha. Next thing you know, I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel like crap. So I feel great for a few bursts, and then next thing you know, I'm like, hmm.
it
But
could be
for the
something,
most
yeah.
part, I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
Yeah. So thank you for everybody who's reached out. Thank you to our members, and if you guys haven't subscribed, please subscribe. That's the biggest thing. That helps our channel grow, of course. And be sure to do a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you dislike this. We will be adding the link for you to join the actual panel. Okay, so today's list, as you guys see in the thumbnail, we will be talking about Mark's opening of his last couple of Billy buying boxes, more Beanie Babies, more Beanie Babies, more Beanie Babies, and the inheritance. And it was Mark's words. he joked about that being his son's inheritance. And like George said, he should have used that to pack some of that glass that got broken. He also showed his book, and we'll discuss the book. We actually looked that up, and it was kind of strange. I'd be curious to know. I'll have to look to see when he wrote that book, if it was around the time he was going to doom himself in. Anyway, so because that's what it's about, is something about the experience of life after death, but while you're alive or something. Um, so we'll discuss that, and then we will talk about Gio's dating advice, the Filipina P, um, interviewing Filipino men, and we'll ask George his opinion about what he feels about expats coming here. Are they stealing the women and all that? George says no. He likes Chinese women, and he brought his own woman. So he doesn't need the woman. So Sunshine Shoulders. Hey, Calvin, a big shout out. Sunshine's advice on that the women here, it can be expensive. And then he explains, if you guys watch the video. So I'm going to add to that. I'm a whole lot of woman.
Okay. No, I laugh because one, okay, I've dated Chinese women. Again, I have nothing against them. But
George will discuss
if I
his
were to
double
choose between
dating.
Asian women, I would pick the Japanese ones, especially the ones that just offer me their baby just out of nowhere. Honestly, you'd take that right now. You'd take that offer right now. Yes, please.
I got a puppy. It's too late for all of that.
No, a baby's a baby, and the puppy's a puppy. The same. Late now, though. Ship's been sailed.
No, it ain't too late for that. You could still out and go get you some strange and bring me home a baby. Remember the sales rep thing? How it got dark that day?
Yeah. Oh, guys, just for don't forget. Remember, to support our channel. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share this video, and again, for those who do all four for us, again, they get a free meat stick. We will send through email. No. I
What's
take
it
that
called?
back.
What's
I
it
take
called?
that back. We're gonna fax it to you. We're gonna fax this to you, a meat stick.
You could tell he's been sick
No,
for a while.
this is this, okay. Now this
What is
one,
it
I was joking
called?
about, like last live. I was like, oh, it's life size. But
Right. And you
no.
went to go give it to the
So
dog.
anyway, this was free. It came with doggy treats. Now I put on my glasses. Well, first off, even if you have perfect eyesight, because Heidi has 20/20 vision, it's hard to see
Almost.
it's hard to read what it says. Now it reads meat stick. I'm not making that up.
I thought I read something else.
No, that's what it reads. It reads meat stick.
That's so funny right now.
Well, it's not.
You need, please get your handkerchief up there or something. You're really sweating bad. Maybe if you put on one of your bandanas.
See, here's the thing. I did have a
Right, but if you put your skull cap on, it'll catch your sweat. That's what they're for.
my skull cap.
I call it skull caps.
Doctor.
I'm a doctor. He's sweating really bad. I hope I don't get sick from you. And the last story that we will cover is Old Dog New Tricks. He met up with Zoom to Thailand, and we have seen him on and off since he had come here during the pandemic. He's one of the channels that we also had been watching. So it was really a great interview. So a lot of great interviews, including the Filipina P. It was interesting. But yeah, so we will get into it here.
No, it's gonna be it's gonna be a damn good show.
No thanks to you, dude.
What?
You come down with the flu bug, and then you bring it to me, and you're sitting there sweating, and you should put your glasses on top of that.
I got the bug from a 304. Just saying.
You probably did. I wouldn't doubt that whatsoever.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, hey, good morning, Ted Dingens. Hello, beautiful people. Tim Huss says, howdy, everyone.
You're disturbing me with that, and that's all I got to say about
Oh,
that
yeah?
one. Yes.
And Batman.
You have no idea.
No, this is the part where Heidi goes like, ka-chow!
I wish
That's
so.
part of the story, by the way. Actually not Kachow, Skadoosh. You guys remember Skadoosh? The E-trike. Yeah, that's part of the stories today. Right? No, not today.
No, not today.
Oh,
I
not
mentioned
today.
that last night. I said the e-trikes will be saved for another day, and so will the chocolate hills. I'm not going to go through all those stories and then cover that. I'm not going to be in a 6 minute
Oh
live
snap!
stream
Baby,
today.
Expat Prepper says, "Ha! It's gonna be a damn good show. Damn good show." Yes, yes, the brothers. They're awesome. We love them. It's gonna be a damn good show.
Oh, the brothers.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
brothers. I mean, obviously, we can't do that with here, and especially they have a bigger budget than. I mean, they're giving away what pickup trucks. We can give away like
Meat sticks.
meat sticks on facts. Just saying, there's not even no comparison. Oh, that's interesting. Brent's World says, George, I went through the same illness. It lasted about a month. Okay, I hate to say this. I have read about this somewhere, yes, and honestly, that's my projection. But I think I can operate within a week. But anyway, you have good days and bad. Just drink plenty of water. I drank some soda and felt worse. Um, no, Brent's World again. Not being funny or anything. Yes, that was my projection. It'll take me a full month to fully recover. And thank you. It makes me feel better that I'm not. I'm not saying I feel better that other people have been afflicted with this, but what I'm saying is at least I know it's not a personal internal issue. If that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah. Hector Gobat says, "Hey, hey, Bruce, how you doing?" Bruce Davis says, "Hi, Heidi and George. Everyone, good morning, good evening.
Hello,
I'm really happy.
hello.
Oh, are you? I'm ready to go to the Philippines in a month and a half. All right.
Sweet.
Um,
Yeah, we got the mics on. Well, I don't know if it was George. George said he turned it on, but the dog's been running around, and I know the computer got unplugged. Maybe when that went down, it turned the power on
it's
the.
possible because last time it was on, and in the middle of the live, it shut off because the puppy. No, really, I'm not blaming the puppy because the puppy loves to, puppies love to pull on wires, and he pulled the wire on, and I thought that's what happened. But anyway,
And I
Linda,
think we're
hi,
going
Linda.
to because I okay. At first, we called the puppy Monkey, and then I realized we did have a puppy named Monkey in the United States, and then we realized that it is a girl. Okay, when she went to the vet. For good reasons. It's hard to tell, but when the old Nutter Ruse didn't drop and she's a certain age, I'm like, yeah, this isn't a boy. And I'm looking again. I said, no, this is a girl. Because I mean, we just kind of you just believe me, it's not that easy.
My dad nuts haven't dropped yet. Just saying.
Right. He said that the last time, and I would agree. It's hard to sex George. Couldn't tell male or female when I met him until I flipped him over.
I identify as a lesbian rooster. Baka,
Cock no cock a doo.
baka.
Before I
Life size.
give me that. Gonna need it for later to eat after I use it. So, anyways, so move.
She meant like fish. Just saying.
You want me to flip you
Okay,
again?
I'm not lying. I haven't kissed Heidi in a while because honestly, I don't want to contaminate her. True story. It actually hurts me. I even said last night, I said, "Babe, can I kiss you?"
And
Right?
what I said no.
No.
So actually, it's been a week. So good for you, George. Good for you.
Yeah.
I kind of like this thing.
Tweet.
Stop. So, all right. So, where were we at? So, the puppy. So, we have brought another name. We like the name Chloe. So, we call the cats like Cookie Bear and then Mango with the new cat. So, her name's Chloe, is what we've been calling her. So, it was hard to break from the monkey thing, but we call her Chloe Bear. Be sure to check out our other social media, guys. We have TikTok, we have an Instagram. We have a Facebook. This is broadcasting. Big shout out to our people at Facebook, guys. And we have other social media outlets. Also, we have other videos. So there have been a few of them, chosen people, I would call them, or special, that actually have been complaining that all we're doing is drama. What? I say, hey, hey, what's going on? That all we do is drama. And I'm like, dudes, we got over 1,000 other videos, and we put out at least one video a week where it's something else. And we have a whole playlist of expat help. We have rentals we've shown. We do everything, and we are diverse. And it was our YouTube manager's ideal to go into another field, like, you know, people, we tend to get some numbers based on where George and me go out to restaurants or we go to hotels. And she said, be diverse. And I'm going to start covering more expats that are living here, hence the topics. And this also doubles as, talking to people about these topics, how we feel as a interracial couple. And then maybe we can talk about Mike's IQ thing, talking about Filipinos, the IQ and the EQ thing. I said, you've got the IQ, I've got the EQ. Let's get together
Yeah.
and make.
No, again, like I said, I've been sick. We actually had to cancel a meeting with our manager, and our oddly enough, one of the things that stuck out in our manager's minds. I'm not like bragging or anything because it's just random. She said she likes the food videos that we put
Because
out.
George loves to eat. It's the truth. I like my sugar and never said that I don't. And by the way, it was somebody asked about was I still on my diet because we were at Dunkin' Donuts. I was like, well, yeah, of course. George did. I ate one of those donuts early morning after a 16-hour fast, guys. So there's no harm in having. I'm doing a lifestyle change, so of course I'm still on the diet and still losing, or lifestyle change. But George ate all those donuts. Did you eat those sticks too? Did we buy the sticks?
We
Oh, I
didn't. I
thought you
wish we
did.
did. I
Oh,
wish we
okay.
did. No. We only bought. Okay, here's the story with the donuts. In reality, the only reason why I went to Dunkin' Donuts is because I was showing this new coconut mocha coffee that Dunkin' Donut offered, and I was like, baby, 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 baby. And then,
He stops because you're no fun since we stopped.
but when we went in there, Heidi was like, "Oh, go get yourself some." I said, "No, I was just showing you the coffee, coconut coffee." I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you guys if they have that in the U.S. I doubt it
Oh, you have to do.
because it's usually regional. But yeah, they
Yeah, that's
have
a great. Check out that
coconut.
video for
Yeah,
sure.
they had coconut coffee, and in the end, honestly, we didn't buy the coffee that made us go in there in the first
Well,
place.
because I mean, I can add. They just add all the syrups, and the syrup usually has the coconut
And
flavor. So I was like, no, it's too sugary for
in as
me. And he's like, oh,
selfless
never mind.
as I am, I had to eat 5 out of 6 donuts we bought. 'Cause I had to make sure Heidi doesn't, I have to take one for the team.
I'd rather eat you.
God damn. It's gonna be a damn good show. Damn good show.
As soon as I find it.
Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is.
Would you like me to get your binoculars?
No, no. Actually, I used to say that when me and Heidi first were in that stage of dating, where which is a long time. Honestly,
That's
Heidi
where we
will
used
tell
to.
you I'm more conservative than a lot of people realize.
Oh, oh crap.
On air, when it comes to sexuality, I joke a lot, but in reality, I barely talk sex. But
I don't know. I think you have a dark side, and you do like to joke around, and you're a lot more. He's a lot funner off air.
well,
Yes, I did have the cinnamon roll. It was the little cinnamon bun after a 16-hour fast. So basically you want to have your high calorie sugary items in early on in the day. Sometimes in the afternoon, early evening, I'll have maybe an ice cream bar that I make out of the coconut milk and everything. So no, I've removed all white things except for myself. And And so I don't do like white flowers, and we don't do the fast food anymore. We did have the noodles at the ramen shop, but I didn't complete them. I don't do rice, that type of thing. So it's just a lifestyle change. And I
Yeah, she
mostly
does.
use stevia, and so that'd
She
be
does
about
rice,
it.
all right.
There was
Yeah.
something else I was going to say about the Dunkin' Donuts. Um,
Dunkin'. Okay, here.
oh, your new popcorn machine came in. The first one was broken from Lazada. We think it either got broken shipping or somebody opened it, was broke, and they
I think
resealed
it's
it.
factory broken. Yes,
It does happen from a lot. Even Amazon can
but
ship
it's like
out.
Amazon. I think somebody received it and then sent it back, but then they sent it back. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, so I
So
think we'll actually cover. I'll get some footage of you tonight making popcorn if you're feeling better, because you're
actually,
always
I
feeling
wanted
better.
some last night, but see, here's the thing. I actually hate sleep. No, sorry, mom. Sorry, sis. I hate sleep, but if I sleep all day, then there's something wrong with me. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's that man playing with the Beanie Babes? Huh, James Marshall.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. That's
I already said that. Mark Thornton. I mean,
that's
who do you think's playing? I know you want me to say Mark Thornton, and I'm going to say it, Mark Thornton.
that's Jimi
So,
Hendrix.
um, we will kind of get into some of the stories. We said our hellos. Hey, did you say hi to Victoria and all
Hi,
that?
Victoria. How you doing?
So we will start talking about
Bill
the
I.
first story here that we
Black
actually
Grandpa.
have. And that would be Geo giving dating advice, which is nothing new for Geo. Okay, we all know that he just recently got married, but went through lots and lots of women. He talks about his dating advice, things that have happened. He was previously married, has some kids back in the U.S., which is a whole different story. Divorced from her and everything. But he was giving the dating advice, and I want to get your guys' opinion. And George is here. He was saying that it's all played out about being in the cities. Dumaguete, Cebu, Angeles City, all the guys are flocking to Manila, and that the players are all played out, or the women are all played out. Basically, they're so used to these foreigners coming here, and you've got new incomes arriving, younger foreigners and expats that are arriving here. And he said that the women are tired of being hit on and all that. And I'm kind of in agreement with that. That the women have actually, during the pandemic, become very resourceful. With a lot of the foreigners, they actually split during the pandemic. So a lot of them start dating Filipinos. And some of them already have boyfriends. So they get tired of being hit on. Oddly, did you guys see the Tim K video where he was at the coffee shop in Boracay a couple days ago? He released the video and he actually asked to see the girl, and he actually walked back there to see her, and it was so odd.
No, not our words, but in his
In
he,
his own
in his own
words,
words says most awkward woman in my life. Okay,
yeah,
I
and he
get it,
kind
it's
of
an
hunted her
exaggeration,
down while she was
but it's
doing
kind of weird
dishes.
that he went back there. Now, the weird thing about the video, okay, is he just pulled up his motorcycle. For those of you that watch it, he pulled up his motorcycle, like, okay, a real motorcycle, not a scooter. He pulled up his motorcycle and got up and sat down. And when the waitress, I put air quotes, or server, sorry, walked up to his table, he says, "This girl, I think this girl hates me," or something like that. And I'm
Well,
like,
she gets he got the odd stare like regular guy does. I don't know if you guys watch regular guys videos, but literally the girls are like,
yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I'm like, what are they looking at?
Now later on,
By the way, real quick, Brent's World. Yes, I just got into Gcash. It logged straight in. He
yeah,
was
no.
wondering.
Gcash is very glitchy. In fact, me and Heidi had an issue with it.
Quite a while
Where,
back, but
yeah,
it's
but
on.
yeah, a
So
driver came in and says, "Oh, it's paid for," but actually, it's not. But
then we had to repay
then we
it.
had to
The
repay it. No big
Gcash has been
deal.
glitching lately, but
Yeah,
it is available. But that happened about a
it
week ago.
is what it is.
But yeah, so that was actually odd. So his advice, and George, be ready for this, is to get the women in the province. But he really goes out there. He says that he started out in Davao, which he's saying is something like old. He does, I don't think he's recommending that anymore. but he's talking about. I told you the regions he talked about. He said
Wait.
Samar.
Was that Geo?
I said Geo.
Yeah,
I went
Geo.
back to Geo.
Right. No. Yeah, we were talking about Tim.
Right. And then I jumped over
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I said that, okay,
Yeah.
so Geo recommended that you go to Samar, Mindanao, Leyte, some of these other places. What is your feeling with advising these men come straight to the
You should
Philippines?
definitely fly straight into Cebu, then take a ferry all the way to the Sulu archipelago, and get your women there. I'm joking. That's called sarcasm.
Straight off the back of a
That's called
monkey.
sarcasm. Now,
Straight off the back of a monkey, huh?
I'm not okay. Remember that old adage where a lot
That's where I
of
found
a
George.
lot of expats say, "Hey, go to the Philippines and women will drop in your
Will
lap."
flop. Yes.
Well,
Used
that's
to be.
basically he's
Probably.
basically telling you those areas where they probably I said probably would. What I'm saying is, for example, if you go to Angel City, odds are that's women are not gonna like fling themselves at you. You go to Manila, odds
Mhm.
are Filipinos are not gonna fling themselves at you. If you like
Probably
shooting
from
dead
the
fish in a barrel, yeah, sure, go ahead. Go fly over
even
to
the poorer ones are not
even that. They're
falling
not
for
that
certain.
desperate.
And if they are, I will have to agree with Mike and some of the others that those are not the women you want to begin with if they're.
Well, in
But
any part of the country, if women fling themselves, guys, if you're in the U.S. and a woman flings themselves at you, would is that something you? I'm sure red flags will like come up like ding 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 ding. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's no different in the Philippines.
Yeah. So, but I don't know about going to certain regions that he was recommending. That's the only thing that
No.
I was taken back by
Okay,
is even Zoom to Thailand was actually saying that in Thailand he didn't see any off limit places, but he really felt here there were places he just wouldn't go.
right. And now that's another thing. Okay, now there there's an issue with one of the major Canadian Philippine vloggers here, which is very big, who got just s- Philippine citizenship, Kulas. Okay, he got a lot of flack for um, promoting travel to Mindanao. Again, I'm not making this up. This is fact. Go Google it. But here's the thing. He got a lot of flack for it because they said, there's a lot of places in Mindanao that aren't safe. Now, as a Filipino, okay, as a Filipino, am I comfortable enough to fly over there and feel safe? Yes. As an expat, do I recommend it? Certain areas, probably not. Now, again, some of you who do live in these areas, the Sulu Archipelago, certain places in Mindanao, they're like, oh no, it's safe. Yes, it is. It is. Up
No,
until
it's
something happens to you. Again, like me and Heidi have traveled Mexico all the way halfway through Mexico. Again, nothing happened to us. Was the cartel all around us and everything? Yes. But that doesn't mean bad things didn't happen to other expats while we were there. Actually, they were bad things that happened to expats while we were there.
mhm.
And I haven't, but me and Heidi said, well, that's why we don't, show off our jewelry. Well, first off, again, we don't, I don't, still don't even wear a watch. I don't wear a necklace and, that kind of stuff. As here they call it choker. Um,
Yeah. And this kind of ties into Sunshine Shoulders' advice on his last video about expenses and dating, how it's expensive to date women here. And he said that everybody need to listen up because most people don't watch the entire videos, like they don't watch our entire videos or live streams. That he was going into talking, and I would agree. The guys are wanting to leave the West and come to the Philippines. First off, the trip here is a long trip. Even a man in his 40s has a hard time doing a trip of that distance. Okay, which by the way, I just put a community post showing that Lux airline is now going to start flying from Los Angeles and it'll come into Angeles City here to the airport, to the international airport. And I believe it's a nonstop flight and they start around 1,000. So that is really a good price. It was about 56,000 pesos round trip to LA. So that's really not bad. Now, a lot of people aren't, of course, in LA, so it's going to cost you a few hundred more, but it still could be cheaper. But it is a new announcement from the local airport. So you're going to pay that price, okay? And then you're going to pay the price of hurting because that's a long trip, even if it's nonstop. If you have to stop because they're cheaper tickets, and some people are finding the other tickets, it's just a long trip, guys. So you pay for that. Let's say most guys come here for a couple weeks to a month. You have food, you have hotel. Even at a cheap hotel, it still could probably set you back about $500-600 at a cheap hotel. Then you got your food expenses. Then you have where you start to date this girl that you're coming to see. You got all those costs of courting her while she's here. Usually you have to take the family. That's something he didn't include. I'm going to include that. Don't forget about the family. Usually you're taking family members out. Some people will take the entire family to a bunch of places, resorts, and this happens. This could set you back 5 to 10,000 US. And like you said, that's just to get a few dates in with the girl. Okay, so understand that it can be expensive. So Sunshine was going through all of that, discussing the costs and everything with women, but then you add on top of it that depending, like some of these guys are going to dating sites. They're going on all these dating sites, and when it gets tied into those dating sites, if you're going to pay more traveling expenses to go to these islands that Geo is discussing to go find. But basically, he's pretty much just saying pick that right fruit while you can.
Now, here's the thing. And first off, honestly, again, remember that
Yeah, he mentioned General
a
Santos and stuff.
legitimate Filipina or Filipino will not ask you for money. And I bring this up is because, like Heidi says, like,
Right, right.
what's that you said again? Like, don't have a habit. No, this is it's what do you call it? A cumulative problem. What I mean by that, the more you do it, the more it makes it worse. And this is what I mean. For example, okay, just an example. Let's say I'm dating Bella the cat. Just example. I'm dating Bella the cat, and I take her and her family out, and I pay for all the food that they have, and so on and so forth, right? And I do that now. Next week, I'm gonna take them to a resort somewhere in, I don't know, let's say Surigao Island. I pay for a resort and their food and lodgings and everything for an entire week. And then the red flags come up. The real red flags come up. And you're like, oh man, Bella the cat is really bad for me. Really, really bad for me. But here's the problem is that whether you're male or female, the problem is, guess what? That money may seem insignificant at the time.
It adds up quick
It adds
here.
up. Not only that, when you're about to, again, your head goes like red flag, red flag, red flag. Now you're in a situation like, oh man, I've invested too much into this relationship, and you're not gonna break off a really bad relationship, no matter how bad it is, because in your head you've invested in it.
Right. And it's a lot different. A lot of people like, well, yeah, the women in the West are nasty and they can be expensive and they want me to have all this high money and they go through. But these guys start looking in places like the Dominican Republic and Mexico, and they start looking in the countries nearby where it's really inexpensive to get there and court them, and then they come right back to the U.S. When they put all the money and they come over here, you're talking 8,000 plus miles. And the other day I mentioned it as 13,000. That's kilometers, and I should have stated kilometers, not miles. But it's 8,000 miles away, a long trip, money invested, and time to start all this dating, which kind of gets us into, I'll bring up the other story we're talking about is the Filipina P. This all kind of plays together in the dating world stuff. The Filipina P was asking, what do Filipino men think about all these foreigners coming here? And George called it as it was. To me, it was a great interview. And a lot of the guys said the same. I feel that the guys are coming here because it's cheap. Women come second to most of them, but quite a few of them did say, and these are guys about the ages of the women the guys are dating, some in their 20s, one looked 30, a couple of them look 30, that the guys, some of them do expose the women, some of them exploit the women, as long as they treat the women right. So there were all different answers, but all of them say it really doesn't bother them. They don't see it. They see an increase in the foreigners. But pre-pandemic, there were a lot more guys here pre-pandemic than there still currently are. So they felt that it wasn't a threat to them, but I had told George, I said, I kind of wish the guys would have said a little bit more. But what did you feel about the P? You felt that the questions were
Now,
loaded.
the issue I have with anybody having any real questions, okay?
She was basically, to me, it seemed like she was feeding him the
Well,
answers
that's what I'm
by
saying.
bringing
Loaded,
things
a
up.
loaded question. What I mean by what does loaded question mean? It's, for example, the most basic question. Do you think that Americans are here and taking expats are here arriving, you're taking away the Filipinas out of the dating scene? That's a loaded question because
What?
um
Right. So instead of saying, what do you think of American men coming here to the Philippines
right,
to
so
date?
it's more
That's a straight question,
correct.
but then some of the interviewers, just not the P, and on this one, it wasn't all the questions, but afterwards she would say, well, do you think they like darker morenas? Do you think, she's feeding them basically their answers or giving
Right,
them
that's those
the
are called
direction.
loaded questions. Like
And I think she did that on the beach interview in
when a
America.
question is basically a yes or no,
Great
odds
interview.
are that's odds are that's a loaded question. That's what it means.
Mhm.
Now,
So check that video out, by the way,
if the
guys.
question is cannot be answered with a yes or no, then that means it's an objective question. And like for example, what do you think of interracial couples versus what do you think of Caucasian dating African Americans? Then that's a loaded question because now you're kind of shifting it towards a
I mean, you
certain
do have to ask, and I do tend to do that because you do want to see what they think, and there's nothing wrong with adding in there, because like when we have Mike or other guests, I'll actually ask questions because we're already talking about something, and then I'll say, "Well, what do you think if they put on a white dress, or what do you think if they put on a black dress?" And sometimes it has to be directed like that, but I get it. So check out the Filipina P. We watch her some like Sunshine and Mike and some of the others. Some things we agree and disagree. This isn't one of the disagreeing ones. It's she does great videos. So check her out. Same with Sunshine that just did the last video where he was talking about things can be expensive and
hey Calvin.
everything. And also we're talking about Geo in the Philippines. He knows a lot because we've watched him how he's been dating and then he just got married and well he's been married for a little bit, but um I just don't know if I agree with people going out unless they've been here for a while. I would not see a girl on a dating site and then arrive and go straight to Mindanao or some of these places where you wouldn't want to be. I'm not saying all of Mindanao or the Philippines. You just have to, some places like George said, he wouldn't go without a guide. And there have been guys that have arrived, and there's been all kinds of stories like there's nobody there to meet them. These women ghost them, whether it's online for after a year of receiving money. Sometimes they find a better person, better as in more money on some of them. But, you just want to check it out before you actually do the actual, you know, meeting up with them and everything.
Yeah, no, and again, the thing with bachelor vloggers, I'm not picking on. Okay, Ace Bachelor Cool was mentioned in the comment lines, and
I don't,
for example, Ace Bachelor Cole, Geo, Rike, MYK are considered as bachelor vlogger. That's a special niche. Again, nothing against bachelor vloggers, but be careful with bachelor vloggers. And what I mean by that is because sometimes I said sometimes, not all the time, that they can skew certain things that lead you towards a certain direction. Now, what made Geo special? Again, I'm not picking on Geo because it's his own life choice, and he's welcome to do whatever he wants. He, as a bachelor vlogger, he decided to put a ring on it. You know what I'm saying? And does
After
he
a lots of women.
right? Does he walk the walk? Is Maya the one? Does she fit in the mold that he says you should go to? Okay, and I'm not questioning him by any means, or not questioning Maya by any means. But what I'm saying is, odds are no. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Time will tell. There's always
The
something.
biggest revealer of truth is time. But what I'm saying is, pay attention to what he says and walking the walk are two different things. And oh,
That's okay.
it's okay.
Well,
Well, I was gonna grab a towel.
it's okay. So yeah, only time will actually tell. So the cat just ran across the drink. It was cold. My water just got me partially. Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
it's a chamois.
Yeah. So the next thing that we're actually going to cover is going to be we don't like I said, we had other stories that we were going to cover. We're going to cover them probably on our next live stream. Again, that's going to be the Bohol resorts, what's been going on over there, and the e-trikes. Also, we're going to probably cover. I'm not going to go fully into it. What we will, but we have like three other stories up and coming that we're actually going to cover. The next one that we'll talk about is amazingly is old dog zoomed to Thailand. I flipped that on and I was like, sweet. I was like two of my favorite vloggers, and they really were discussing the difference between Thailand and the Philippines. Um, it was quite interesting. They were comparing like the women who he would choose, and then they were joking around. It was really a great interview. But he said, hands down, the reason that people are choosing Thailand is because of the infrastructure, like internet. The food, hands down, over there is better. But what he liked about the Philippines was the nice people. He said the cost was about the same, but he said the people were really nice. The women, I was kind of mixed on his answers, which he preferred. He said the women, um, I think he tried to say the women were thicker over here, is what he was saying. I think he was saying he liked the Thai women. I think the women are beautiful in all of Asia. So honestly,
Oh, okay. So
um,
when you mean thick, as in thick, THICC.
yeah, he said that, he has a way he likes the women, like, curvaceous at the bottom and,
Yeah, yeah.
big, you know, tatas and all that. And he was going through all that, but he said here it's pretty much, and this is me speaking, that some of the women are either totally super skinny and they're, kind of like a stick. Sorry, guys. And then you have the others that I've seen that remind me of the Hispanic Mexican women we were seeing. They have that
But don't.
well, they're just round. They're just healthy round women like me. So, oh, it's the old. What's up? I got no time for no call.
But again,
Anyways,
remember that's preference.
yeah. So
Some
it's a
people like their
preference,
men or
and
female
I
thick or
think the
not.
women are pretty much, you know, they're beautiful everywhere here in Asia. So, but they got into a full conversation. It was a great actual video. Hey, Ruby, what's up? And but it came down to infrastructure, and he also said hands down that it's easier to communicate here. So he said it's even worse in Thailand when it comes to certain words. You know how some words have the exact, almost the exact words, and if you add something to the end of it, it changes it here, kind of like in the Spanish language. Well, supposedly he was saying in Thailand that I didn't catch the word, but he used a word, and let's just say it's car or something. And then he says, if you say it car, say it one way. But if you say car, you have to put like you're singing it. The same word, he said, can mean two different things. It's the same word, but with an upswing on it. He said the language is really rough there and hard to learn in Thailand. So he does like that they speak English here and everything. So lots of comparisons. In the end, I think the biggest reason that people choose the Philippines is because of the English. But I don't believe it's as, prevalent as I thought it was going to be. You're still going to get to areas like, we live on the outskirts of Angel City. You can be in Angel City, and you can even be at the mall, and some of the girls cannot communicate with me, but I speak really quick, and so it kind of changes. So, but it's much better than Mexico, because when I was in Mexico, and I've traveled the world, I've been to the Middle East, I've been to a lot of foreign countries where there was a language barrier, and Mexico was rough for me. Although I knew some basics, if it wasn't for George, I'd have been totally screwed. The
Unless
signs
you're,
and everything.
yeah, talking
They're in
about
English here.
in Mexico, unless you're living in the border towns, once you pass the border towns, English is almost zero. Fact.
Hey,
And
hey,
yeah,
James.
we were watching The Mexican last night, Brad Pitt, and the police like, "Oh, I'm Mexican." That it was like, really? You have to say that as a
Good
cop? No,
morning,
he said that in the
Sarah.
movie, and then he was speaking English, and I'm like, "Oh, that is so fake."
James Marshall Hendricks. We'll ask George here. He's been with Chinese women. He said Filipinas are tight and juicy. What about that?
Well, Asians, let's go sideways. No, I'm joking. What?
Yeah.
Okay, no, okay. Now, if on a serious note,
On a
the
serious note, isn't age pertaining to something?
well, where's the actual statement? Depending on where the
Well, I
statement
don't know
is.
about you putting it up versus just saying it. It's there, but just
Well, the thing is with okay, first off, it depends on your preference. Two, depends on the woman you have.
right. So I don't think because they
Certain
come from
particular women are more juicier than others. I'm not making this up. Kind of like same thing with
what
men.
country they come from.
Correct. It doesn't matter what country they come from. That's my point.
Okay, so
Some
I'm
are
confused by something. So
bigger and thicker than others. Some are slimmer and thinner than
right.
others.
So, but I don't think Filipinas make anything to do with being juicier or, I mean, I get where he's coming
Well,
from.
okay. Now,
I think it has to do with age,
is there
and
an average? Yes, of course. One again, age,
age is going to be
and
a
then
factor,
two. But the
not just
person's
born into
size
their
is
homes.
relative. What I'm saying is, I mean, if I mean, see, that's the thing. A lot of people
Their
say,
nationality isn't going to have anything to do with what he was
but it
saying.
does change the average, the probabilities. But it's not doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
because the average age here is
right.
what,
For
26 or
example,
27.
the usual Korean 333. It doesn't mean that they're Korean. They're like tweet. It doesn't mean that they're Filipino and they're like tweet. Because I know I joke about myself a lot. Like tweet. I get it. It's a joke. It's a stereotype.
I'm going
But
to miss you, baby.
some are that, and most are not. You know what I'm saying? And
Does size matter?
same thing with women. There's no average. It's hard to just give out a straight out answer. I'm sorry. I mean, I've been with all types of women, and they're all different, even of the same race.
And let's see, you can go through the questions. Maybe we should put up the last story there, Mark, or do you want to go through and do your questions? Because I'm gonna drop the link for people to join because I know we're gonna get some joiners here today.
Yeah.
So you want to go
Hi,
through and
Victoria.
that water was cold.
ACVGB, how you doing? Bruce Davis says I'm getting better here. There, thank you. Still get a cough once in a while. Good to hear that,
Oh,
Bruce.
that is good to
Hopefully,
hear.
yeah. At least you're getting better
Yeah.
too. Mike Ross says.
Oh, right here. What do you need a headset for?
Oh no no no.
I put it
Says
down because the cat was there,
you should
George.
have named the puppy a combination of both your names,
Like Jidey.
Jordy. Jordy.
Oh, Jordy or
Yeah.
Jidey.
Yeah. No, no. The recent there's a headset here that Heidi uses, and I'm like, yes, Captain. I can see in the spectrum of the tachyon. Sorry, you guys get the reference, but anyway, um,
I like Jidey
Heidi. Yeah, that's true. It's like,
or Jordy. Yeah, I guess it'd be Jordy.
yeah. Victoria
I guess that's
says
not a bad idea, Jordy,
Jordy. Nah, it's
because
okay.
there's a Jordan.
She's fine as she is.
Yeah, we can't keep changing name. And like I said, we
Yes.
realized afterwards Monkey was our previous puppy's name. That's why it
Her
came so easy to
her unofficial name is Nugget. Just saying.
Nugget.
I'm
It's
kidding.
in a
I'm
movie.
kidding.
What's the
I'm
name of the
kidding.
movie?
Strays.
The movie's
Strays.
called Strays.
They
Check it out,
called the
guys.
main
Why are you
character
looking
Up
at me,
Nugget.
Bella? Yeah,
It's a funny movie. You guys gotta better watch it. If especially you're dog lovers.
it is.
Victoria says, when I see the puppy with a
Uh,
hat on, first thing I thought was tequila. And I
oh
thought that would be
yeah,
a great name. Yes, it would be. It would be
yeah.
a very great name.
Mike Ross said the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Not true by local standards. And they addressed the darker Filipinas. And so did another channel address the darker Filipinas. And here, a lot of Filipino men, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, they do prefer lighter skinned women. They're not always going after the exotics, the darks. I don't think it has to do with
Well, it's kind
but
of
they
like
tend to gravitate towards the lighter women.
it's the opposite of that nationality for so since we're normally known as a darker skinned race, we look at more lighter skinned people, if that makes sense. So, you know.
I disagree. I think love is love and
No,
all
no,
of
no, no.
that.
I get that, but I'm just saying it's kind of like, you don't have curly hair, you want to have
Yeah, it's like me.
yeah, it's
I
you
would
want to have
prefer it
something you
tan
don't
and my
have
hair.
by
The
average.
shorter it is and the younger I
Right.
was, my hair was totally curly. So I always wanted the opposite. But just like somebody had made comments, and we've heard this before, they were like, "Well, thank God for that because I have the most beautiful Morena woman." And the one comment was, "I have a diamond on the beach now, and she's the best and everything." And that's great. I mean, it's like
Right. It's kind of like if
George got America's leftovers.
Asians tend to go to non-Asian races because to them those are more exotic to us. If that makes any sense,
I have to beat the guys off with a stick here.
Right. So, who is the man who plays with Beanie Baby?
Yeah, we already mentioned that. And we'll get to that. Well, we might as well go into that. We'll drop this last story and then open up the room for people to come in. Drop that last beat on that last video.
Oh, this
So,
one? Oh, we're
well,
talking
hold
about
on.
Beanie Babies?
Yeah. So, for those that don't know the entire story, Mark Thornton sent over looks to be 10 or 12 Billy buy-in boxes. Andy sent them to himself. Andy left his address on them and everything and put them out in front of people. And he said he sent them to himself. First, we wanted to tell you guys, and I'm going to tell you guys again here today, that privilege to avoid taxes is meant for Filipinos to send to Filipinos. You're allowed so many a year based on the value of the boxes. And yes, we receive them and all of that. And I get it. But if those boxes come over like 2000 or 2500 US, the value of what's in there, then he would owe taxes on it. And he just showed in front of the world all the stuff that he actually sent, which I don't know. I mean, like, we've been sent food box items and things in there, and we've showed you like what we got in there and everything. He did the same thing. So he has revealed these boxes. And I told George, I said, because we watch Mark Thornton, we're not saying we don't. He welcomes our views, whether they're good, bad, positive, negative, all of that, kind of comes with the territory. And I said, he's going to open up that box. I'm going to have to cover him on Spill the Tea Saturday. And he opened it up, and George was in there getting some cat food to feed outside. And I said, he's got more beanie bears. So I said, and George said, what'd you say? He's like, I knew he would.
Yeah, I knew it would.
So he had an entire box if you put the first two together, and he opened the one, I think it was 2 days ago, another two of them, and more beanie bears. His story, he's still sticking to it, but he changed the amount. He said that he bought them all for 20 US dollars. But here's the thing, he knows the values of them, which he might have looked them up, but he's been joking about them being his son's inheritance, hence why the thumbnail. Okay. And of course, that's not his son, that's all AI artwork. And he is joking about it being Jen's and all that, and that she might be able to sell them. But I feel personally he might have bought those himself off a Home Shopping Network, okay? Because he, kind of like the investment he talked about with the cruise ship and all these investments, and he's always talking about things. I told George, and what do you think of that? Do you think he bought them, or do you think he really got those all from a widower
Mm,
and then kept them in storage all this time?
something more the latter, yes.
Okay, so you think he got them from the?
Yeah, I don't think he bought them individually as they come out. No.
He would be broke if he did.
Yeah, and I started laughing because the thing is, we got attacked for. Here's again how some people don't even know, but they make comments. They attack us like, the child is you should never have put Mark Thornton's child there on the thumbnail. It's not right of you
What?
guys. I'm
Where
like,
did you think that was Gogo Bobo? Bing's
well,
Gogo
what I'm saying,
told what's his name
I
that he should have removed his wife and his child. Do you think that
well,
was
here's the
Gogo
thing: the
that
child
came
isn't
in?
even there. It's not even. It's still in the belly. I'm like, dude, pay attention.
It's
It's
hard
still
saying.
unborn. How can we have a picture from the future and put in
Yeah.
our thumbnail? I'm like, that's not a real child. That's AI generated. But that's why I laughed. I'm like, wow, really? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So it was like it's also he showed his book, and he actually showed the book that he was actually writing, and I don't know if I'll be able to find. Go ahead
Oh
and
yeah,
put
yeah.
that up. George is gonna put
Here's
some.
a short clip of All right, here we go.
Yeah, he's gonna pull this up. All right, so there was them guys in the box, and there's her. More Beanie Bears, guys, because if that had been the original oh, there's Mark and the two women. He had a whole bunch of photos, and there it is, The Souls of Duma. Okay, and I looked that up, and I believe the rating was a 2 out of 5. I'm not gonna say that I haven't read it, but we did get a
Isn't that the guy from Metalopolis? Sorry.
I don't know, but
Yeah.
it's kinda strange. I'd be curious to know when that came out. I'm not saying I know when, but did he write that since he was when he was in the US and he had his own temporary was that the end of it?
No, I stopped at the book.
Oh, go ahead. I'm trying to wait for
Or
the review. All right,
oh yeah,
there's
there it is.
yeah, and it got a 2 out of 5 for the, Goodreads. He, did a plug on it and said that it was on Amazon, so I'll say, there it is, guys, The Souls of Duma, check it out on Amazon, and you'll probably find the Beanie Bear collection for sure, and so, yeah, pretty interesting. Yep, there he is with his he said he kept showing photos of him on the cruise ships with his different girlfriends. He had a sea affair.
Now, in all fairness, on the book part, again, I try to present both sides of the story. It's the way I look at books is no different that I look at movies.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean a movie got a one. It doesn't mean it is a one to you. Because
Right,
honestly, when
everybody
me and Heidi watch movies, we look at the ratings, right? And the ones that have low ratings, actually, to
turn
us,
out to be the best. So
in
it
our
could
opinion,
be.
right? Because again, they're the goriest, which unfortunately the newer generation are not into that. Goriest and B-ish, meaning they're stupidly funny, meaning the jokes are hilariously stupid that they're funny. You know what I'm saying? So don't judge a book by the ratings, if that makes any sense. Same thing, you don't judge movies by
What
its
the
rating.
heck?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. I sorry guys. I put the thing out there and then when I went to go pin it, you guys got to understand you have to hold it down. It actually erased it. Let me put up the if you guys want to join the live stream, I'll pin it to the top of the channel, but you should see it in there.
Okay.
So for those that want to join the
Hillbilly
live
Pyro says the
stream,
biggest thing you invest is time. If it's not right now, end it and don't waste your time. Money can be replaced. Correct. Cut your losses. Thank you, Hillbilly Power. Remember what I said earlier. The problem that most expats have, male or female, is they invest in a relationship financially. Again, oh, I spent this on their house. I spent this on their parents. I spent this going out. I can't back out now. Now remember, this
and it has
applies
happened. Yeah,
anywhere in the world, even in the US. Doesn't mean you invested money in it.
better to get out early.
Correct. Before it gets worse. Correct. Ri-
Bruce, let's see. Bruce said his device wasn't connected. There he
yeah.
is.
Ryan Day, money should never be used to get love. Most memories can be made without. Correct. Actually, the best things in life are free, and not free as in I get it. Actually, most best things are not free, but
Well,
What's
that or
up?
it doesn't cost money. Like some of the best times me and George have are just here cooking food together, playing Monopoly, where we kick back and have a beer, watch movies together, go out to the local market that's literally up the street from us. Them are the better times that we actually
Are
have.
those the good
And
ones?
sometimes we have spent a lot of money, like literally, we've gone off to concerts in Orlando, Florida, and done a bunch of things. And I mean, it was okay, but a
no,
lot
no,
of
no.
times,
Those are the best times when me and Heidi were literally traveling the U.S. Now
Really?
James Hendricks says, "Why did Love Boat Captain get his young wife pregnant at 16?" Now, honestly, this could be. It can go both ways. Meaning, one, again, I'm not him. I'm not her. Maybe
Yeah.
she really wanted a child from him.
yeah, he said it wasn't his plan.
Right
That's what he
now,
said.
whether or not her
He didn't.
intentions are pure, that's a different story. Same thing with him. It doesn't matter what, I mean, it does matter, but whether his intentions are pure on having a child out of love versus a child out of security and financial and basically financial security and emotional security, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he actually said it wasn't intentional, that they were surprised. So, yeah. What is up, Bruce?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Doing good.
That's good. So, hey, I wanted to bring something to your attention. I went back and listened to something this afternoon when I got home, and when you guys were interviewing John, he said my name obviously because I had basically said, hey, you know, you need to look at your behavior on doxing because it's wrong,
Right.
and he blamed me for saying that I put links to connect his barangay. I don't know where this guy lives in the Philippines, and I don't care. So whoever that was that did that, it wasn't me that did that. For one, I don't dox people. I just want to make that clear. If he's listening, like you basically are putting out false on me, and I don't do that crap.
Yeah.
And I don't appreciate anybody that's going to say stuff like that, because once you say something, it goes around out here, and I don't like that. So I just want
Right.
to make that clear.
Yeah. Well, me and George was talking about the doxing, and for people that don't know, basically when they're saying doxing, there is a definition and a meaning for it. But basically, it's when they consider somebody a serious troll that goes really deep into history. Some of them will pay for a background check. Some of them will search a family member to a they'll spend hours or days looking up your information. And it's funny because we've been doxxed several times, so much so that I just went in. It wouldn't have been hard, but this means somebody went in and spent hours on my Facebook, because I was just hours in my own Facebook, found my old names when I was married. Uh, they tried to call me by my maiden name to shake me up. They tried to do that expat trash scare thing. And I'm like, so? Or like when we had Gogo Bobo that came in, and then they mentioned, okay, Mike, this is going on, and don't, basically I got where Gogo in the group was saying that we were, could be watched because we're open about where we live, which I'm really not worried about. But people that go in for hours and trail through YouTube channels, trail through Facebook stuff, that try to get background, try to figure where people live. They'll watch a whole video or all your videos just to hear a little piece of information. That to me is going too far. That means they've got some sort of mental issue. They've got some sort of there's a name for that right now. But that's a major issue. Now, me myself, yeah, dropping. I don't believe that you did that at all, Bruce. As far
No,
as
I don't. I mean, again, it's like I don't know if you just forgot or what, but like I only specifically said that question is because listen, if Heidi or George want to do and put with their selves out, that's fine. Okay.
yeah,
I've got my name. I'm not going to sit here and cry about stuff. But when you start blaming people of doing stuff, especially when it gets out here, people will run with that crap, like all day long. You guys know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I again, I don't care what John does. This isn't about John, but I just wanted to make that clear that wasn't me whoever said that, and I wouldn't know who to contact in the first place, and I wouldn't do that ever. All right, because I just don't do that. That's not me. And if you got a problem with somebody, you take it to the person. That's at least that's how I've lived my life. All right. If I
Right.
got a problem, we can talk about it. We can solve it. You
Right.
know. And what MYK did with that interview, would I have done it? No. But that's his choice to do that because he was contacted. But
Like I said, I'm still going to stick with that I would, but George said that, that he wouldn't. It's because
no.
we're already kind of we expecting the landlord today on rent. Did that sound like him?
That
It's
sounds like
Heidi.
him.
I
All right,
Yeah.
George is going to go check something, but I would have
Okay.
because it's kind of relevant to what we've been covering. But here's the thing: you can bring Mike in.
I don't know about that MYK guy. I mean, I'm just saying he's
Yeah, I
shady as
don't know
fuck.
about him
Yeah,
either.
I don't know about him.
Shady.
All right, guys. Shh, shh.
4 shades of
Okay,
purple.
here comes Mike.
4 shades of
Uh-oh.
purple.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Mike's
Hey,
here.
Mike, we made you a
Everybody
new
be quiet.
thumbnail.
Otherwise, he's gonna make a video about you. No.
So no,
Listen.
I was. Hey, listen, check this out. I told George that's not him. Oh, the rent's up there. Yeah, go earn it. Ask him. Hey, babe, go ask him. Is there anything I can do for the money first and get his honest answer?
How do you
Play
know
with
that?
it.
Why are you judging him like that?
I'm talking about me.
What if I
not
shake
you.
my booty? and
I'm
just
talking
send
about
him?
me.
Mm,
Say,
okay.
can
I'll give
Heidi
you
do anything for
$10.
the rent? Tell him I'll come do his dishes.
Hey, what's
I'll
up,
ask.
Yeah.
Michael?
I'll ask.
No, I'm serious. I say Heidi says we don't have the money this month. Can you do dishes? The landlord's here for the rent. No, because me and George got into it about the trolls and all of that because to be honest, after the live stream, we ended up receiving a very vile message from the same trolls we've had for almost 2 years. And it's funny because their words are almost exactly to these other trolls that have been going around, which we're okay with because we laugh at it. But I seen the line, I was like, oh, they're just pissed off, and then we deleted it. So it's like it's hilarious, but this time they're even more pissed off.
His ass off.
No, tell him we don't have it.
Well, why are they pissed off at you? Okay, for one,
Well,
like everybody got pissed at MYK because somebody contacted him because their family
right.
has been destroyed.
I would have
So-
put it out. I mean, I'm
Well,
sorry. I would have put a.
that's
See,
fine.
I'll back my ass off. I'll back my ass off. I'll back my ass up because George knows that I got a death wish. I've lived a good life, and if any of them want to make side threats, I don't take it serious. But the 1% that think they actually can show up, good luck. You know what I mean? And George started laughing. I was like, yeah, because most of them are just keyboard warriors, or they call them sissy bully trolls or something. There's like a new name for them or something. But I mean, I find it funny. What do you think, Mike?
Which part?
All of them.
Be
Doing
specific.
dishes for rent.
Dishes for rent. I think it's an unfair advantage because maybe 1 month's rent equals at least 5 years of dishes.
Right? Yeah, you ain't kidding. Yeah, 10,000 pesos. That's a month's wages here. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be fair. No, George says he's out there laughing. Yeah, because see, like here at the house, we have like this gate and the wall is semi-high. So sometimes I'll go out there with the rent money and he'll say he asked for the rent money and like George is out on the e-truck or something. I'll say, no, I don't have it. And then I'll walk away from him. And he said, you can't joke with him like that. I'll say, well, come on over here and get it. Come up over the fence and get it. And the humor didn't go that far that day.
No,
he's funny.
because then more than likely because he's probably used to it that other people would say I don't have the rent, so he just walks away. It's like a waste of his time. I'll be back.
Yeah,
So more than
I
likely,
walked away.
yeah. So
No, he's
but
a good
it's
guy.
different over there, isn't it? MYK, like
what?
Like they might let you slide. They might let you slide for a month, maybe, but it's pretty much
No,
different.
not really. Our
Like,
landlord
that's
would
what I
put us out
remember.
here. They don't even play here.
No,
Yeah,
I know
No,
they
it's
don't
kind of the
play.
opposite, Bruce. If we didn't
They might
pay
just
him,
kick
they'd be
you.
looking to get us out pretty quick.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, you're probably right. They probably kick you right. It's not like America. I keep forgetting. My bad.
yeah, and it's not like America where there's those stupid laws that prevents people from kicking you out. I mean, heck, they have squatters' rights now, so a lot of people are taking advantage of that and moving into houses that don't belong, and they make a fake lease, and then you can't just kick them out right away. So
Yeah, if you do that here, someone's going to show up with a bunch of bolos, and that's going to be they're going to bring the whole family,
yeah, which it should be, anyways.
right? Messing with somebody's money here is a big deal.
Yeah, like I have a cousin, for example. He owns a lot of land all over, and it's not if it's a vacant land, you don't really go there all the time to take a look at those lots, right? I mean, it's especially it being in another island. But anyways, he was about to go sell it, and then it was time to sell it. Take a look at the place to do a land. He had to do a land survey. Finds out that there's like over like 50 houses, like 50 those we'll say homeless houses type of stuff built there, and he can't just get rid of them because they've been there for like 3 years, but he hasn't had to worry about it, so he has to go through the normal how do you get rid of them stuff. That's why sometimes you see all of a sudden in a lot of those poor places there's all of a sudden fire that exists. Those houses catches on fire. Well, that means they're about to sell the land. So that's why there's a fire most of the time.
Fire.
So,
Hey, Mike, what do you think of the dating advice Gio's giving, saying it's all played out in the big cities and to go out to Samar and Mindanao and to go to, I think he said Negros?
Yeah, do it. I don't think it's played out. I think in the end, it's what's played out is the person dating, right? It's like, how do you sell? You have to stand out, right? So they're using the excuse of that if you go to, I think Ricky just had a video. Somebody was trying to tell me to make a video about it. I haven't watched this video fully. It's the same exact. Go to these places so that you stand out. Well,
Right, that's what basically Gio is saying.
that may not favor you in entirety, and so it's also at the very same time is like, what are you gonna say? It's like, all right, let me go in the middle of the field and so I can stand out and everybody can approach me. It's still not going to happen where people are going to approach you, and it still lands in the part where if somebody approaches you and wants to date you because they saw you and they approached you, then it's an automatic red flag. But the thing though is a lot of these guys want that feeling of they think that they want to be like a BTS, so if they want to do that, but in by far majority those people are going to fail because dating is still powered by numbers. It's still about numbers. It's a numbers game, and so numbers game of you approaching women, not women approaching you. So if you want to play it by the numbers, you have more possibility of choices in places where there is a higher population, but it still lands to the part that you have to approach women. So these guys going into, I don't know, these open areas or whatever, fine. Is there a chance because there's lesser foreigners in the area? Sure. But how about the Filipino men that you're competing against as well? Right. So, if you, let's say, for example, let's say you just go one island, right? We won't even name an island. For example, you go to one island. Well, there's only a certain percentage of Filipinas who are saying, I want to date a foreigner.
Right.
So if there's a lesser population there's also a lesser population of people who wants to date a foreigner. Right? The best thing ever is to go for a woman who's not looking to date a foreigner or date a Filipino. It doesn't matter to her, and open her mind to think that she wants to date you, where you then are qualified for her to date. That's the better possibility. But if they want to go to Samar, go do it. If that's the case of your plan is, then I think the plan. Yeah, no problem. I think the best plan that would work if you're living in the Philippines, right? Where you literally live there. But
Right.
a lot of these, but if you probably watch those videos, they probably never stated that you need to live in the Philippines. Because if you're then gonna
No,
say that
yeah,
you're
and see, one second, Mike.
sure.
Gio did mention guys just arriving and then showing up at Manila and Cebu, and that's what I was saying earlier. That yeah, if they had actually been in the Philippines, then maybe. But he's
Yeah.
talking about fresh off the boat.
Yeah. So if you're visiting the Philippines, then you're the stupidest person in the world because you just don't understand basic how percentage work. Number one is, you go to smaller islands, there's smaller places where a lot of these women gather, right? So what are you going to do? Knock door per door? Like, hello, do you have a single Filipino here? It's like,
Right. Yeah,
it
because he
doesn't make any
mentioned
sense.
Samar and everything, and I'm like, I'd
Yeah.
like to see that one.
Well, that's another thing is a lot of these, unfortunately, these particular bachelor vloggers don't mention is because, okay, so they tell you to go in these little archipelagos, right? They go to
Mhm.
these smaller islands, smaller towns. Here's the problem: you date one girl in a small town, you're dating the whole town.
Right.
No, I'm not making that up. Like they would, everybody in town knows that you have these eyes for this girl, whether she rejects you or not. They already know you. And then when you move to the next girl, they're like, "Oh, okay, didn't work out for the next one. He's gonna try with this one." And then let's say
Mhm.
you literally screwed up the male or female. Again, doesn't matter. If you screw up the relationship, the entire town knows you screwed up that relationship,
Mhm.
and it follows you up to, I would say, what? Well, how many towns over you think, Mike?
An
Truth,
island. How many
maybe
islands over?
three towns over,
There's
maybe.
Facebook now. I mean, like,
Yeah.
what's funny is these foreigners don't even know. And I'm talking about these type of foreigners that be listening to these other guys. We'll use that as a term. Do you guys know that there is foreigner shaming Facebook websites right now in the Philippines?
Are you just talking about those expat groups
No,
alone, or?
no, I'm
I s-
talking about Filipinas talking
No,
with
that's
Filipinas.
the
Oh
Filipino
yeah, no, you
side.
have
Like
to
if you
let us.
go, if you in the US, it's a known fact. Like guys you don't date in Illinois, guys you don't date in Naperville, Illinois. Like just recently, some guy in Naperville, Illinois, is suing this one person who started a Facebook group because all these women were talking trash about him in a Facebook group. Now he's suing all of them. Okay, what you guys
Yeah,
don't understand is most of these foreigners that are trying to do this, go into these smaller towns, there's Facebook groups showing their faces. See, just like what George was saying with the we'll say the bamboo telegraph in the Philippines,
oh yeah,
the first girl you approach, if what happens is if she's creeped out about you, she's gonna tell her friends, and her friends are gonna post it in her Facebook in their Facebook page. They're gonna share, share, share. You're gonna be
maybe
known
that's
before
why
you find a
regular guy
second
gets
one.
the weird
That's
stares.
some of these girls. When you approach them, they're like already, oh, I know who you approached first. So I'm second. Oh, I'm second choice.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm third.
exactly.
Oh, I'm fourth.
I'd be the
Oh, I know
same
you already went
way.
down the whole
Mm-hmm.
hallway, right? And so what
Hmm.
happens is what a lot of guys don't understand, especially when you go
No.
to these smaller areas, it's going to get in front of the person that says, well, I want to get some money and scam this person. So here you are. By the
Oh
time you
snap! I
get
never
to
thought of it
them,
that way.
that girl already knows what you're about and she already knows what to tell you. She already know
Correct.
how to approach you. And so now you're in a big situation. And some guys will then, what's the Filipinos' fault? Because they won't talk to me, they won't approach me, they won't do this. Well, I'm so sorry. It's because you let it out, right? It's art of war. You already told them you're attacking, and it's easier for them to see you far away because you're easy to figure out and distinguish from the crowd because you stand out, just as what Gio or Rike is trying to tell people to do. So a lot of guys just don't understand how it works, and so in a way, in a bigger city, there's less problems of that showing in a way. And so, but the thing though is, a lot of guys don't understand that this is basic dating practice in the US. So this is basic dating practice among all women and men, you know. So it's a fun experiment to be seen.
Yeah, I know there are a bunch of groups out there. Like I said, the biggest ones I know of are the ones that actually sit and talk about the expats that are actually here, or they're giving certain advice, and there's several of those. or specifically about vloggers and bad people. And so, but I guess that would make sense. Excuse me. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, but
So I'll
but
be back. I gotta go eat dinner. So
Okay. Handle business. We'll be here.
I'll be
All right.
listening in and stuff. But yeah, I'll be back.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Take care. We'll see you later. Yeah.
Yeah, no, again, that's probably the worst thing you can do. Again, for those guys who actually watch these other vloggers going to these smaller islands. Again, it's now the safety thing is questionable. The reason why I say questionable, it depends per area, and it depends on how you carry yourself. Again, you can go in a safe zone. If you don't carry yourself properly, you're still going to be in bad luck, if that makes any sense. So the safety kind of is kind of questionable. I mean, like I said, even in Angeles, where I feel safe, if an expat comes here and behaves improperly or shows off wealth improperly, then yeah, you're going to be a target no matter what.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Now, girls, again, like I said, since that's the topic we're in, like Mike says, now, right, there's social media, which makes it worse. I mean, even without social media, a lot of people have heard about me. They're be like, "Oh, you're that vlogger guy who's married to that white American," and I'm like, "I've never met you before, but yeah, that's me." Point being is, and that's it. I don't even have to introduce myself. They just look at me. They're like, they even squint their eyes. They're like, "Oh, you're that guy," and it's not because they. Odds are, most of these have not actually seen YouTube because they ask, "What's your channel?" They don't even ask that. They said, "Oh, you're the guy." You know what I'm saying? So, point being is, people talk, and same thing when I talk to other people, like, because sometimes I ask about certain girls, not because I mean, back then I said, "When Joe walk by," and then we get comments, and somebody asks, and and ask a question about that particular girl. Oh, they'll tell you their story. They'll tell you their whole story. Oh well, she's been with this guy, and she has these 3 kids, and and they're all from different dads. And I'm like, okay,
I mean, I got recognized in Boracay of all places. Like
Yeah.
I got recognized by the hotel manager for Henan, and
oh
they
wow,
like gave me
Wow.
yeah, they gave me like a 2 extra nights stay at the Henan, which is hilarious to me. And I'm just like, I don't need this. I'm like, I'm perfectly fine. Well, no, just just say something nice about the hotel. I'm like, I've been saying nice things about the hotel. What are you talking about? So like
right,
you'd be surprised what ends up going around. I mean, like it's Philippines is still pretty small, and I think AJ made a good comment saying Facebook is life in the Philippines, and it is. I mean, that's
It
why so many
is.
Filipinos freaked out when Facebook went down for those couple hours. You
Right.
know?
Yeah, no. And people will know your business, that's for sure. So, like I said, me and George was discussing with Gogo and John on there the last time. We know what information we put out. We know that people have an idea where we live. I mean, it's like, and the world knows. I mean, we're doing a we've got multi media. I mean, yeah, so it's kind of like
yeah,
not a thing for me.
and the point of how we're emphasizing on Facebook, guys. If you can't find information on Google Maps or Google on, for example, a store, search it on Facebook. I guarantee it'll show up like that. Versus
Yeah.
Googling it or
Or finding
putting
a
it on
phone
Google
number. Yeah, you
Maps.
have to contact them through Facebook.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything is Facebook based.
Mhm.
Like in the US, you have to have a website. That's the basic thing you need in a business. And this was 10 years ago. Now in the Philippines, it's still not like that. Most people don't even have websites. It's their Facebook page. Or
Facebook.
if they
Yes.
do buy their URL, let's say GoDaddy, they'll just forward it to their Facebook page rather than create a website from scratch.
What's
So,
the other phone that they use all the time?
Oh, Viber. Viber.
No, it's not
yeah,
Viber. It's the other one.
Viber, WhatsApp, and Facebook Messenger.
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Yeah,
Yeah,
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Yeah. See, I learned about that in Mexico. I've never
Yeah.
used it at all.
It tells
It's
you
really
the
heavy in Mexico. Same with Mexico. It's the same, a lot like the Philippines. They use Facebook for everything too.
yeah.
Well, WhatsApp
The
is owned by Facebook.
right.
Okay. That makes sense.
the if they have Viber, that means they're OG. Just saying. And then the next evolution is again like WhatsApp, and then after WhatsApp, everybody went into Messenger. But I'm just letting you know it's the progression
And
of as
they
far
have
as like
Telegram, and
yeah. Oh
then
my gosh, Telegram, right?
what's the one that also a lot, this is when you know that they're into Koreans and Chinese people. What was the other thing for Chinese people? They use it also for their, it's like their payment system in China as well, in Hong Kong.
I
Forgot the
forgot.
name. So that's
Yeah,
another one that you have to know. And so I mean, but pretty much WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook Messenger, and then maybe the Telegram. Then you're fine in the Philippines.
right. Viber was the first.
Hmm.
It's the first app after Magic Jack. After because Magic Jack again it turned into Magic App, but before it turned into Magic App, people switch over to Viber. It's free, you know.
That's out there having fun. The undesirable expat said World Zoom has been in Cebu for 3 days and he's already bitching about the local laws. Our friend World Zoom is finally, what was he staying at his mother's house there in Florida? Look like there for a little bit. I haven't watched a whole lot of him, but I knew he was coming back. Heard something about him possibly or was looking at land and something else, but I don't watch a whole lot of him anymore.
Yeah,
So once he went back to the U.S., I only was in it for the. And then the other thing that we were discussing was the Filipina P mic. She just
I don't
did
know.
that interview where she had talked to Filipino guys,
Okay.
and I told George, I said they seemed all pretty quiet. Um,
Yeah.
and George, when he seen part of it, said he said it appeared to be like she was loading the questions to the guys during the
Yeah.
interviews.
I mean, I haven't seen full of it. I looked at maybe like about the first few minutes. But that's interview. I think interviewers would do a few here and there
Yeah, I
of
told him sometimes
loaded
it's
questions.
necessary. Yes.
But in general sense, most Filipinos don't care about the foreigners dating Filipinas.
No, no.
And yeah, and the reason for that is because they know that the foreigners are taking the leftovers.
Exactly. There you go. Because that's what
I mean,
they were
let's
talking
be
about.
honest.
Yeah, yeah,
Now if you have a like, here's a good example, right? Pia Worshipback, right? When she started dating, I think Dr. Mike and stuff like that, Filipinos went crazy, right? You took one of the good ones. It's like you have to understand it depends. And so most foreigners by far average, I mean most Filipinos by far average, the men know that foreigners are going for the leftover women. Or if we don't want to call them leftovers, we can call them the ones that we use before you. Okay. And but see, a lot of foreigners, but listen, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? Well,
yep.
then
That's
you
what
must
I am
openly
for sure.
admit that you got that. But I'm not saying all. I'm not saying all Filipinos that end up with foreigners. I refuse to say that. But by far majority, most Filipinos know that the foreigners ended up with one of their leftover women. Like, a good example is like when I was interviewing Steph. She openly admits it that most foreigners are willing to take the single mothers that were pregnated by Filipino men, and that most Filipino men will not go for that woman.
Right. That is true. True, George.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
just
They have
admit
to
that
understand.
we can say 70. We'll go below the Pareto principles and say 75%. 75% of the Filipinos that end up with foreigners are leftover women. And what's funny is most of those women, what do they say? I don't want to date Filipinos because they're this, they're that, they're this. That already shows the perfect example of why that is. Because the Filipinos that date those women, that they end up hating dating Filipino men, is because those Filipino men just used her because that's what she was about. It's just the truth.
Yeah. That or like one of them was saying, he said that he doesn't really mind because he knows that sometimes families have a lot of kids, a lot of daughters, and that it's kind of like an opportunity for them. And then it reminds me how Mark just released a video in the last 12 hours. Mark Thornton had released a video in regards, he was talking about how poor the Philippines was, and he was going through all the poverty thing and everything. Then he brought up his wife, Jen, and he said that Jennifer actually was working as a housekeeper for a couple dollars a day, and she
Mhm.
worked another job at the mall. So she was probably making less than, he said, 12 dollars a day for 2 jobs when he met her. So he
Mhm.
went through talking about how tough things were for her when he actually met her. And so I start to think about it, with him, was it an opportunity for her to come up? Was it, love? Was it, how many guys did she date? All those questions come to like my mind and other people's mind when they see a relationship like, Mark and Jen. So because he just put all that out. So
Yeah, because plus, if you look at, so in general, women make more money than the Filipino men in the Philippines by far majority. You're gonna see a more of where women make more money than the men. Okay. So when you see that happening in the Philippines, that's why most Filipinos are gonna say, guys will be like, I can go and get myself an upgrade because I don't have to make a lot of money, but a Filipino will love me or want to be with me. A good example is you're going to see a lot of teachers being driven to work by their husbands who are tricycle drivers or jeepney drivers, right? It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly accepted in the Philippines. It happens in the Philippines. So in the end, why would most of these guys? Because the thing, why would a guy want to date a woman who's a housekeeper, who's a live-in with a family that he'll never really see all the time? Why? So it's not going to happen a lot. And so guys just need to understand what you're getting. And the thing though is, you can go for somebody else if you want to. You can go for a teacher, somebody with higher paying job, somebody with a regular job, somebody has whatever. But a lot of guys don't want to do that because a lot of guys, let's be honest, they're gonna say, I just want somebody who's easy to take over. A lot of guys don't want to admit the average, and the truth is that they're dating a woman because they're hoping that they owe her, that she owes them.
hmm.
Right.
Is that why you dated me?
Oh, well, no. First off, again, I date all types of women, and honestly, I wasn't actually looking for a wife when was dating Heidi. I was just dating. No,
Surprise.
no. Again, like Heidi says, what? Didn't you ask something like, "Will you marry me?" Or not? She wasn't proposing, but she asked me if I had any intentions to marry. I said no, none at all. Because again, during that time, I was actually
He
dating
said it for 18 months.
um a Chinese woman, an
Then I
African
broke it
American
down.
woman,
Mhm.
and again, I'm very open because I wasn't really looking for a lockdown relationship. If that makes any sense. But then again, most of the real relationships happen when you're not looking for a lockdown relationship. That's the problem. It's because people want to be in love, being in love,
The
not
idea of
because
being
of
in
what they
love is
really feel. Same thing when they were
no.
right here in the
We kind of
Philippines.
both weren't.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what I mean. And anybody will tell you in most long-lasting relationships, they're not really looking for long-term relationships. And here's the problem: is when you have these bachelor vlogs. Again, I'm not picking on anybody. Is okay. Some come here to play the field, which is okay if you're not at that past that age already, but it's still okay to do it. However, you don't have much long. Um, I'm not I'm not gonna go deeper on that statement. But what I'm saying is, just be you. Pick
George
who you want to
Jetson.
be with. If you want to have fun, but be straightforward. Don't lie to these women or men. You don't have to do that. Nobody does. Nobody has time for you to waste their time, especially you. Remember, you don't have your time to waste on anybody either. Because I would rather spend 3 months in investing on somebody I'd rather really be with than be like somehow in my mind I'm like an 18-year-old and I have all the time in the world. You don't have all the time in the world. And in the end, living alone and dying alone is the worst thing you can do to yourself. Keyword: y- if you want to be a player, go ahead. But remember, the consequences is odds are if you're going to be a player and act like you're an 18-year-old, you're gonna die like an 18-year-old. Just you by yourself in your bedroom. And that's honestly, we get that report on Facebook a lot. Oh, expat, found dead in their bedroom alone. No, really, right? Very common story.
Mike, are you a forever player or are you going to get married?
I'll probably get married or long-term relationship kind of stuff, depending, right? But I'm not a person to say that marriage is off everything. I think I'll probably get married. I believe in the institution of marriage. So you can only do it. You can only be a player so
You're young.
much.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
old. I'm
you're young.
45, so I'm old. But
Well,
but in all
still
honesty,
young.
it's like it's all But I mean, look, we're already 3 months into 2023. I mean, 24. See, look at that. We're
Right?
3 months in, right? You have to understand, time goes by pretty fast. Especially when you're stuck in La La Land, when you're stuck in your little fantasy bubble that here you have with a young yum yum, whatever it is, you're gonna be stuck in that stuff. And you have to understand, most Filipinas know that one thing a Filipina doesn't want to be called is it. There's one thing where she's with a foreigner. It's not even that. One thing that Filipina doesn't want to be called by her relatives, by her friends, is matandang dalaga, right? Right, it's pretty much meaning an old teenager, pretty much, right? So even though if she's not married and she's getting older, they're gonna call her that. When are you gonna get married? When are you gonna have children? All of those societal pressures do exist, right? It's funny, like a good friend of mine kind of like explained it pretty well. When a Filipina is in high school, parents are gonna be like, no boyfriend, not this, not that, none of that, right? Then you're okay. Then all of a sudden you go to college. Pay attention to your studies. No boyfriend. Don't get pregnant. Don't get married. Pay attention to your studies. The moment you graduate and they give you the diploma, why are you not married yet? Why don't you have kids yet?
Right.
Right? That is it, and it's so true in the general sense. There's the countdown, and the peak is really short. And so, a lot of these Filipinas, if you don't marry them, right? I'm not saying all, but a lot of them, especially with the foreigners, they know time is going by fast. So, use it as you will. And guess what? When you get too old and you never marry them, most of these Filipinas will bounce because they know their time is limited. So you met them when you're 60. Let's say they're 21. You are pretty much in your 70s and you're going down the drain because let's be honest, by 75, by far majority, sorry guys, bye-bye. Okay. So that by then they're 30, 35. These girls are saying like, oh, you didn't marry me. Time to go elsewhere. And then you get left behind. And there's far more guys being left behind by their Filipinas than these guys that are being taken care of by their Filipinas. And most of the times, the guys that get taken care of by the Filipinas, it's because the guy married them. But guys don't want to admit that. That's why I said, give it another 10 years. It's going to be fun. There's going to be a disaster, and there's going to be, then there's going to be all these true begging of guys saying, let's help this foreigner in the street. Let's help this foreigner that got scammed by a Filipina. Let's help this foreigner who's in bed right now at the hospital. He's got a stroke and no one's there to take care of him. You're going to see a whole big amount of those in the next 10 years, 5 to 10 years.
I was going to say
Guaranteed.
5 would probably be about right. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 years, on average.
Mhm.
Ill-prepared media, YouTube watching, the ones that fit their best needs. And a lot of it is information that's really not helping the guys. And then, they'll get here and,
I mean, it's helping them. It's helping them have the fantasy.
fantasies.
And sometimes fantasy makes you live a little bit longer, right?
Right,
Because there's
yeah.
something to look out for, But one thing that we do know is when fantasy hits reality, meaning when that foreigner lands in the Philippines, he'll get slapped with reality. And when reality slaps him in the face, when fantasy is gone, the truth will happen, the body will deteriorate really fast, and there you go. You know, I mean, a good example is I've seen. I was like, I know this couple, right? I saw a TikTok video of that couple where that young guy who has a really jealous Filipina girlfriend with 90 Day Fiance, and
Yeah.
then he moved to the Philippines. But before he moved, he had a house built for the daughter, the brother and the grandparents. Pretty much, he thinks that it was his house. So, anyways, they all live together. But I saw a video of him, and no joke, the guy is double of his size now.
Oh wow.
Is that the one that opened the Sorry Sorry store? They just had a baby and they're jealous of
Sadi
each other.
store. Then she said something like she had cancer in the
Yeah,
stomach or
we
something,
covered them,
whatever.
and I think I
Yeah,
seen one. Yeah,
yeah.
now they just
They're-
had a baby. But did you see her latest scam?
the I'm in the hospital sick scam.
Right, and she
Yeah.
collected a bunch of money. Now
That
she's
turns out to be it wasn't
threatening to
cancer.
off herself. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was whatever. But the thing though is, if you see the guy, he got bigger.
Yeah.
I'm a big guy and stuff like that. It's natural, but I
Yeah.
know in
Oh,
the
no.
Philippines, you lose weight. It's just guaranteed if you know what you're doing. Even if you eat the same amount of time that you eat in the U.S., you lose weight in the Philippines because you're moving around more, you're walking around more, you're up and about,
Gotta
your
breathe
metabolism
sugar all
goes up. You probably have
It's
sex
warmer.
more for some of the guys, so you're gonna lose some weight in the Philippines. But for him to gain that much weight automatically in the Philippines, number one is I know what that girl's doing. She's so jealous, she's gonna stuff him with food. They'd be like, I got you when you were sexy. Now eat pud, eat the pud, eat the pud. So you get fat
Yep.
and no girl wants you.
Right.
That's the wrong
Kept them
mentality of a lot
nice
of
and
these women.
healthy.
Yeah.
That's what
So
they do to George.
I mean, come on. It's
Yeah, and guys, remember, Filipinos have no reservations on calling you fat.
Right,
sure.
George. They're already picking on George, like all the people in the neighborhood, or when he goes out somewhere, they say something about his size, and I said, "Don't worry, I'll just go out with you. They won't
Yeah.
notice."
Yeah, they're
I
like, wow,
always
George, you
Native
got fat.
American.
That's the first thing they say. It's Filipino culture.
They do that
When
to the
they meet
cops
you,
too.
they will tell you your weight. That's Philippine culture. Like,
just
oh, you're fat.
be
Oh, you're
fast with it.
thin.
Just be fast with it. Be like, oh my god, you gained weight. Oh my god, your pussy's dry.
Oh, dang.
Right?
Be like,
That's
oh my
usually
god, you
when
gained
my
some weight.
come
Oh my
back.
god, what happened to your face? Do you use
Hey, Mike.
sunscreen?
You know what you do, Mike? You
What?
do what I do. When people start to stare at me now, I'm in the mall, I look at their feet. I just stare their feet down where they think
Eh,
something's serious around.
I'd rather say it to their face. Be like, what's that? Like,
But they did. I proved that, didn't I? When I stare
my-
at their feet, people are. George goes, stop
yeah.
doing
Sometimes, but actually, you just look in their face. It's a lot worse. Look into a Filipino's face. They'll look away. Like, "Ugh, I got caught. My best one yet is like, when are you
Their
gonna get
eye
rid of that?
contact, yeah.
When are you gonna get rid of that mole in your face?
Right.
You just have to have a good comeback. The moment you give them the fast comebacks, they stop. Right? It's like if you're dating a Filipina, get ready. It's gonna happen to her. She's gonna cry and be like, just be the first person to talk shit. Eventually, people are gonna be like, well, I don't want to hear the truth. Or my favorite one yet is a good friend of mine said, he goes, oh my god, you got so fat. And he literally said, oh my god, your husband's sleeping with 2 women.
Oh, dang.
I've posted the link again if somebody wants to join the live stream and discuss the topics. I just seen where Love the Philippines says Filipinos like to point out the sizes of our American noses. Yeah, they did talk about my nose when we were in. The girl said something about my nose, and
It's not the size. It's with a lot of Filipinas. It's not the size of the nose. It's the way it's structured. In what they
Yeah.
say, tangos ng ilong.
Well,
Right?
what did they,
Or rather, may ilong.
what they say
Yeah,
about
tangos.
May ilong siya.
right?
Yeah.
What did she say about my nose? You
Yeah.
remember that when we were in
Oh, babe, there's
quarantine?
nothing wrong with your nose.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Heidi has a button nose, but to Filipinos, that's not a button nose.
Yeah,
Right.
that's still a little bit bigger. Like for example, mine is like, like for me, for example, I always get because like I have like my nose is pretty, like the bridge of the nose is whatever, but I have this thing right because it's a broken nose, right? Because I got punched there a while back and I never got it fixed.
Yeah.
But they'll always notice this and they're like, oh my god, They're like, but that thing right there, it's I'm like, I was like, it doesn't matter, does it? You're still, I was like, so it's like, Filipinos want that. I mean, that's why a lot of Filipinos are great. It's funny now, Filipinos are getting fake nose surgeries now, which is fun
There
to
are
me.
a lot of them. Yeah. They just
Yeah,
had the competition here and in this area, Mabalacat City, and I told George he even looked at them. They all appeared to be skin lightened by some sort of product or drip, and then their noses were all done. I said, "There's no way those were." All of them had the European pointed noses, and I said,
yeah. There's
"I know
this
there's pretty skin."
material. There's this material that they put inside the nose. It's actually not a nose job. It's more of like an
Yeah, it's
implant,
like a
but it actually
Erica Ahern,
it
the Ahern
reabsorbs.
family. Erica had that done where she
Yeah,
had
it
something put up in there.
reabsorbs. So it's like maybe lasts like about a year and a half. So they just get a new American sponsor, British font sponsor to pay for it
there
for
you
them.
go. Sponsor. I like that. I have a
Yeah,
sponsor.
no, that's
I need an American sponsor.
You already have an American sponsor. I
Oh,
sponsor you with eggs and rice and all this other stuff
right. Oh,
and the free
what happens to my meat
massages.
stick?
You ain't you gonna eat the meat stick?
I don't. Is that for people?
Yeah, try it. That's for you.
I don't know. No, really, it's free. Toy.
It's for the dog.
Yeah.
Give it there. Right. And then Mike, you had your topic
Mm.
on this morning. Let's cover your topic about IQs and EQ. And that was I was in there this morning. I've got the EQ and George has the IQ. As a matter of fact, sometimes he goes so much into details, or I'll say something like this morning.
Mhm.
He's very specific. I find George to be specific. And if I say the wrong word, which has many meanings to me, he
Mhm.
will stop and question me about like we have like a medicine. I called it a chest, or what did I call it today?
Basket.
Yeah, I said it's
Mhm.
in the
No, no.
basket. No, I said,
Yeah. Well,
and he said, "Oh, you mean this box over here?" And I was like, "Well, yes, storage
bin.
basket,
Bin.
box,
Yeah.
bin." And we went through that whole thing. And if I don't say the right word, which depending on whether you're from the North or the South in the United States, I'll say these things, and then he'll say, "Do you mean this?" And he does it throughout the day. Did you mean that? And sometimes I just get where, but um, I was listening. I didn't get all the way through it this morning because I
Mhm.
just woke up. But the only thing that I know is that when I heard you talking about that, I find Filipinos to be pretty intelligent. I mean, I know that you had different points in that, so I don't want to say that I've seen the whole thing. But I was telling George the other day that they had a thing up about only so many schools pass. Like they've got a standardized test here or something, and only one in Makati out of all the country had actually passed those tests. But I told George, I said, I don't feel that's a real standard. I feel that the Filipinos are really intelligent. And if they don't have that, they have the street smarts and stuff.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, the thing is you have to look at is that a lot of what's happening right now in the Philippines is they're actually trying to, you can say, replicate U.S. based education. I mean, lesson plans in the Philippines is based on U.S. lesson plans and how it was during the 70s. So they're starting to update a lot of that stuff. So because of the standardized testings that's happening in the U.S. per se, of course, the Philippines will be like, well, let's have one as well. But you're seeing that in a lot of Western countries with standardized testing. But the problem is standardized testing only works if you begin the process of teaching the kids how to take standardized testing. Because if you then create a standardized test and then you have the kids just all of a sudden start taking it, it's not gonna be as good. Now, one thing that we do know is standardized testing in the United States is false. It's actually not. There's fault to it. There's a lot of problems that exist with it, and so that's why you even see in regards to the U.S. now, there's going to be some states that's going to start saying you don't need to be able to read to be able to pass high school. Like what they're doing is they're making things less needed. You don't need to have all this now to be able to pass high school, right? Because you can learn that later on or something like that, or nowadays you can just listen to things and all that stuff. There's too many. There's enough stuff out there, AI that's going to help you with people with learning disabilities, so you can use all that. So it's going to be a problem when it comes to the Philippines regarding that, especially education in the Philippines is already hard as it is. And then, don't forget when we start dealing with a lot of, standardized test, which is based on IQ levels, there's a lot of things that is lacking in the Philippines, such as infrastructure. There's a lot of high schools out there, especially public high schools, where the kids have, malnutrition. There's a lot of problems that exist. I mean, sometimes it's even hard for some kids to be able to have light at home just to be able to, study. And
Right.
so,
That's what I was going to say. Also, Mike, we don't have school age children, and I don't notice here. It doesn't seem like they enforce the schooling here. Do they have like the U.S. where parents can get in trouble, or if they don't pay for the private schools and all of
yeah,
that?
some
Do they?
states, yeah, some states don't have that. I mean, a lot of that forced stuff is most likely somewhere where it's going to be a democratic state or a democratic city. Enforcement wise happens that pretty much most of the time is for kids that are in impoverished areas in the United States.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
where you
talking
see
about
it's
the
being
Philippines.
used a lot, but
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's like, so no, the Philippines doesn't have that because,
yeah, I didn't think so.
one thing that the Philippines do have is the parents, good parents, and so by far average is that, schooling is recommended and the parents will push the kids to go to school. A lot of parents will go through debt just to be able to make sure that they send the children to school. And
Most
that's just public school. Okay. So, in a way, it's not as rampant where kids are not going to school. And, so parents are typically really active in their kids' studies in the Philippines more than I've seen when it comes to, Western countries, especially the United States. Like, I know for a fact that even back in the days, if there was a parent teacher conference, you're going to see more Asian parents than non-Asian parents in school. And that's with a smaller percentile of Asian kids in a school. Right? That was how it was in my high school. It was like, there were a lot of Asians, but Asians were like about 45% of the school. But when it came time to parent teacher association, 80-90% of the parents in those meetings were Asian parents. So it transfers a lot in regards to how it is with Asian people, but at the same time as the Philippines. So, they might have to change their ways in regards to the standardized testing. We'll see how it goes, but oh well. But and the thing though is, like, in the US we're so worried about different teaching styles, right? How to be auditory, how to, auditory teaching, visual teaching. There's like, everything has to be a custom per child. In the Philippines, it's one way to learn. Everyone learns the same exact way in the Philippines. You better listen to the teacher, right? You
Right.
don't listen, like, we're not here to custom make anything for you. It's like, that's why Filipinos are good workers, because there's only one way to teach them how to work. Because all you have to do is treat them like children, or treat them like school kids. That's why it's easy to teach them to be worker bees than other countries. So, and that's why, like, where I was talking about, IQ and EQ, the Philippines is literally rated the highest EQ country in the world. So, street smarts. So that's what EQ is, and a lot of people don't, because I don't know if you guys get those comments where people say, well, Filipinos are stupid because their IQ level is an 86 in average. Okay. and my
That, or
funny
they just
argument,
call them out because of having no income, then they're not educated and stuff. So, and they group them all together. So it's kind of like
yeah, which is unfair. Yeah, which is unfair. And I get it, but that's why my counter argument was, if IQ and EQ, but let's look at the people that have been scammed a lot. When we watch Tulfo, a bunch of lawyers, cops, guys in the military, because if you're in the military, you have to have you really have to have a decent IQ level, because there's a passing range. Well, before the 70s, IQ was looked into. After the 70s, then they started having, I think, the ASVAB test, if I'm correct, is when it got started. So, it's like, so you technically have all these guys with supposedly high IQ levels compared to Filipinos, but then they're getting scammed by Filipinos, right? So just by looking at that, well, then EQ takes advantage of it, because they are able to understand your emotional intelligence. They can read your emotions. They know that they can scam you because you're easily subjected and easily, to make you think that you fell in love and all that stuff. Now, in the end, it's like, it's still about in the individual person, right? And if a person comes to the Philippines because they want to take advantage of that, the Filipinos are stupid because they have low IQs. Well, then I think that you're an opportunistic person, and that's crazy that a smart person wants to hook up with a stupid person. You know?
Right, and also, although there's partial truth in it, I said partial, really partial truth in it. It doesn't mean a person can't speak English. It doesn't mean they're dumb or stupid.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, a lot of
that's
foreigners forget that they're not in their country. You know what I'm saying? They
yeah.
quickly dismiss these Filipinos who can't speak the language. First off, honestly, us Filipinos don't need to learn English at all. There's no need. If you're gonna stay in the Philippines, there's no reason for us to learn English. You know what I'm saying? It's bad
Yeah.
enough we have to learn other dialects from different regions that we have to learn English as well. You know, Tagalog is one. Usually, by average, most Filipinos at least speak Tagalog in their native language
Yeah.
plus English.
Yeah, and don't forget it's you know, I think it was like a joke and stuff like that where somebody called his mom stupid and the mom was like, "What are you talking about? I speak both English, Tagalog, and a couple dialects. What do you speak? English only? Who's stupid now?" Right? Because it takes more intelligence to be able to speak multiple languages than just speaking one language. Right? It's already known fact that if you speak multiple languages, you have a higher IQ than the person who only speaks one, because so you know just by that, and that's the thing, is like people need to stop doing that, and the thing is, well, they're supposed to speak English because English is one of their, you know, is their number one language in the Philippines, so they should know how to speak English because it's taught
You
in
know, it's
schools. And I'm like, Spanish is taught in schools, that why doesn't it that everybody speaks Spanish? You all you guys took a year 2 years in Spanish. It was a requirement to for you to pass your,
For
you know, your
one, and
high
sat in the
school,
back of the class. Now I wish I
right?
didn't.
You know, everyone
Didn't know
everyone
I'd be
you took
living in
Spanish
Mexico.
or French, right? Why aren't you guys speaking another language? Well, you know, 'cause that's the thing. You know, it's like it's just funny how a lot of guys use that, and a lot of guys do use it, and you see it a lot. You see it everywhere where guys literally say these things about, you know, about Filipinos are stupid and this, and you know, and I just want to add one thing also. I mean, this is goes off a different thing, right? Um, you know how like a lot of people say, like, you know, in the Philippines they're always out of stock, right? Right?
Yes.
Right? And people complain like, I told them that they're out of stock. Well, you told the worker. Did you tell the owner?
Hmm.
That's my question to people. You told the worker. Well, the worker's job is going to be like, okay, fine, we need it. He'll probably tell the manager, and then the manager tell the owner we need to order this because we're out of it. But did the owner make a decision that they should order it? It's not the worker's fault if the owner does not order what they're lacking. You know, because a lot of Americans still say that, right? And I'm saying Americans because I've never heard a British person say it. Okay, so I've only heard Americans say it. Let me be fair in that. So a lot of Americans will say that, well, they're always out of stock, and I'm like, well, did you tell the owner itself? Because some owners are like, yeah, it's fine, but it took me this long to sell that stuff, so I don't want to sell it. I don't want to have it on file. I want to hold off maybe for another month and stuff like that. So sometimes it's like we can't get mad at the workers and be like, oh, they're stupid because, you know, I keep on ordering it. They should know it's a wanted thing, but not all of us want the same thing, you know. And so it still depends on the owner. Did the owner order it? Did you tell the owner? Well, I put it on their Facebook. Doesn't matter, right? Did you tell the owner? Did you tell the person who's in charge of ordering stuff? That's why sometimes it's not bought or it's not available the next time we come to places. It's because it was not seen it was necessary to be bought right now, you know, or the profit margin is not there enough, you know. And so a lot of people need to understand and that's another big reason where a lot of people call Filipinos stupid sometimes, is that, are they stupid? Like, here I am wanting to buy a physical product. I need this stuff. And all of a sudden they're complaining about that. And I'm like, well, I want to see you open up a business and try doing that with all the different things that needs to be ordered sometimes, you know. So it's like, you know, I saw a guy complaining because he couldn't find grape jelly in the Philippines. And I was laughing.
Really?
All I wanted was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Now I know the best peanut butter and jelly sandwich is with grape jelly. It is the truth. And I felt sorry for him. But I was like, why are you trying to buy it at a local store? You know, it's like, you know, it's like Pick the right place. Like, you know, if you want to
Right.
really complain about things that are out of stock all the time, go to Pure Gold. They'll have everything out of stock. Anything you
Really,
want.
my pure gold.
Pure Gold.
You and pure gold, I swear.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah,
I
that's why I
quit Pure
tell
Gold
Heidi,
a while
like,
back
say,
ago.
Heidi says, "Oh, go. Why don't you go and get this?" And I'll say, "Okay, these particular stores won't carry that. I don't even have to check because
Right.
if, like, for example, like you said, if you're looking for grape jelly, first off, you won't find that any Sari store. Doesn't matter
Mhm.
what brand it is. Another thing they won't carry is yeah, and the other one. Well, there's a lot of things like most of the local stores, aka Star stores, they only carry the what Filipinos will buy. If you think an American will buy it, odds are they're not gonna. For example,
Yep.
Jack Daniels. Forget Jack Daniels. You're gonna only find like Cuatro Cantos, Nueva San Miguel, Emperador, and Alfonso. That's it. That's all you find in the store. For example, if you're looking for
Black
Heineken
Label.
beer, yeah,
Black
like
Label
that.
if they go
Johnny
try
Walker
higher.
Black. That's right. Oh, you didn't
Black
probably
Label over Jack Daniels, JD's.
right.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
So
If you go into
if you
SM, it's
find
that.
those in a Sari store, I would question it. No, seriously, I would.
Yep.
Right. Made in China.
Nice.
Yeah,
Made in China.
No,
yeah,
no, no, no,
exactly.
no. What they do is they get all the bottles, Heidi. They get all the
My
bottles from the
Jordan's
bars,
ex-girlfriend.
and then they refill it with bad stuff, and then they
Correct.
just have
No,
the
true
stickers
story.
and
Yes,
everything. Oh yeah.
this is a business. I had a neighbor
Hmm.
who did that when I was a little kid, and that's how they made their money. They repackage. They even
Hmm.
have those fake stickers,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
they reseal it somehow. I don't know how they reseal the
It's
cap.
easy. It's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah,
Yeah,
but they
it's
do.
so
They
easy.
do. Yeah,
1 second.
yeah, like that. No great proponent of the Sorry store.
But you can get it in Rustans. You can get it at the nicer Robinsons, the nicer SM places. Definitely going to get all
Right.
those there.
No, I forgot. No, Heidi did ask me for something that is so common in the U.S. that I even said they don't do that here. I forgot what it was. It was a very common thing that you'd go to 7-Eleven for, but they don't have it here now.
Ho hos, ding dongs,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Well,
I have a
Twinkies,
ho-ho and a ding-dong here. I don't need that.
Twinkies.
Twinkies
And a Twinkie.
and a Twinkie.
What else did I have? What else did the cinnamon the cinnamon roll thing with the white
Snowball.
glaze? Nah,
Oh,
snowballs.
snowballs are a heart attack waiting to happen. Um, Cinnabon. No. There's
There's
one
Cinnabon in the
specific.
mall. There's a Cinnabon in the mall in
Mm,
Angeles. I go
no,
there all
now
the
you get me
time.
thinking. What are those prepackaged, like the little Debbie's, something like that?
I didn't come here to eat Little Debbie's.
Right, little Debbie's.
Yeah, depends. All depends.
Yeah, see, actually,
Testing.
that's a good example. Peanut butter. Actually, a
Oh
lot
no,
of them
they have
carry.
Filipino peanut butter.
Yes, they
Lily's
have
peanut
Filipino
butter. Lily's
Libby's
peanut
and the
butter.
other one, I
That's some good peanut
whatever.
butter. You put that
Yeah,
sucker on
no, they do
pandesal. It's
have
all
peanut
good.
butter. Yes, they
No,
just
they
don't
Mhm.
have
have,
jelly. Jelly's not a thing here.
yeah, I
Not
mean,
grape
they
jelly.
have Jif like we get Jif here and everything.
Now, if you're in
So,
Baguio,
Strawberry
there's
jelly.
strawberry
Strawberry and
jam.
grape
Yes,
jelly.
in Star stores because that's the
Strawberry
thing there.
wine.
Yeah,
Yep. Anything strawberry up in Baguio.
that's it. Well, yeah, wine,
Mick.
for example. Yeah,
hello,
they don't carry
Bobo.
wine
Mick.
in.
Hi, Heidi. Hi, George.
Hi.
Mick, you're getting it all wrong, buddy. I have to
What?
disagree. Everything you just said.
About what? About what?
It's because you're just taking the academic levels. You're not looking at it as a whole piece.
Okay, so give me the whole piece.
Well, just look at YouTube. Filipinos are not able to hold a proper conversation on a YouTube platform, so all their content is sexual, unless it's scripted. Now, in terms of academic, yes, I agree with you on that. But in terms of overall intelligence, that's probably the feedback you're getting from the other guys, most likely.
Okay, so which YouTube? So you're big the YouTube channel only for, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the YouTube channels. Yes.
Okay.
But also when you're
Have you
having
do you watch
conversation,
do you watch
yes,
do you watch Batas Natin?
there are a small percentage. That's true.
Yes.
But I'm talking
So,
on the broad scale.
but see, the broad scale you're saying is just the niche of foreigner and Filipinos.
Yes, because that's what we're talking about. Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I've always have stated that the typical stuff that goes on with Filipinas and stuff like that within this niche are low value women. So I do agree with that, but that's the small portion.
It's a bigger portion. I wouldn't call it a small portion. It's
It's a
quite a
small
big
portion of the
portion.
Filipino community. It's a small percentage of the Filipino community.
But
So
often when I meet a Filipino, to be honest with you, Mick,
mhm,
and I think a lot of other people would probably lean towards what I'm saying.
mhm.
9 of them are unable to hold an intellectual conversation on my level,
Men
and
or women?
1 in 10 are.
1 in 10 are based on what study? Your experience?
My my
Whose
experience.
experience?
Yes.
So what does that say about you then? If that's the
My
only type of
experience.
study you're
Obviously,
surrounded
we're
with?
both
I
our
have lots.
experience.
I have lots of experience with different types of people in the Philippines. See, the thing though is like the common denominator
Me
is
too.
you.
Me too.
Okay.
Me also.
So okay, so that's the thing. It's like for you to come up with saying that by far majority this is what it is. That's not Okay,
Yes,
fine.
but hang on,
Academically, not
wait,
academic.
Mick. I'm
Sure.
friends with upper class and lower class, just
Okay.
like you are.
Okay.
I'm not talking about separating them. I'm talking
Okay.
about when you just go to the Philippines and you're on the street and you're looking at it in a broad view.
Which street are
Right?
you walking
Now,
on?
I think it's different to academic. I think they're most of them are smart academically. I think we're going to have to separate that, don't you think?
Well, that's why there's the IQ and there's the EQ. There's two separate situations that I talked about.
But I wouldn't call it emotional intelligence either. Something else. I don't think it can be clarified that way.
Well, see, EQ, which is emotional awareness or what they call emotional intelligence, same thing as being called street smart.
Yeah, but it's not really about street smarts either, is it? Like to hold a conversation.
Well, to hold a conversation is then to hold a conversation in Tagalog. I can have a long conversation in Tagalog with someone. So, like a good example is like talking to, for example, Steph, who I interviewed a few weeks back. She speaks decent English. We had a decent conversation going back and forth where it wasn't just asking about basic stuff that most Filipinos are talking about. We have a good conversation. I've had experiences. I've showed videos of me talking to other Filipinas and have long conversations back and forth. So the conversation is there. Number one is the person wanting to have a conversation with you? Sometimes conversations do not last long because the other person is bored of you. Would you agree?
It's not really what I'm meaning. And then in terms of go back to the YouTube thing, where's the Philippine YouTube channels where they just talk like this? Like why it's either really awkward or all about their body.
There's a plenty amount of Filipino channels that who are not dealing with the foreigners. So the thing though is you have to understand is a lot of these Filipinos dealing with the foreigners, they already know what type of information these foreigners want to hear, so they give it what they want. That is also in a way street smart. They give them what they want to hear. Okay. Now, if we decide to start going in the other aspects of other channels and stuff like that are not just niche for foreigners, there's a lot of conversations that are happening. A good amount is you can even go into a lot of the podcasts that are out there in the Philippines. There's conversations that are being made both in English and in Tagalog. The thing though is,
yeah, but I wonder
right,
if the conversations in Tagalog are still lacking that. You know what I mean?
You wonder, but you don't know. And if you don't know, then you won't know what I
think. Well, they do. Like they lack that. There's certain topics that foreigners can talk about in a relaxed state, and the Filipinos they're just different like that.
Like, give me an
However,
example of a
1 in 10
topic?
they can.
Why can't you?
But back to the actual topic of
let's stay here. Why can't you?
What?
You said that there's certain topics. What topics are you talking about specifically? Let's talk about that first before we move to the next one.
So all the topics that the P puts out, all of her topics,
What are all?
right?
Give me
The
10
entire
topics.
channel.
Give me 5 samples.
To-
5 examples.
all of the videos, every single one. And I'm not talking about P. I'm going to reference Philippines. Can they sit here on a panel and discuss it like us? And from what I've seen, no, they cannot. From what I've seen. Can some?
because
Yes, but a very small percentage from what I've seen.
once again, it's number one is it's an entertainment system that they're trying to do. They're just letting them know what they want to hear. So that's the thing of the understanding that you have to know. Now, in regards for having them have a conversations, because they don't need to. Good example is the P. She doesn't need to have a live. She can just make the content and people are going to talk about it. Same thing with these other girls. It's the same routine that you're saying, that you're seeing with them, just being a little bit more advanced and a little bit more changing it up. Now, once again, you cannot base things on what you see in this level or this small niche to say that the far majority is. Now, if you start talking about, for example, you said walking
But
around the
Nick, what
streets
I'm
of the
saying,
Philippines.
maybe it's not an intelligence thing. Maybe it's just a culture difference.
What do you mean by what you're saying?
Well, a lot of Filipinos like to have a lot of fun, and a lot of Westerners are more serious.
Be
and
more
maybe that's
specific.
what creates that
No,
dynamic
be more
that the people
be
are
more
saying, trying to explain to you.
no, be more specific. How can you say that foreigners don't want to be more serious and Filipinos don't just want to have fun? How is that based
Yes,
out
when
of?
it
And where
comes
is it
to
based out of?
intellectual debates, it's not really what
Intellectual debates.
Filipinos want to do.
Oh, have you seen Filipino debates? Have you actually
Only
attended
when they've
debates in the
been
Philippines?
fiery, when they've lost their temper, not debates like what we're doing now.
Okay. I see more foreigners in this niche losing their minds. Just a good proof is look at all the different guys that tries have debated me about the subject. Who lost more? I've interviewed Filipinas and stuff like that. Have they lost their mind yet and started fighting me? No. The men tend to have
I'm
more.
I'm not having a go at them, and I'm not saying they're less intelligent. Like you said, they speak multiple languages. Some of them speak up to 5 languages. I'm saying that the foreigners that are debating you with this specific topic, Mick, I think they're coming from a different viewpoint, which is the viewpoint that I was trying to explain to you.
What's the point?
Now,
Like,
oh, sorry.
okay.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
No, go, George.
Okay, now again,
Damn
didn't mean
it.
to interrupt,
Go
and
ahead,
again,
George.
I'm not taking sides on anybody's. Again, I'm always kind of have my own thing, and what I mean by that is, for example, first off, conversations and conversationalism. Okay, whether you're in the U.S. or not, bringing up, starting, and continuing on a conversation is actually a skill. It's a special skill set, and what I'm getting at, it's actually what I'm saying is a person who has a hard time having a conversation in the US is going to have a harder time here in the Philippines. As Gogo, you actually mentioned, culture is a big thing, and that's a gap. Even if the person is, again, I'm not picking on anybody, whether in the US or in the Philippines, it doesn't matter what that person is, a high class person or a low class person. Conversation is a skill set that has nothing to do with social standing. Um, but that being said, be aware that it is a sign of, again, skill set and intelligence are two different things. I mean, a lot of people, for example, me, I'm good with names. It doesn't matter if that's have a good level of gauge of my intelligence, but it's actually not. A lot of people mistake that like, oh, he's got a great no, I don't. I have a poor memory, but I make sure in my head I try to remember, recall. This conversation is the same thing. Now, a lot of people misunderstand that if a Filipino can't carry on a conversation, that doesn't make them dumb. And again, that has nothing to do with the Filipino. Because again, when you go out on dates, you've been on dates with the same race, same color, same culture,
Exactly,
and you guys
George. I
are
think it's a culture.
Right.
That's what I'm
You'll be
trying to say,
standing there.
George. It must be a culture. It can't be
Right.
presented the way Mick wants to present it.
You'll be sitting
No,
there
no,
staring at
it's,
each other.
it's
Now,
not just the culture. I mean, go, George. I'll comment after.
yeah. Again, it is a skill, and again, don't judge anybody. It doesn't matter what race or color they are. If they can't carry on conversation, it is a special skill set. Remember that. Now, here's the thing, and the opposite happens, and I hate it when foreigners say, "Oh, that guy, this Filipino guy, the blogger, he just brought like you'll see it in serve vlogs, and some Filipinos will just smile and say, LeBron James, yes, like all out of nowhere. Now, to some people, they're like, oh, that's kind of dumb. No, actually, no, it's not. He's trying to start a conversation by trying to identify something that you're familiar with. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he's from America. He must know things about LeBron James. So I'll mention it. But I'm so limited in my language that that's all I can
I
blurt
did
out.
that in other countries.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So like when I was in Egypt, I was
I'm reading the comments as well. Hector's posted a comment, which I just read, about confrontation too.
right. So again, don't think that conversations is a benchmark of intelligence. It is a skill set. It is a street smart skill level. Yes.
And to add to that is like, we're gonna use culture. Okay, let's add culture to it. But at the same time is when when a conversation goes wrong, when a conversation is not continued and stuff like that, is it the person you're talking to, or is it your fault? Because like for example, for me,
Heidi, hang on, Heidi, why you're not putting your input? Also, can you also address this, please? In case we
well,
share something in
Gogo,
common.
let me ask a question for you guys. In regards for you in a conversation, if the person doesn't feel you or doesn't have, is turned off by you, or the person is like doesn't find you interesting, do you think that they're going to continue to want to have a conversation with you?
Are you talking about whether or not the Philippines find these sorts of
No, I'm talking about you as
conversations?
I'm talking about generally. If a person's not interested in what you say, if a person is turned off by you, if a person says you're not interesting, if a person
So
already
you
made a
would,
judgment,
yeah.
and the thing though is you're not able to carry a conversation with them, is it his fault or your fault that the conversation doesn't continue? Because you said they
So you're
can't carry on
saying
a
they lose
conversation.
interest easily. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Are you saying Filipinos lose interest in the
No. See,
content of the
once again,
conversation?
pay attention to what I said. I didn't say Filipinos. I'm saying in general with a conversation. If a person, right, if you can't keep let's say for example, I'm just gonna just use this in regards for me approaching a woman, right? Me approach a woman. If I can't keep her interest up in me, if I can't keep the conversation going, if I can't ask the right questions to be able to understand it, and you can even say, in NLP words wise, to be able to be congruent with her, to be able to have her seem matching with me and stuff like that, to have the conversation going, to seem interesting and be interesting and say interesting things. Will I keep her wanting to be in the conversation, or will she get bored and just look elsewhere? She's going to look elsewhere. Am I correct? Right?
Yeah, but
So
that's a bit different. That's more sort of dating type stuff. I'm talking about holding an intellectual conversation with a Filipino.
it's the same exact thing. If I'm going to, is it the thing though, is if I'm speaking to someone, I'm going to talk about certain things. Now here's the thing. When you start saying intellectual conversations, give me an example of what you mean by intellectual conversation. What do you mean by intellectual?
Processing the data that's being discussed and giving their own input that's not being scripted and
Okay.
that's come from their own mind based on their own
Give
knowledge.
give me an example of an intelligent conversation. What do you want to talk about?
What we're talking about here is fine. I guarantee that no Filipino watching this show, I know this 100%, could come on and hold the conversation we're having right now. I know
But
that
then the average
100%.
amount of but then the average of Filipinos who's watching this is not going to be there as much. So so once again, it's like you're dealing with a small percentile. The average of a Filipino. Here's a good example. I'm a Filipino right now in front of you. I'm having a conversation with you right now. I would hope to say that we're having an intelligent conversation right now, and I'm keeping the conversation going.
I mean, I have to disagree with you. Also,
Hold on. How do you
you're
disagree
not
that
a
I'm
pure
Filipino?
Filipino. You're an
I'm pure
American.
Filipino. I'm pure Filipino. Both my parents are Filipino,
But
born
you've
and
lived
raised in the
most of your
Philippines.
life in America.
Doesn't
So
matter.
it's not a
Well,
good
you have
example.
George.
My
that's
culture, my
native.
culture is Filipino.
George was born and raised here and a native.
Yeah.
And his
There's
friends
two
have been
Filipinos
on our
talking to you
show,
right
but a
now.
majority of our viewers, we got a majority of our viewers based on the expat help we put out, our individual life, that I'm an American woman. So it shows us the percentage. I think I want to say currently we're probably at about 25% Philippines, like Filipinos, what it's showing. But my guess is there are other expat YouTubers watching. So there is kind of a niche around the channel, but we have had George's friends also born and raised here that have come through. So, but there are plenty that I've met
Yeah.
here that are just as
Heidi, the
intelligent.
other thing I'm talking about Filipinos, not Filipinos. I specifically said
So now you're saying
Filipinos.
saying women, right?
That's
Okay.
what people are trying to explain to
Okay,
Nick.
so Filipinos. Okay.
Okay, so Filipinas.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's play this game. So have you heard of Gabriela? The group, the organization Gabriela.
No?
It's
No idea.
under the base of Gabriela Silang, which is it's actually a feminist organization. They have tons of conversations and long-term topics, both in English and in Tagalog, talking about really intelligent conversation. Now, I may not agree to a lot of them, all right, but that doesn't mean they don't hold steady conversations. There's a lot of shows out there that have Filipinos talking
Yeah,
with
but when,
Filipinas.
Nick, again, when the guys come to you, they're talking about a broader sense, a larger chunk of the population.
I'm talking about that's the thing is you're talking about a small chunk, a small conversation because you're talking about this niche right here. You're talking about maybe what 10 Filipinas that represents this niche.
No, I said 1 in 10 we might be able to hold that conversation, and the others aren't capable.
No, I that just means that you haven't been around enough. Plain and simple.
When
you just haven't been
you
around enough.
randomly take a sample, I'm talking about, of the population, not specifically going to your middle class, higher class, or whatever. I'm just talking about if you were to randomly go out into the street and pick up 10.
I can have a steady. Oh, I can have a good steady conversation with a lot of them easily. I speak the language, so I can carry the conversation.
Yes.
Do you? But see, that's the thing, though, is and that you have every right to disagree, right? But
And
we
we
all
do
know
have
one thing
Ruby in the room. Ruby's a Filipina,
Born and raised,
and
but the
she's
excuse is
in a
going to be
lot of the
she's in
expat.
Australia. That's going to be the excuse of Gogo. Here's the thing, Gogo. You cannot fully understand
Yeah,
or
she
make an
lives there now with
assumption
her husband,
because
but
I would
she
say
is
you're making an assumption because you can't speak the language. So because you can't speak the
But hang on,
language, you
wait,
can't
Nick. Having said that, what I'm saying, let's just make something clear. I'm not talking about their academic intelligence. And I think that's where you mixed it up with the comments that you're reading from other foreigners.
What do you mean? No, I'm going both academic and regular conversations. I'm just talking in general, just a general conversation. I can have good, strong conversations with any Filipino and I've done that several times, and people have seen me do that several times of me just starting to talk to Filipinos because I can carry a conversation.
Some can. I didn't say.
But that's the thing.
I said a lot.
There's a lot of them can have good conversations, and I even have a video of me having a good conversation with a cigarette vendor. And it was a decent conversation about life, about what's going on, where he's from, his experiences. I have that.
We're talking about Filipinos, not Filipinos.
Yes, and I've also had those with Filipinas themselves. I have videos of it.
Okay, so in your own opinion, why do you think you're reading the comments from other guys, making those comments, which is the reason why you made that video? Go ahead.
Because unfortunately, those guys look at it at that way, at just the basics of what they see, right? The surface. So just like
but
as
what
a lot
they
of these
see
guys
is exactly though. You just said it. because that's been their
But
experience. That's
see,
why I said if you
that's the
took a
thing.
chunk, that's what
Exactly.
would happen.
But see, that's the problem. Because all they want to see is the surface. Just as I explained, there's a surface and you have to go deep and really look and understand more. So that's the thing. They have every right to think that way. But at the very same time as using those saying Filipinos are stupid by using the IQ tests and use that as an excuse is very pretty much a wrong thing to do, because then at the same time it shows your own intelligence by saying that that's how it is, when understanding there's a difference
That's two
between IQ
separate
and EQ.
things. That's two separate
No,
things.
we're right there on the top of things. You're talking about the surface right now, so we can go with the surface. That's
Yeah, but
their
those
problem.
people that left those comments would have been trying to mean what I'm saying now to you. Only they just said it that way.
No, there's a good possibility, but once again, I'll take it to the next level. That's the problem, where it's not culture. It's about pretty much understanding the truth. You want to go deeper with people, then what you do is you learn the language. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't say that Filipinos are not willing to have a good conversation, a long conversation. You can say an intellectual or a regular conversation when you see conversations like this happening so many different times in the Philippines, by far majority. Like if you speak the language, you can see them having the conversations. Now, if we start talking about they can't have a conversation in English. Well, some of them are shy. Some of them are scared because they don't want to get made fun of the way they speak English. And also in the Philippines, there's also something sometimes it happens where it's called smart shaming. A lot of Filipinos who speak English, they get made fun of by people that says, why are you trying to speak English at this moment? You're in the Philippines, which is right.
No, they do.
I still believe there's a disconnect there regarding conversations.
And I appreciate you say that. That means there's a disconnect between you and the truth. Because there is a disconnect. Because you don't.
No.
The thing is,
not at all.
one thing that you're going to see here is you cannot fully make a decision based on because you don't speak the language. So you can't make that decision to say that Filipinos, whatever, they don't have a conversation. You don't speak the language. So you're missing a part that if you learn the language, then you're going to
I told you before, Mike, in the chat, remember? When I told you about Filipina Peasel scripted and I saw her interviewed on panels and she couldn't even have a 10-minute conversation, so the host gave up. They did it a second time and now she's pretty much banned from all interviews unless she has a script in front of her and they have to stick to the script. Because she can't do it. She can't. She's not capable of doing that.
No, to be fair with her, and I'm one of the people can say I'm probably one of the biggest critics of her, right? Because I put out content out there, okay. But to be fair with her, anytime that somebody tries this whole internet thing or try this YouTube channel thing, it's harder at first. It's a learn. Even George brought it up. It's pretty much something that you learn. Right? It takes time to be able to be better at having conversations online. I can literally say that I'm a lot better at in conversating with people, especially the thing that was, look, it's easier when George or Heidi's there. I can look at a face. That's why I always say best way to be able to have a conversation rather than seeing a Jollibee face right now is to see the person, because part of conversating is to be able to see them face to face. The pretty much the nonverbal body language and the body language of a person is an important thing in a true conversation for it to truly happen. Some people don't have the skill, or is not used to.
Hang on, I'll get changed. Hang on.
I'm sorry?
I'll get changed just for you.
No, you can change it, whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't show your face, right? And that's perfectly fine. That's how you do with things. But it is hard for people to honestly be able to have a conversation, in a screen like this. It's uncomfortable for some people. And a good example is going to the United States and looking at American YouTubers or British YouTubers. When a lot of them start, they're not used to it. It's not something that they're used to. So this is where people make these basic mistakes of understanding, right? People, it takes a long
time. Not everyone holds your views. Not everyone agrees with what you're saying. And if you listen carefully to what I said, I didn't disagree with the intelligence part. I actually agreed with you on that part because it is showing that people that speak multiple language are more academically successful than those who don't. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But
I agree, and
what
that's
I'm
fine.
saying is you misinterpreted what the other foreigners were the statement they were trying to make. You took it in a direction that it wasn't coming from that direction when they made their statements. And a lot of those statements came from boots on the ground experience.
Mm-hmm. So, pretty much, hold on a second here. Let's see. It would be a bit like me making generalization all Filipino intelligence based just on this YouTuber talking about me. Although actually not so much, because that one I could actually back up with stats. The average IQ in the Philippines is 81.64, the lowest in Southeast Asia by a mile. For comparison, the average IQ in China is 104.1, and in Hong Kong and Taiwan 106.4, and in Japan 106. Japan and Singapore around that numbers too. It's no surprise if you live in any of those places, and then in the Philippines, Filipinos are smiley and friendly, but not intelligent. You mean that quote that was said that I used in my video?
I think intelligent is the wrong word to be using
Okay.
for the topic.
Okay, so here's the thing, right?
I'm not
It's the wrong-
talking about you. I'm talking about the entire topic. I don't think it should even be used, but the foreigners didn't know how to distinguish, so they used that.
He used the word intelligent, and he used IQ. So
Yeah,
it doesn't
but
matter
that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant, though. That's
do you
why
know that's
I'm
what he
here
meant?
to
Let me
help
ask the question.
explain.
Let me ask a question. How do you know that that's what he meant, or what he meant? Are you him?
Because I know what his experiences would have been, and I
That's
know what
feelings,
he's
that's
trying
emotions.
to say.
That's
That's why I'm
feelings,
clearing it
that's
up for
emotion.
him.
Yeah, that's feelings and emotions. You don't know his position and where he's coming from.
I do, though. I do. This is a very
Based on
common
your based
issue
on
with
your
foreigners in the Philippines.
no, based on your experience, your feelings, not his.
Hang
You
on,
cannot
slow
speak.
down, Mick. This is a very common. I've heard it from millions of people. This issue,
Okay, so
but I don't
okay,
call
so
it an intelligence issue.
okay, so let's not do intelligence. What is it? So I agree the fact that intelligence, you're right. It shouldn't be about the intelligence. I already explained that. So what are you specifically trying to say? Because I kind of answered already the other aspect. If you're going to say the emotions, you're going to say it's culture. What specifically is what I'm making a mistake on?
I never said you're making a mistake. I said that when they told you it's to do with intelligence, they themselves didn't
No,
realize it's
you
not
can't
to
speak.
do with
You can't speak.
intelligence.
No, I'm going to remove you right now from that because you can't speak about that person making that comment. What is your part? What's your experience that you want to share? It's a
My
big difference.
experience
There you go.
would be, I wouldn't say it's an intelligence thing.
Okay.
I would say a lot of Filipinos don't enjoy intelligent conversation or getting too serious, unless you're specifically looking at certain ages and certain classes to talk to. If you take a broad range, they're more sort of want to have fun, light-hearted conversations, which are shorter than what the foreigner would usually get
Mm-hmm.
involved in. That's
How old's
what
the Filipina and how old's the
Gogo,
foreigner?
I would have to disagree on that because me and George and I have sat down probably more on YouTube here than George has. And I see plenty of live streams that are unscripted that are Filipinas and Filipinos. There are lots of big shows that do. And
But see, Gogo's going with the foreigner and the
they're
Filipina.
serious.
So
They all get into politics. They get
yeah.
into talking about. They go into talking about Rafi Tufo. Once I click on one, a bunch of others will actually
Mhm.
show up.
But
So
here's a good
there are
question.
plenty of those channels. They just don't go into the expat niche and everything.
Yeah,
But
here's a good question, Gogo. When you say okay, foreigner and Filipina, how old's the foreigner and how old's the
yeah, but
Filipino?
Heidi, it's not you having the conversation with them, is it? It's not you holding those conversations with them. And
Gogo, how
I'm
old's
willing
how
to
old's
bet
the
my
foreigner and
life
how old's
on
the
it that
Filipino?
you don't have conversations. Hang on, wait a second. Nick, hang on, Heidi. I'm willing to bet my life on it that you don't have intellectual conversations with other Filipinos apart from apart from your partner here. I bet when you go out the house and try and talk to your friends, the conversation has to stay very light, and it can't go where you want it to go because it just doesn't work.
Yeah, no, that's not true. So I will disagree with you. There's been plenty. So
Well, let's go with the
business
business.
owners here in Angeles City, like I said, other Filipinas and Filipinos. There's been all kinds that I've met over the couple years that I've been here.
Ah, see, I didn't say there wasn't. What I mean is, if you took a chunk, it's 1 in 10 that can hold those conversations.
How
Anyway,
old
go
is
ahead.
the foreigners and how
Yeah, you
old are
didn't
the
say that a
Filipinos?
minute ago that it was going to be a percentage. You just asked me if it was.
I always said that 1 in 10 can, Heidi. I did say that from start.
Did she say that from the beginning? I did not hear that.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
But again,
If you rewind, you'll see I said it a lot.
How
That's what
old
I
are
mean
the
about sample
Filipinas and how
sizes.
old are the foreigners?
oh, thanks, Chippy. Appreciate it.
That's another question too, isn't it?
No, that's a question. How old are
Exactly.
typically these foreigners that you see talking that can have these conversations with these Filipinas that are ending up short end? How old are the foreigners and how
Yeah,
old are the
usually the
Filipinas?
Filipinos are younger than the foreigner. That's true. But
The older, but
I'd
how?
say usually
Give
15
me a
years.
range. Would you be agreeing that the foreigners in average are around 60 years of age and the
Mm.
Filipinas are in their early 20s?
Say 26, 27. Say that. So between 25 and 30, use that then.
No, we're not going to use that because we all know it's going to be below 25 by far average. Don't you know? Come on now. You've been around here enough, go. You know it's below 25.
Yeah,
Right?
but you use that. Okay. Yeah. All right, go ahead with that. Yes.
If it's below the 25 and the person's over 60, there's already a disconnect with a lot of things that they can have conversations about. Right? And so because there is disconnect in regards for music, people that surround themselves, and we can add culture in there, right? Because there's two different culture, right? It's not just culture of the Filipinos, but the fact that the Filipinos having to deal with a different culture of the American or the British person, stuff like that. There's already a lot of disconnect in regards what they can have conversations about or similarities that they may have already, which will cause a disconnect in a conversation, in a relationship, in a lot of different things. So the thing though is, at any given situation, in that case, that the man is coming to the Philippines to look for a Filipino, it's his job to create the conversation. It's truly his job to then learn how to segue a conversation. Learn how to do you know what we call conversation stacking, Gogo?
Yeah, but that's not balanced though, is it?
No. But at any given moment, it's the man's job to carry a conversation. You know, that's the thing. It's like, listen, let's say for example, and because listen, it's you're saying foreigner and Filipina, so it is a dating relationship. You're not saying that's the conversation, right? That's what you experience. You're not seeing a bunch of female foreigners talking to Filipinas themselves, because you already took away the Filipinos earlier. You said not the Filipinos, the Filipinas. But you're still saying that the conversation is between a foreigner, a man typically, and also a Filipina. So the conversation goes between the guy, because the guy's the leader in a conversation. If a guy cannot lead a conversation with a Filipina, he is at fault. Because there's a lot of people that I've met, Filipinas, and I'm a foreigner, but you say I'm an American, right? But now you probably might say I'm Filipino, but it doesn't matter. It's like, listen, I can have a conversation with her and I can carry it out because I understand.
I understand what you're saying now. I do understand what you're saying. And maybe someone like myself or you capable of doing that, yes. But that doesn't mean that every foreigner is, or should they have to be. Some of the owners should go on the other person too.
I completely agree that every foreigner should do that or would have to do that. That's on their own. That means you come to the country at risk. You approach any woman at risk. If you're not a good at conversation, that's your own fault. You didn't prepare yourself enough. Right? Now, just like as if I go to a bar and a club and stuff like that, the guy who's going to get the girls' numbers are the guys that are willing to have a conversation with people. The guys that are willing to actually get disconnected, the guy who's actually willing to get turned down by a woman. It's those people. But most guys,
Is this
unfortunately, think
a fair comment to make? Is this a fair
what?
comment to make? And Heidi, feel free to chime in or cut me off, whatever you like. But how often do you see silly things happen that you try to make sense of in the Philippines?
Oh, it happens all the time.
See, that's a loaded question. Let's be
Yeah,
specific.
right?
Don't be
It
specific.
does.
See, but see, I can also say the same exact thing in America, though,
That's true. But
or in England. There's a lot of silly things, and it's also based on the person coming from the outside. Let's say a foreigner, let's say a Filipino comes to the United States. You're gonna hear them say, "There's a lot of silly things happening here that I don't understand." Right? That's why there's a lot of foreigners that look at America and say, "The fuck are they doing over there? I don't understand this." There's a lot of silly things that happens in a country that you don't belong from. So for you to use that and say, look at the Philippines, a lot of silly things happening in the Philippines, that's funny to me. Because anybody who comes from the outside looking in on another place will say that there's something silly happening. Would you agree, Gogo?
No, okay, let me clarify this. You'd be correct, but not at this level, and that's why Heidi was having a little laugh. And nobody should think I'm way not making fun of the Philippines. I respect all of them. I think they're very lovely people. I'm just saying some things you see are very funny that you wouldn't see going to countries.
All right. Now, just real quick before we kind of stray a little bit further, because now somehow it kind of got derailed. Going back to where Mike says that be aware that culturally the male leads. It's like a dance, and which basically it is. A conversation is a dance, and by nature, in the Philippines, the conversation's led by the males. Because the only reason I'm bringing up sexuality here, because Gogo was being specific, we're talking about male expat with a Filipino. That's the only reason why I'm bringing in the sexuality here. Otherwise, I wouldn't. But culturally, yes, the males lead the conversations. And however, be aware that I would say, as far as conversation goes, I would say 8 out of 10 Filipinas can carry on conversation and two cannot. But also be aware that it's also in the US too. I think about the same percentage of conversation skills, the same applies in America as far as, Westerners go to. And the reason why I brought that up is because, again, something that a lot of people don't realize too is I get in trouble a lot in the West and here in the Philippines because, especially here, and what I mean by especially in the US, when I talk to girls, and again, this is only because it's you brought up go male expat with a female. When I talk to female and I call them by their first name, they think I have a special interest in them, and
George,
that gets me in
careful.
trouble.
Careful, you're sitting
Right.
right next to your partner.
No, and she's aware of this. She's aware of this.
Yeah,
Like if I sit in a restaurant, I'll always call the waitress by first name and whatever. Everybody I call by first name. Now here in the Philippines, it's worse. And what I mean by that is, when I talk to Filipinas, I actually make sure I keep my conversations 2 sentences long, and then that's it. Move on. Because if I go
Well,
any
can I ask you
further,
something, George?
yes.
George, can I ask you something? You often go out to dinners with Heidi, so have you seen other foreigners sitting with their Filipina and they're just not talking and they finish the meal and they go? Because I see that a lot. Have you seen that?
Well, yes and no. I would say 50-50 in all fairness. No, really. In all fairness, yeah, about 50-50. Heidi will vouch for that.
So
But
50% don't
usually
talk.
they're quiet.
I'd
Usually
I'd
the
say that's about right.
quiet. Yeah,
right. And like I
they're
said,
really not conversating.
same thing with you guys again. And we're being sexual specific here because the conversation, oddly enough, turns sexual specific, not by my choice. But again, if a guy talks to a girl any given length of time, by by culturally, that kind of tells them, oh, they're interested. You know what I'm saying? In fact, it's so bad, and I don't mean it bad as in bad, but I was buying lumpia from a new lumpia girl, okay? Which you guys see me going around and buying lumpia, okay? Um, lumpia Shanghai, meat rolls or egg rolls, whatever you call them. Now, because I was
Delicious.
having a short conversation, the owner looked at me and says, "So, George, how's the wife doing?" Like, kind of like that. I'm like, dude, dude,
said,
why are you C blocking me? I'm just buying lumpia. That's my point. It's anytime you give any if you're a male and you're giving a female a good amount of conversation attention here, they assume you want them. And again, it's not just Philippines. Again, I get this a lot in the US. Um, we have two.
Whoa. Who's the other
Eric D.
Yeah.
Eric D. and D. Webb is with us.
What's going on, guys?
It's getting full up in here.
Hello. Hey,
David.
Whoops.
What's going on,
Can
David?
anybody hear me here?
Hey, can you guys hear me by any chance?
Yes, we
Loud
can
and
hear
clear.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You know, thanks. Go. I just wanted to give you my perspective. I don't have nearly as much experience as anybody here, right? I've only been to Manila and Cebu, and I trade around countries, right? I flop around Southeast Asia. But I'm going to say this about the conversation thing. For one, I'm going to say that Filipinos, to me, my perspective here is they don't talk really directly. They won't say directly no. Do you have, hey, do you have, is the chicken on, do you have chicken today? Oh, yes, come on in. No, there's no chicken, but they don't want to say no. They don't want to say no. And so,
they say maybe.
And so there's a very non-confrontational kind of culture that's going on. And I think that's what you're referring to, Go-Go's. But I'm going to also say that they're very polite and they're very shy generally, right? There could be, but, just as a general statement. And they don't want to state strong opinions for fear of offending who they're talking to unless they know the person really well. There's a level of trust that you need to have for somebody to open up. They're most shy people, once you get to know them, then they open up. But I think overall they're kind of shy, and they also kind of have a fear of talking English because they might be embarrassed or not be able to express themselves completely in English. But the last thing, and this is kind of why I wanted to mic up, is just to explain, it'd be hard to do in chat, is I think that Filipinos are the nicest people on the planet, right? Just literally on the planet. And so where Western countries, especially like America, we will argue with a lamppost. We don't care. It's just kind of our entertainment is just debating back and forth ideas, where the niceness level of the Filipinas is so high that they're don't argue, just have a good time, live and let live. And so that's
Do you
what I came
think
up here to say.
question, Eric? Do you think that could get annoying though for the foreigner if they're never having in-depth conversations?
I think, well, that second point where they're polite and shy, when I said that they don't want to state strong opinions unless they get to know you really well. I think if you got to know somebody really well, I know Filipinos that I can have any conversation with. Of course, I don't speak their language, but they speak very good English, right? And so we developed that kind of a relationship where we can have strong conversations after I burst, after I pierced the shyness bubble, right? You know what I mean? After they realized that, it's okay to have these kind of conversations, because I'm sure there are debates going on between Filipinos about daily life all the time, right? But maybe not between a foreigner, especially a foreigner like me that's just, I stay for 3 months and then I'm out. So you guys probably know a lot more than me. And for me, when I'm only there for 3 months, it really doesn't matter. I try to, I keep in contact with people like through messaging, through, the apps and stuff, but I don't think it's the same as face to face. So I'm just like, what I wanted to lay out is that first conversation about, I think there is a cultural difference, right? You know what I mean? Where they don't talk directly, they're non-confrontational. Sometimes they'll say yes, when they, just to make you happy, right? You know what I mean? They'll say, yeah, oh yeah. But, can you take me to the airport at noon tomorrow? Oh yeah, no problem. You better have a couple hours.
If I may interject here, Eric, if you don't mind, that's the problem. Like just like how you explain and stuff like that. The problem is most foreigners, because they have, they know that there's a difficulty in conversation. Sometimes they understand certain things. The problem is most foreigners, when they go to a new country, when they visit a country that they're not from, what type of questions do they ask the Filipinos? It's pretty much close-ended questions. Just like what you said, Eric. Do you guys have chicken? Can you take me to the airport at this time? See, that's the perfect example of like what goes wrong with a lot of these guys coming to the Philippines is they don't know how to ask the right questions. Now, if I ask a Filipino, be like, you know what, at 3 o'clock, what do you think? Is that a pretty good time to come to go to the airport, or is there another way, another time, or another date that's be better? Like if I make it pretty much an open-ended and a closed-ended
if you said that, she would say, Mick. She would just say maybe.
You can't say what the Filipinos. You can't say what the Filipino is going to say because you. That's the thing. I'm bringing up what's and this is something I speak to a lot in regards for my channel and stuff like that. Is that the biggest mistake a lot of people make is asking close-ended questions, pretty much ending in a yes or no. Even George actually brought this up early on today before I even actually came along on lined up. It's because this is the biggest mistake that a lot of foreigners have because you just want the yes or the no. If you ask open-ended question that allows them to better explain, or at the same time is position them in a way to be able to answer you in a longer way, then the conversation goes better. But if I just go in, do you like flowers? Do you like the coffee? Do you like this? It's good, yes. Like most foreigners are doing that way, and that's the thing. It's where a lot of men.
What you're saying, you're thinking too much.
Oh well.
No. It's
That's
me.
more for the West.
No. Most men in a dating scene. Because
let me talk too.
Yeah, sure.
Let me explain.
But that's the thing. It's a difference between closed-ended questions and open question. Okay, sometimes.
But Mick, just give me a second, all right?
Can I get a word in edgewise here?
So Mick, even if you ask open-ended questions, a lot of the Filipinos, you still get the lack of feedback. You're still going to get, they will still close it off and say, oh, maybe. So what you're saying isn't really applicable to what we're talking about, to be honest.
No, it is applicable. It also, and that's why I brought it specifically early on today, saying that it's your demographic, you're the common denominator. You're approaching those type of people. Those are the people that you surround yourself with. Because the thing though is my experience is completely different. And a lot of experiences that people that I know that I'm friends with are completely different is because we're willing to have better conversations.
Now you're labeling me. Mick, I've already told you I know wide spectrum. I'm talking about taking a random sample.
I know. I didn't say I'm labeling you because I'm not saying in regards for there's also people who are rich people that don't want to have conversations either. Okay. So the thing though is once again, you're the common denominator. And if this is the thing that you're experiencing by, let's say 8 out of 10 or whatever, then that is unfortunately the people that you tend to surround yourself with that you find. The thing though, what I'm trying to say
again, and that's not true. It's also my observations, which I observed with George when we're watching the foreigners dine at the table. 50%, they're not even talking.
But then at the same time,
the gentleman in the bottom. The gentleman in the bottom left wants to talk.
But then at the same time, it's Angeles City. So then the other 25%, or even say, let's say the 50% that they're not talking, we can even say that 75% of those But that 50%
Nick,
is pretty much paid per play.
Nick,
I'd
Nick,
like
the
to
guy
say
down the
something
bottom,
and I
he
will
wants
be
to
out of
talk.
here. I'd like to say something and I'll be out of here quick, fast, in a hurry if you guys can hear me.
Speak louder,
Can you,
Dave.
can you guys hear me?
There you go.
All right. And this is just a personal thing that I've experienced here. And like I said, I will be out of here as soon as I say my piece. I've had no problems carrying on a conversation with the local sorry guy down the street from me, or somebody from the gym, or be it in Angeles City or or in Manila. I mean, it's up to that person to carry a nice, respectable conversation with male or female. And like I said, I just had no problems with that whatsoever. And 10 times out of 10, when they find out that I'm half Filipino, they really want to know things about me. And, and I like to know things about them. It's almost like a dance, but at that same time, man, it's just a nice, the atmosphere is nice, the vibe is good, and and that's all it is. For me, it is, and that's just where I'm coming from. That's just my
Okay,
personal experience with that.
the issue I have with that is that you made references to males, and we're talking about
No,
females.
I'm talking about male and female. Talking about male and female. That goes right.
Most of the stores are female.
You know, I mean, granted, I know this is kind of leaning towards the Filipino side of things there, but I'm talking about both sexes here. So I had, and like I said, this is my personal experience. I've had no problems in that area, and I like the dog there, Heidi.
Be good, Chloe.
I gotta say that I can't say that I've had any problems in that area too, but I will say this, and this is something that I've seen a few times. I'd say it's more common than not common. Say a group of people go to a restaurant and the guys have Filipino wives or girlfriends, and it's a bunch of white guys, right, or Western guys, and all the females sit on one side of the one end of the table, and all the Westerners sit on the other side of the table, and the Westerners have their conversation, and the Filipinos are having a conversation just as rich as the Western guys, but it's in a different language, right? And so, how can you say that they don't have these conversations if they do it? Like, I've seen it with my own eyes. Now, what's tragic about this is what's the tragedy of this is that it happens at all, right? You know what I mean? That it has to be kind of that way because Western dudes generally don't learn the language. And I'm guilty too, right? I go to the Philippines and I don't know Tagalog. Tagalog is fucking hard, though. I mean, I'm going to tell you, Thai is easier than Tagalog. But I mean, that's my perspective on the whole thing. And remember, you guys have much more experience. I fly in and
So
out.
here's a question then. Here's a question, Eric. Was that Heidi?
Please, yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying that I believe also when a lot of them get together like that, I believe they miss being able to communicate with other expat men of their countries, like whether they're from Germany and all that, like they do here in Angel City. They meet up at different places with their wives. The wives sit around, and I just think they're just socializing. I'm sure that happens a lot.
So Eric, my question to you is why then when we have a Filipino that does speak perfect English in addition to her own language, so obviously she's intelligent, why can't she hold a conversation with a foreigner? And I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about when I'm out at a restaurant and listening to the table beside me. Why can't she hold a conversation with that foreigner?
Because she's not interested.
So yeah, well, that might be one of the reasons. But so like I go to high percentage English-speaking areas of the Philippines. That's IT Park in Cebu and BGC and Makati and in Manila. That's pretty much what I know about the Philippines. So you guys are probably going to say, I know nothing about the Philippines, and you'd be right. But you know what I mean? I just go in there. The reason I have to go there is because it's the only place with stable internet, and I work for, remotely. And so, I mean, there might be other places, but I can't chance it. I think you guys discussed the infrastructure earlier today.
Right, with Thailand and yeah.
Yeah, and Thailand's excellent everywhere. You can pretty much go anywhere in Thailand. So like I'm limited on where I can go. So I go to places that have very high educated Filipinos that don't. It might be true like wherever you live, but in those two places, that's not the case. So my experience is I don't have that same issue.
Hey, George, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Out of those, you said 50-50, right?
Right.
The 50% that doesn't talk to the foreigners, what's the percentage there you more than likely you can recognize is a pay to play?
80 to 90%. It's not even a question.
Yeah, you can kind of see some of that too. I'm not going to lie. In Angeles City and Mabalacat City, the same with when I meet him at the grocery stores, like when we're walking through SM or Robinson's Mall. But when they're sitting down, yeah, it's usually when it's an expat couple. Yeah, they're not usually communicating.
Yeah,
Right.
and we have to be fair to say that a good amount of these foreigners and Filipinas together you see in the Philippines, it's a transactional thing. She's getting what she wants already, right? Why does she have to give you a conversation when you got what you got? Like a lot of that stuff is not based out of like, we match everything. We can have a conversation. It's not that. It's by far majority. We know that what the transaction in the bedroom is what it is. So she doesn't need to speak to you. And if the woman's not speaking to you in any format, let's say like Gogo was saying, up and about, let's say in a coffee shop, foreigner, Filipina, they're not speaking to each other. Okay, fine, that's happening. But guess what? The guy needs to start the conversation no matter what. Right? Because it's just the common thing. The man controls the conversation. Yeah, and then guess what? If she's interested, she's going to follow. But by far majority, the only reason why a woman doesn't talk back to a man or even have these conversations because they don't honestly think that you have something to share anyways. Because they will have conversations with you if they're interested. If it's an interesting topic, it's going to be something that they're going to want to talk about. That's just it. Women will talk if it's interesting for them. And if the guy's not interested,
so what you're saying, though, but what you're saying isn't in line with what I brought up. It's completely off course, and allow me to explain.
Okay, what does
Any
it?
foreigner?
Can you give me A and B? What this one that I said
explain. Yeah.
does it there? Okay, perfect.
Yes, I was just about to explain. So the reason is, example, I could just start having a conversation about Korean drama and pique a Filipina's interest and mention some shows and start getting into some sort of conversation. Done, right? I'm talking about having an intellectual conversation and the Filipina can't hold it. That's what I'm talking about.
Hold on. You just earlier on today you agreed with intelligence stuff. You said remove that part, and then and then you bring now intelligence again. So which part are we talking about?
An intellectual conversation is what I'm talking about, and the foreigners are starved of that, and that's why they want to talk to other.
And I'm asking you right now, and I've asked this several questions already. What are 5 examples of an intellectual conversation you want to have with the Filipina? I've asked this several times.
It could be anything. It could be
anything. Give me 5 examples. You said you're starving of it. What are the 5 things?
All right, the conversation we're having right now, for example. We couldn't have a Filipina have that conversation with us.
They're not going to. This is not interesting for them to want to have a conversation about this. What we're having is something interesting for foreigners, not for Filipinos. Give me another 5 examples other than this.
I don't know. You're not going to change my mind, Mick.
I don't plan to change your mind. What I'm just trying to say is I'm asking you for the 5 different things that you're starving for, just 5 normal conversation things that you want to talk about, saying about Filipinos can't handle a conversation. I say bring it up. I'm not trying to change your mind. I don't plan to.
Hmm.
So what are those 5 things?
So
It's easy,
you
right?
think that the majority of Filipinos can have intellectual conversations, but
They do. They can.
then let's get Filipinos up here, and I guarantee it will turn to sex, and they will have no input on our conversation. I
You've seen
guarantee
on my
it.
channel, I've had conversation with more than 15 Filipinas and had a really good conversation with them.
That's because you picked them out. Some can, a lot can't.
Okay, then go find them and prove it to me. The burden of proof is on you.
Click the
I've
link.
done my part.
Prove it.
I've done my part. Go find somebody in the streets that you want to bring in, and and we can have a conversation.
The streets.
You know, because that's. I mean, anywhere you go, I can have a decent conversation with someone. So go ahead and bring somebody from the streets.
So you
You're the one
don't
who keeps
agree
saying that you're.
with me? You don't agree with
I don't
me,
agree.
do you?
I don't agree. I say that that a lot of Filipinos, by far majority, you can have an intellectual conversation, an intelligent conversation, and just a whatever basic conversation. I can have that. I can take talking about K-drama and make it more emotional and more intellectual.
But as a foreigner, he doesn't want to talk
Mhm.
about that.
That's his problem. He came to the Philippines. Deal with it.
So we have to agree to disagree. I stick to my 1 in 10 policy that I have.
I disagree pretty much 90% of what you're trying to say, the premise of you have. So it's not agree to disagree. I think you completely are wrong just based on what you were saying. And I'm not going to do the thing I agree to disagree. There are certain things I'm going to say, okay, agree to disagree, fine. But this one, no. Because like I said, I'm making you come up with samples you can. You brought about K-drama. Okay, let's have a conversation about K-drama. Tell me about Goblin. Let's have a conversation. What do you want to talk about? Empire. What do you want to talk about? Which K-drama do you want to talk about? I can take it to the next level.
Yeah, but foreigners want serious conversation. That's what they
No,
want.
you can you can have serious conversation.
Go ahead,
If I start
George.
talking about the Goblin and I
Come on,
say
George.
something
Go
like
ahead. Go ahead,
if I use
George.
Goblin, let's talk about Goblin, George. Like talk
Go
about
ahead, George. They want serious conversation with the Filipinos.
Well, actually, that's the thing. It's not the problem we're facing in this argument. Apparently, honestly, again, I'm not. This is my take, and I'm not supporting or denying either side. But here's the thing. First off, throw out the race card, meaning forget the Filipinos again, because most of the time when it comes to conversations, has nothing to do with race. Um, two,
Mhm.
okay. The I disagree with everybody wants deep conversations. In fact, remember what I told you guys about 4 lives ago? One of my pickup lines that worked the most is, I see you and me going to Las Vegas. Very random, but it works very well because it plays with their mind. But the reason why I always bring that up is because does that sound like a deep conversation to you? No, it's not. It's a
Yeah.
pop. It's kind of like think of movies. There are popcorn movies and there's Oscar movies. You know what I'm saying? Popcorn movies, a lot of people enjoy them because they just have to sit back, relax, and have fun. And most women, because again, this particular argument is actually specifically expat men and Filipina women. Most women want popcorn conversations as opposed to deep ones. You can have a deep one the moment they're already invested, because
Relationship.
now they're like, okay, now we're past the honorifics, we're past the foreplay part of the conversations kind of deal. Like, okay, let's talk serious. Then you go into the deeper ones, but that's only because you already know what your potential partner is interested in or not interested in. So what I'm saying is, again, the race card doesn't matter here because first off, again, it's actually to again because our conversations, the argument that's in this current live right now, is sexual specific. it's really up to the guy to lead the conversation. Because that's another thing. Even in the U.S., most women want to see you hang yourself, not literally, but they want to see you how you carry yourself in a conversation and how you slip up, and they want to see how much what you're selling is truth. And then it's a lot. It's the conversations with men. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. It goes deeper than just meeting somebody for 2 minutes and then make a judgment call. It's very deep. It literally, this subject alone, you can make a nonstop channel about it. Period. Because it's in a never-ending debate. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, but just like what you said, George, it's something that already is a specific problem that a lot of guys complain about in the United States already as it is, about
Troublemaker.
women don't want to have full conversations no more. Women don't want to have it's a thing that's happened in the US. It's a basic men to women dynamics and a lot of different things. So it just doesn't apply in the Philippines, but because Philippines is a topic, that's where it's at. Now, for example, Text World says the first time I agree with Gogo says debate about K-drama and K-pop isn't a serious intellectual conversations. So that's the thing, Text World. You as a man should be able to make the decision on how to be able to do that. So, for example, I can then take what happened between a K-drama. Let's say, for example, you have one of the love problem that they're starting to have. You can take that into intellectual, use that as a segue to talk about relationships between men and women. Then it becomes intellectual. Then you're going to start talking about if let's say, for example, in the K-drama, if you want to make it a little bit more whatever, because most times there's going to be something brand new in a K-drama, new car, new phone, new whatever, then you can make it a little bit more intellectual and have that conversation about those things. It's using a particular subject and able to segue it to another bigger conversation, right? So, that's the thing that goes on. It's like most men don't know how to transition that conversation from seeing something. So I get what you're saying, that you don't see how it's going to be a serious intellectual conversation, but I can. This decision that I've learned, strategies I've learned in a conversation. George was talking about, let's go to Las Vegas. My little thing that I used to start a conversation with is I like peanut butter and pickles. Something basic and simple. I'll just go next to a person and be like, I like peanut butter and pickles.
The simpler, the better.
In the Philippines, I couldn't use pickles because sometimes not everybody ever tasted a pickle before. Sometimes
they don't even know what that is.
General. So then I say, I want peanut butter and I want peanut butter and dying.
So you want to have a conversation about peanut butter and pickles for the rest of your life?
No, that's called the starter, because then it's something different and something interesting that they never heard. So by me saying something interesting, they're gonna be like, I've never heard that. Rather than typical guys like, hey, what's your name? Where are you from? What's it? That's the big difference. Most guys don't understand. That's just me to be able to like what? What did you just say? No, I just said, it's been a while since I had pickles and peanut butter. But anyways, other than the fact, then you segue to whatever is going on. I can see that you're hanging out with your friends right now. Which one use the crazy? So then you start escalating. You can even say sexual escalating a conversation. You can then segue to something else. I'm like, it's kind of crowded here. I like to have a good conversation. Are you one of those girls who
sounds like
who
too
likes
much effort, Nick? Sounds like
that's the problem. The strawberries, Mike. The strawberries.
To be able to have better conversations. That's the thing, is most guys want it easy. You want it easy. And intellectual, good, long questions and conversations happen because you put effort in it. And be willing to put effort. So maybe you just answered the question right there by saying you don't want to put in the work.
No, you're twisting.
No. You literally said that's too much work.
Yeah.
So maybe you just don't want to put in the work.
Sometimes you just want to get onto a topic and have an intellectual discussion with a Filipino, and to be honest, most aren't capable of doing that. So
that's the problem. Maybe that's the thing. Just maybe say, maybe I lack the skills for that, and maybe I could improve on something. See, you just learned something that I do here.
Mike, you're trying to spin it into something else.
You can disagree, but you just admitted that that's just too much effort. And I know one thing: a true intellectual, a true great conversation with
reference, because you're talking like dating. You're talking like in a dating
No,
respect.
I don't talk to women just to date. I talk to women to get a conversation. That's the big difference. Most guys want to date a woman. I just want to have a good conversation to qualify you to see if I actually want to keep continuing a conversation. In the
I
end,
got a question for
there's
George and
nothing lost.
Heidi. Remember the 50% that you guys said that weren't really talking to their Filipino much at the restaurant?
Right.
How many of them, or do you even think they should get married?
Oh well, that's not.
He answered that already.
Yeah, that's well. First off, I really don't believe that because again, it's we don't know them.
Yeah, each individual person.
But I'm saying if I think that that particular couple are pay to play, of course, it's some of them are just
What's
too
the percentage? I don't think Gogo was here. Listen to what the
80 to
question I
90
asked you.
percent.
Of
The
those
ones
50%.
most of the time, the ones that don't talk are the ones that you can tell they're pay to play.
And I had another theory, and I'm going to throw this out here. That's what we just muted the mic for. I feel the guys really aren't looking for that intellectual conversation with the woman because if the woman put in a bunch of her input and start talking intellectual, maybe they would partially feel threatened by that. Or then comes in the what's the word? The feminism thing, or a more quiet woman might be appealing to them. Somebody without an opinion. They like that peaceful, quiet,
Subservient,
right?
Filipina.
Because I have found most guys and girls, women and men here to be very, very, very quiet, very laid back, not so opinionated. Of course, they're still here, but what I'm saying is the men got away from the West. Most of them. First off, I think they're coming, like I said earlier, because of their income. They like that it's cheap here. Women, I think, come second to a big portion of them, but I don't think they're looking for a very super opinionated woman that carries on a intellectual conversation or more of an intellectual conversation than they are. And honestly, I've met a lot of these guys, and sorry guys, some of them aren't exactly
Now to build on what Heidi
like
said,
up there in intelligence.
yeah. Now to build on what Heidi says, part of the argument too in this entire argument is be aware of interest. And what I mean by that is, it it doesn't matter how intelligent a person is. If they're not interested in what you're talking about, they're not going to talk about it. They'll just ignore you. And Filipinos are really good at ignoring that. If you can talk to them all you want, they'll just zone you out, and then you've lost them. And again, it's up to you, the male, to kind of have a good feel, yeah, on whether or not your conversation you're having in is interested or not. Interest is one thing.
Yeah, sorry, it's probably we're expecting a delivery. Go on, guys. You just
Oh yeah, but just go
So I guess we're at a stalemate, Nick. We're at a stalemate, are we?
No, that see, I'm not trying to convince you to do anything. But one thing that you want to bring the 50%. George said around 75% of those 50% are pay to play. So now you're down to 25%, which is about what 12.5% of the whole 100.
But then you can take that percentage, divide it, and then split it again. Therefore, it doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
Well, as long as the ones that aren't paid to play still fall in the 50%.
No, the conversation went this way. I asked George, of the 50% that don't talk, what are the percentage of those women? Right? Because there's the 50% that do talk and have a conversation. Right? So, what's the percentage of the other 50% that don't talk? And I think it was 80% is what George said. Now, you can say 80% of the 50, but you can do it 100. It's going to turn out to be the same exact thing.
But who's to say a pay to play can't have an intellectual conversation, Mick?
The thing though is a lot of them don't have to because they already got paid. They don't need to have that conversation.
Yes,
they're going to be in there. That's why those girls are on the cell phones. Those pay to play girls on the cell phones in the coffee shop lighting up their next date when they get off from this guy. They're just waiting for their breakfast to be fed.
That right. I was actually going to say that right before the phone call came in. That's where I was building up because again, they're not interested in the guy. They're interested in the pay. That's what just Mike said.
Yeah, you paid for the sex. You didn't pay for the conversation. You think you're going to get, if you want the good conversation with those pay to play girls, go for the $1,000 girls that exist up in the casinos in Manila and stuff like that. And trust me, they'll do the full service and have great conversation with you in whatever language you speak, pretty much. So that's the thing that goes on with that. So you know, when we have these conversations of like, but I just wanted to have a conversation. No, conversation really is something that you have to invest in as a person. It just doesn't happen right away. And you know, and that's the thing. You know, you said, like you specifically said, you know, you specifically said that, you know, that's a lot of work. But for me, wise, I don't see that as a lot of work. I see that as a fun way to have conversations with people. Like, you know, to see somebody look at you and be like, what are you talking about? Then segue to a different conversation. That right there is an amazing thing to have. That type of conversation is a great thing to have.
So, Mick, what you're saying is all these foreigners that left your comments and all the foreigners that I've got feedback from regarding this topic, you're saying the foreigner, your argument, should I say, is that the foreigner is not interesting enough for them. That's your argument, right?
By a far majority, they're not saying something interesting or bringing up something interesting. I'm not saying the foreigner is not interesting. I'm saying the conversation is creating is not interesting. I don't know them enough to say that they're not interesting as a man. But I'm saying is that knowingly, a real interesting conversation creates an interesting topic or question creates an interesting conversation.
I feel the actual guy should learn the language. And if they're interested enough in the girl, they would get to know the language and get to know the girls. The ones that really aren't communicating, I think there's a two-part situation. Either the girls are just being very modest, is what they're looking for, or they really don't care to hear from her, which may mean, you know, it could be pay to play or something. But these same scenarios kind of exist in the U.S. when people are dating other foreign women that come to the U.S. I've dated a Russian guy in the U.S. There's been all kinds of guys I could barely communicate with. So, I mean, I kind of get it. But for me, I think either they're just not interested 100% or they're slowly learning the language.
Yeah, and I've had some interesting conversations with a lot of these pay to play girls. Like I know guys who know next morning stuff like that, hang out with them. That then you have conversation with these girls. They have conversations. They have stories. You know, a good example is like there's a vlogger that interviewed several other Filipinas that are pay to play girls. They came up with some good, interesting comments, good and interesting conversation skills. But the thing is, what questions that you ask and how do you segue from that? You know, and at the same time is in the end, how do you keep a Filipina interested in your conversation? Number one, be funny. If you are funny, if you create funny moments, if you hit the emotions, they will have conversations with you. I mean, George has said it plenty of times that be funny. You have to be funny because that's going to keep them interested. So if you want to have good conversations with Filipinas, say something stupid funny. Maybe even being corny. Why do you think I like peanut butter and pickles work in the US? It's kind of corny, but gets attention. Why do you think I like peanut butter and dying in the Philippines? And by the way, it's actually pretty good. Because I had to try it one day.
I can see that.
The sweetness and the saltiness of the dying. Yo, it is so good. So in a way, like, and I've actually made.
You're talking about the things they can do. I'm talking about the things they can't do. And we see when people make YouTube channels of certain topics, they can't discuss them. They can't discuss them in depth. The stream.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
Any stream, just YouTube. But
who? Give me an example that there was a conversation between a Filipina and a foreigner where they couldn't take the conversation farther.
Just YouTube. You'll see.
Give me an example. Don't say it's in YouTube. Give me an example, and I'll go there. And I will personally take my time to watch.
I have to pull out the channels. I can't do that right now.
The thing is, you can't make. Would you agree that if you can't make a statement, if you can't really get like, remember earlier on today, I asked you what are the 5 things that you said that you truly want to have an intellectual conversation about? You couldn't answer. Now you're talking about this is an example, and I'm asking you, give me an example. You could have at least said there was a conversation over at Steph's channel, or a conversation over at Sunshine Shoulders channel, a conversation here. You should at least be able to pull that out.
No, I'm just talking in
Now,
general, Mick.
now I think what Gogo's saying again. There's a lot of channels out there that have the usual typical. I said typical male expat and female Filipina, and most of the times it's kind of like me and Heidi.
I mean,
Usually there's
Gio
a
brings on Maya all the time.
right, but I think that
That does tend to be
that's what
scripted.
Gogo's talking about. Most of them, the Filipina just sits there.
Well, yeah, I've said that for a long
Right,
time,
and
but
right,
yeah,
and
Roger and Isme, that seems to be a little
well,
scripted.
not to mention they're Filipino, so
Well, I
they
know
don't
they're
really,
Filipino,
and they're the same
Filipino.
age bracket. It's kind of, and they're neither of them have been to you. I don't even know why they're in
I'm just talking about like
in the
Filipinos in
business in
general,
the
not
circle. I mean, like, okay,
expat
what
couples.
do you guys have to bring? But anyway, no offense to you again, it's me and Roger. Although you guys have a good channel, point being is again, I do see Go-Go's side, but it's not the majority. It really isn't. And also be aware that, we don't know. See, a person's
But you know
behavior on
what, George?
YouTube and behind
George, you know
YouTube
what?
are two different things.
George, you
It
know
doesn't
what?
mean you see it on YouTube. It
George,
doesn't mean that's how they are in real life. Okay.
yeah. But George, a lot are that way. And here's the thing, and don't interrupt me, Mick. George, Mick agrees with a lot of what I'm saying. I know that 100%. But Mick doesn't like to meet me halfway because he doesn't like to look that he may not be completely in the right. But I know that he agrees with me. And the reason why I know is because he spent a lot of time in the Philippines.
Okay, what are 5 things that I agree on you with that shows that by far majority I agree with you?
That a lot of Filipinos can't hold serious intellectual conversations with foreigners
I
in
disagree.
English.
I already said I disagree on that, so you can't say I
Yeah, but
agree.
you're that's why I said you're lying. You're saying
I
that
know
because you don't want to
I'm
look
not lying.
like you're losing
I
the
made
debate.
my point. I made my point. Once again, I said I've already said my statement, and I actually backed it up with other logical answers with it. So you can't say I agree with that with you. So that's one's off. Go ahead. What else did I agree on you with?
No, that's part that I stand by. I stand by that. You show me that you
Well,
can have intellectual
no.
debate with all those Filipinos. You can't do that. I know that for a fact.
See, you know for a fact because based on the English of the Filipinos that you dealt with is where your facts is based. Just like what Georgia says, you're talking about the far minority, right? And so number one is I don't agree because it's false. And every time that I ask you to bring a logical answer, just like what you're trying to say, you said that's why you told George. That's why you said, Mike, don't intervene. And I didn't. I let you speak. But once again, you said I completely agree. No, I have shown countless times here and explained why I don't agree. Now you said that I agree a lot. What are other things that I agree with you in?
You agree with me on everything I just said to a degree. But the reason you're taking that position is because you want to feel that you have won the debate. And that's why you
No,
won't just
I'm not
meet me
trying. I'm not trying to win the
halfway.
debate. So that's the fun part. Is it's not about meaning halfway. It's meaning that you are a small percentage of what you're thinking about. Even what
See?
George says. He
Fun.
said he.
You're getting emotional.
No,
It's
no, no,
fun for you. This is
no. I didn't say fun.
the
I didn't
emotion
say
coming
fun.
out.
No, it's not that, right? And I see what you're trying to do,
You
and that's
did say
perfectly fine.
fun.
No, you want me to say fun so you can say it's emotional, but I never said fun, so that's why you're trying to insert it here, which I'm not.
No, Mick, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just being honest.
See, and that's perfectly fine. You're being honest based on what you said, but at the very same time is you cannot specify, and you can't even specify the things that I asked you of. And that's perfectly fine, whether you're trying, and the fact that
Because I'm not going to go and pull up channels. I'm not going to go and pull up channels, which I can't do right now anyway.
Because you don't have it. You're basing things on your feelings and
that's
your
your
thinking
premise,
or
but
whatever.
that's not true. There's millions of examples.
But see, that's the thing. You've asked me, and I specifically brought in logical answers, logical reasonings, examples as well. All right. How would I put out examples with women that I spoken to? It's perfectly fine. No, perfectly fine. So the fun part with the whole thing is that I brought out stats. I brought out specifics. I brought out examples. And every time that I ask you to bring out a good example, you cannot come up with it.
Mick, you're
So that's
taking it
why.
too serious. Don't be upset. Just relax.
No, I'm not. I'm not upset. It's perfectly fine. But see, this is what goes on when a lot of people, when, like you said, because I cannot agree, like you said, with you. What you try doing here is then you then try to say, Michael, you're getting emotional. Michael, you're doing this. Michael, you're doing that.
But you
Because
were.
now,
Because you
no,
were.
no, 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 I wasn't. That's the thing. And even if you think that way, that's your feeling. So let's go back to the logical things.
I don't
Give
have
me an
any
example.
feelings, Mike. I told you that.
Well, give me an. Well, then let's go with logic.
All right, let's
Give
move
me a
on.
logic. No.
Let's
See,
move on.
what
Move
happens
on.
is when every time I get specific on you and I start hitting with the logical answers, what you do is you then ask Heidi and George a question. What you end up always saying is once I'm starting
No,
getting
I'm not
specific,
doing that now.
so
Did I just do that
get back.
then?
Let's
No.
get back in logic. What are 5 things? 5 things that you want to have an intellectual conversation with a Filipina that you're not getting, that you said you're missing.
It's for all expats. They like to have
No,
serious
no.
topics.
You said I want to ask
Mhm.
you specifically because you said you are hungry for it.
It's the spray for the skin. Puppy spray. Not puppy.
It can be on any topic. Any topic
What
they feel that they
5
want to have
topics?
a conversation.
What 5 topics are you hungry for with a Filipino?
I don't know. Can't think of anything off the
Exactly.
top of my head.
And if you can't
I'm
even
not
think something
trying to start a
if you
conversation right now.
can't if you can't even think on the top of your head what those conversations are, then you can't think of it when you come with the Filipina.
Oh.
And you're in front of the
No,
Filipina
that's
you
a
want to have a
statement.
conversation with.
That's a false statement you just made up. It could be any topic.
So right now,
Nothing
give me 5
specific. It could be
topics. Give me
anything.
5 topics you're hungry with. You said you're hungry. You're hungry. So then go ahead and share with me what you're hungry for in a conversation.
I'm not
Heck,
hungry.
maybe
I've
I
already eaten. I've eaten.
see. You see, this is the
Oh,
part,
wow.
ladies and gentlemen, whoever is watching, of what it is. He wants something, but he doesn't even know what he wants.
Yeah, I do. A serious
Well, then
conversation.
what are those 5 things of the conversation?
It could be anything. This is
What
something
is
that
anything?
expats
What?
have difficulty with their Filipinas.
Go.
And this,
Can I give this a shot? Okay, go ahead. Okay, I think I know what Gogo is saying because do you guys hear me by any chance? Give me a thumbs up or something like that. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay, great. Thank you. So like, I have friends that have girlfriends or wives that are from, this isn't a Filipino issue, by the way. This is a Southeast Asia issue, right? You know what I mean? These kind of situations kind of cross over in all of Southeast Asia. But so an important thing in a relationship is to have common interests. And these common interests are like conversations that you have. But some conversations you cannot have with your girlfriend or your wife because like maybe it's politics in your home country. That would be like an intellectual conversation that she cannot participate in because she doesn't know shit about those politics. Just like he doesn't know the politics of like the Philippines or Thailand or Cambodia or whatever it is. Another one, this is like, I'm just throwing out examples because like Mike was asking for examples. Another one is like nutrition. Try to sell keto to Rice's Life Philippines. You know what I mean? They're not going to go for keto. Jesus, tell them that, like, oh yeah, all you have to do is give up rice. Yeah, that's going to fly. Oh yeah, that's going to be wonderful. So they have this urge, and Heidi mentioned this earlier, and it kind of like, it was a statement that she made. It kind of just like, she threw it out there, and then the conversation went past. But she said, a lot of times expats, what they want to do is they want to have the conversations that they've been waiting to have with people that understand the context of what they're talking about. And that's, I just said it in a different way that she just said it, but I'm just repeating what she said. And I think, Gogo, isn't that what you're talking about? Like, I believe, Heidi, isn't that what you kind of like were saying? When you said like when they're both at the like, you know, all the ladies are on one side of the table and all the guys are on the other side of the table.
Right.
It's
And I
because
also think the guys want to lead the conversations. I think they want the way it was in the 50s and 60s. They want women that are more feminine, which usually in the old days they were super quiet and listen to the men. They want to be heard, and I get that part of it. Like I said, I've traveled a lot of countries, and
yeah,
Asia definitely feels different than it did in Mexico. Definitely feels different than the Middle East, although the women there were pretty submissive and quiet, they still had conversations. But I'm used to the men and women in these foreign countries and in Germany where they just separate. I think the guys just want to talk with, their, patriots or the people that are from their country and everything. And like I said, I think the guys want those feminine qualities. And I think if the women get into the heavier conversations, and which also comes along with being independent and forward, and maybe these guys that are coming here, a big majority cannot hold those conversations, so they choose a woman that is possibly lesser than, so they can. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm seeing.
That's a
Besides
good
that,
right,
perspective.
it would
right,
be where I don't think they really care.
yeah. But it's so like because if you have a girlfriend or a wife and you don't share any common interests, it'd be a really weird relationship. That would be a really, really strange. You have these common interests. So maybe you both like scuba diving or hiking in the mountains or painting or music or whatever it is. And you can have very elaborate, complex conversations on those topics. But there are some topics because you are like you might be from America. You're craving to talk American politics with somebody. How is she going to know American politics, right? Or how is she going to know some very contextual thing from your home country where the basis of your relationship isn't about that topic? And
Right.
then
Which
you want
later will affect the relationships, by the way. I've discussed this in several of our live streams recently, which down the road, all of that can actually be the downfall of a relationship later.
And I mean, Lieutenant Nescafe, which is not a funny name. Lieutenant Nescafe made a comment. He goes, "Here's our 5 subjects that we can talk about." He says like religion, politics, colonial history, economic disparities, and gender and LGBTQ rights. Number 1, religion. You're gonna get religion and politics. You get deep with a woman without being truly serious, and
I mean,
in
I
that
don't want to talk
you're
about
gonna
that.
mess
I
your
mean,
relationship up so fast right away. Right? So
yeah.
colonial history, do you really want to talk colonialism with your Filipina when you are a perfect example of colonialism? Economic disparities, maybe that be something that can be talked about. Gender and
Let's see
LGBTQ
if
rights,
that is Jasper.
Move the
Jasper, why
camera.
don't you join? Huh?
and then LGBTQ,
Oh, okay.
guaranteed your Filipina is best friends with a gay person at this very moment, or at least is within the top 5 of her
We know
friend
there's
list.
a lot of
Hey.
channels. Yeah.
I mean,
So
you're masking the truth. You're not telling the truth to the community. And the reality is,
Yeah,
there's
we're
a
aware,
lot of
Jasper.
Filipinos out there that can't hold those serious
I haven't
conversations. So
denied
you're
I
spreading lies.
haven't denied the fact that there
Thanks.
are no Filipinas out there, that there are Filipinos who can't hold a conversation, of course, just like anywhere else in the world. But I know also an example for one thing, by far majority, Filipinos will have a good conversation with you. They want to learn more, they want to ask more. There's several things that goes up against them. Some of these Filipinos don't be talking to foreigners in the public because they have this fear that people are going to judge them because of the way they speak English. Now, it's not
Even
always that they're
George
going to.
said, even George stated that a lot of Filipinos can't. He knows it too. But then again,
I
George is
didn't.
middle
But see,
class.
I haven't denied the fact that there are not that exist. Right? I'm saying the far majority of Filipinas are going to
So
have
you do agree with
conversations.
me. Then why are you arguing with me if we agree?
No.
That's
Because
just
you're
silly.
trying to say that it's more. I'm not saying that Filipinos won't have. See, the thing though is, this is how it works. Filipinos will have a conversation based on their comfort level with you. And that was brought up also by George as well. And at the very same time as for you to truly have better conversations, there's some people that are not going to have, the ones who are going to have good conversation with you that seem like they don't have conversation with you are the ones that don't want to speak English. That if you speak the language, you can go even far deeper. Even for the people that are far more, let's say, for example, recluses, They will have good conversations if you speak to them in their language. By far majority. By far majority.
So
Yeah, but that's you anyway.
one more thing, and this is just to go because like we haven't. It's been asked a couple times in text but chat. But what age are the girls that you're talking to? Because if you're talking to a 22-year-old girl back in your home country, how many intellectual conversations are you having with a 22-year-old girl? Because 22-year-old girls have vastly different interests than like a 50-year-old guy. And so,
yeah, but a Western girl at age can have intellectual conversations.
do you
Especially in
have
the
a lot
West,
of those?
yes.
Do you have a lot of those? You like go to 20-year-old girls in your home country and you have a bunch of intellectual
You're
conversations?
from America, right? You're from America.
Yes, I am.
You know for a fact that girls that age can have intellectual conversations.
Yeah, okay, but like, in what context am I going to have that conversation? Like, we'd be friends, right?
Or bring it to the next level. Your primary language is Spanish and you have no English.
Right. We might enjoy cuisine together or something like that. Is that an intellectual conversation?
Be fair about it. If you're going to use American or British or Australian stuff, like be fair on the situation.
I'm
The
being more
person-
than fair.
But that's what I'm trying to say. One of the person in that conversation barely speaks the other language, and the other one does not even know much of the other. So at least be frank about it. So,
No,
yeah,
our
there is-
example was with Filipinos that speak good English, remember?
okay, if Filipinos speak that good English, then you're going to have a good conversation. You're going to have an
No,
intellectual conversation.
Not
Guaranteed.
in-depth intellectual conversations. Only
Yes.
1 in 10 are
I'm
capable.
talking in depth. I can make any conversation practically in depth with someone really deep.
No, you don't believe that. You don't believe that. Come on.
Then I'm the person that then prove me wrong. Put a Filipina in front of me, then I'm going to go ahead and have a conversation. I'm willing to make you prove me wrong. Find a Filipina who
But
speaks
it's
really
not
good
about
English.
that. You already know you're wrong. You just
No.
want to feel that
See,
you've won
that's
the
the thing.
debate.
I'm willing to be proved wrong. Put a Filipina in front of me.
I can't prove you wrong because you already know
No.
that
You
I'm saying
can.
the right
You
thing.
can make
The
me.
reason
You
you're
can make
taking such a strong position is because you don't want to be seen as wrong.
No. You can make me look bad right now by finding me a Filipina.
Ah, see?
Find me that
It's about
Filipina
for
that
you.
I
Whereas
won't
for
be
me,
able
it's
to have a
about the actual
conversation.
topic.
But see,
Go,
that's
go.
the thing.
See, I
I've been-
don't care who looks bad or not. I just care about the truth of that topic.
That's
And the
listen,
truth of the matter is,
you have every
Filipinos
right.
can't
You
hold an
have
in-depth conversation.
go. You have every right to be able to think this way. You have that right. No one I think is saying that you're wrong. No one is saying whatever like this and that. That's your experience. That's your Philippine experience.
I didn't say it's my experience.
No,
I
it's
said
your
that's
experience.
the way it is.
You said you're hungry for a conversation that you can't find, meaning
Then
personal.
yours is yours experience. And judging by what you're saying, I'd say I've spent longer than you have. Otherwise, you'd
That's
be
fine.
agreeing.
You have all these foreigners, the experience. So it's in a way that's their own experience, your own experience. And guess what? The problem is there's common denominators, which is you among those type of people. I have a different experience because I'm willing to go out there and go deeper conversations. You just already proven the point early
Yeah, but
on.
we're not talking about selecting. We're not talking
No,
about selecting. I'm talking about taking
you are
sample
selecting.
size.
You're saying sample size based on what your
No, I
experiences are.
said take a random sample size.
Okay, where's the random sample size?
That's what I said.
Go-Go's.
Where?
Okay. Go-Go's, did anything I say make sense to you? Or were you even listening?
Yes. What you said made sense. Yes, it did.
What did he say that made sense to you? Give me 5 of them.
So, like,
he was pointing out the cultural differences, but I already understand that.
Yeah, but okay. Is the problem, like, you know people that can't have certain conversations with their wives or girlfriends. And so they search out Western guys to have those conversations.
That's the number one complaint I get from other expats is they can't have intellectual deep conversations.
Perfect. So are those conversations that they're trying to have about, like, say, politics in their home country, is that one of the topics?
That can sometimes be one, but it's no specific
Okay, but let me
topic.
just say,
In general, they just want serious conversation.
What are the topics?
But like in this instance, right? This one instance, can you see how a person that was born and raised in Southeast Asia wouldn't know the politics, the internal politics of some Western nation, be that Denmark or England or America or Canada? Because I certainly don't. I don't know the internal politics of Denmark or Sweden or whatever. And so I wouldn't expect them to.
But I'm not talking about topics they don't know.
Right. And so what these foreigners might be having a general frustration about what they call intellectual conversations, but it's out of the context of the Filipino. That's all I'm saying. So you might be taking these
or maybe, how about this? Maybe the Filipinos aren't capable of having those serious conversations.
But then
this is a circular argument that's going on right now. This is a circular argument. Eric brought about the politics. Okay, so you at least agreed that that's some. See, the thing though is here's the thing. People are asking you specifics, and you haven't even gone specifics. So Eric brought up a good thing. He's talking about, okay, how about the politics? Are you talking about the politics? Because that doesn't make any sense. And then so you then say, well, that's some of it. So give me another few more that where these foreigners who you claim to be talking to you, who you claim.
I'll be quiet.
No, hold on.
You guys in the chat.
Go.
Yeah.
Don't calm down a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and be. I want you before you can't talk until you answer this. What are at least 5 of the topics that is serious? Answer that first before we go anywhere, because this is a circle jerk moment right now. What are those topics that
it can be anything? Any topic.
No. Stop it right now, because now you're acting like a little child. You're acting like a toxic woman right now. What are the 5 things other than politics that Eric brought up that these foreigners who are talking to you that are the interesting topic that needs to be talked about, that they feel that they have to answer that before you can even talk anything, before you try to ask George a question, you try to ask Eric a question, you try to answer me a question, before you can go anywhere else, because this is going around. What are those?
I'm trying to answer.
Oh, hold on. Okay, go.
Nick, I'm trying to answer. Say, as an example, you pick movies. Just as an example, right? I'm running an example. You start the conversation.
Hold on. So yeah. What are the 5
I'm about
deep
to continue and you cut me off.
No. Go straight to the deep conversation. Movies is a segue. What are the deep conversations? What are the 5 topics that's in your head right now that you're lacking?
I was about to give an example. But okay. You like to cut people off. So
no. I'm cutting you off because you're circle jerking everyone right now. 5 main important deep questions. See, what you're doing is you're going to say, okay, the movies, and then this happened in the movies. Those are segues.
I was about to explain it, but you won't let me.
Go straight. There's a simple 3 words.
If you don't interrupt me, I will explain.
Go.
Right, so don't interrupt me. As an example, say we pick the Filipino, makes a few little giggles and comments, that's funny. Then the foreigner takes it more serious. They want to talk about the meaning behind the movie. What the actual narrative means and controlling that. That's just an example. You can do this with any topic.
Okay, so in the particular movie, what movie did you watch?
I see what you're trying to do here, Mick, but it's not going to work with me.
This is we got an easier solution here. all we have to do is go, is there anybody in chat right now that's a Filipino that can talk movies with Gogo?
This has got nothing. Do you see what Mick's done? I see what he's done. But you can't do that with me, Mick.
No, it's funny. It's like, okay, we're done with movies. About the topic about movies. That's funny. It's basic.
No, we're
simple
not
stuff.
done with movies.
No. Hold
I
on.
made
What are
my
the
point.
other? What are the
Oh,
other
yeah.
four? See, this is the thing. What you're doing is you're playing the long game. You're trying to this and
Any
that. See, no, you're already been stopped right there. What are the 5 main topics you want to talk about? Not this whole thing about, you want an intellectual conversations. What are the 5 things? Put it out. Don't just be like movie and the topic of the movie. That's just basic. Come on, just go straight at it. What are the 5 things that
doesn't
you're
mean
hungry
your
for?
narrative.
What are the 5 things that you're hungry for? You keep on, you keep on circle jerking people. What are the 5 things you're looking for?
Well, Gogo, let me ask you, what is your experience here dating or being married in the Philippines?
I would say 1 in 10, like I said before, they can hold that serious conversation. And the others, it can only go so far.
So are you currently married?
Oh, I can't answer that.
I'm waiting for the 5 more, by the way.
Oh, I thought my example was good, Mick.
No,
I
it's not.
think it was on point what I said.
It's not a deep conversation. You want to know what the topic or what the thing about the movies, the background of that stuff, and then I ask you what movie it is because it also depends on what movie you watched. Because that's the thing. Do you know the typical movies that a lot of Filipinos will
That's
wanna
all
watch?
irrelevant. You just
No, it's
get
very
into the
relevant
specifics to try
because
to
then once again,
be
no,
honest.
because
That doesn't work with me, Mick.
no, but still, the thing though is you have that. That's your basic. That's a simple date That's not deep conversation. That's not deep conversation.
Yeah, that's right. Because it depends on where you take the context. And that's what I'm saying. Some foreigners like to get more serious in their conversation, and the Filipinos can't do that.
That's the Filipinas that you dealt with, and I feel bad for you. Both the rich Filipinas that you said you've dealt with, the
You're
poor that
trying
you've dealt
to
with.
make it as if it's just my experience. Now you're trying to label
No.
me.
And
That's not
I'm
gonna
going to
work either.
also say that for any other foreigner that feels that way. It's just the common denominator is those men with the type of women that they surround themselves with. Because there's a lot of poor Filipinas that you can have great conversation with, deep conversation with. I've had deep conversations
Yeah,
with
there are a
Filipinas that
lot. There are a
I've dealt
lot,
with.
Nick. But if you take a sample size, that's what I said.
By far majority, there is. You're saying 1 out of 10.
If you're just randomly taking them from the street, yes, 1 out of 10.
See, that's the problem. It still depends on you as a man, you as a person to have that conversation. I can have I'm sure George has conversation. George has conversations with a lot of people on the streets and stuff like that. And it goes deeper in conversation. So do I. Why? Because I speak the language. George speaks the language.
Go. It's 1 out of 10 in the Philippines. What's your percentage in your home country of people that you have deep conversations with?
It's probably more like 65 to 70% can hold serious conversation.
Off the street?
If I was take a random amount of people, yes.
Okay. But once again, it's still your experience. But guess what? Do you guys speak the same language in your country with those people that you would say 6 out of 10?
Well, there's many dialects all over the world.
Would you say that those people that
English that we're referring to?
But yeah, so but English is a
but you got to understand,
spoken.
we're talking about Filipinos that can speak English. Just remember that.
No. But see, you also remember that there's difference between speaking English, understanding English, and conversating in English. And I've specified that several times.
And there's also
but then you're also agreeing that because what you're also you're downsizing it, but that's the fact that also where language does take effect as well. Now, are those people speak English, but are they used to having conversations in English? Maybe not. Maybe because the reason why they don't want to keep on speaking is they speak it, they may understand it, but they don't want to have full conversations.
Well, and I hate to
I
interrupt you
mean,
guys, but
Nick, it sounds like you need to take a sample size.
well,
I
guys,
have.
again, regardless of sample size, conversation skills, or whatever, again, I'm not trying to attack anybody by any means, but what I'm saying is, remember, I already spoke like this before I even touched foot in the U.S. What I'm getting at is, if you have an issue flying all the way from wherever you're from, you land in the Philippines, and people can't converse with you because you don't speak their language. Again, not necessarily Philippines. You can be anywhere. You can land in Hong Kong or whatever. And if they can't carry on a conversation with you in English, who do you think is at fault? I mean, again, I'm not pointing fingers or anything, but remember, you're in their country. Odds are people won't understand you. And to make things worse, like I said, even if they understand the language, for example, let's go as simple as an American goes to Australia and they have a conversation with Australians. Odds are about only 80% makes sense to both parties because verbiage and usage changes everything altogether.
It does in the UK too.
Right.
Certain
So
things just don't
you
match.
can have the same English language, but usage of the language changes conversations dynamics completely. And this is something a lot of people don't forget. Remember that.
Yeah, and I hold myself at fault because I'm slowly learning the language. So if I'm getting that low end conversation and everything, and I'm only mentioning 2 or 3 words like how much and using small language with the vendors that don't speak very much English, that's still on me, the type of conversation I'm currently having.
And there's also this, and this is, I'm not casting blame because they're the ones that speaking. They're the ones that are Duolingo. Is if you like ask, like this is what Mike said, when you got to ask questions carefully, because they will say yes a lot of times. If you end something with a question kind of tone, they'll say yes even if they don't understand what you're saying. So like even when you're talking, because they don't want to be embarrassed, they don't want you to know that they didn't understand what you were saying. Like they would, like they're,
yeah.
and so that happens a lot. And remember, these are non-confrontational people by nature. That's why they're so nice. They're the nicest people on the planet. And they don't talk as directly. Americans are very direct. We're like blunt. We're like, hammers, and we hit everything with a fucking nail, right? You know what I mean?
Right, that's what I mean.
And so that's going to have a lot of shutdown effect on Filipinos because they don't want to like poke the bear. You know what I mean? They don't want to offend people accidentally, just culturally. And so it's like these kind of complex conversations can be hard, especially if you're aggressive or if you have firm stances, you know what I mean, and unwavering stances. Then they'll just go, yeah, just let them have that stance. So I don't, you know what I mean? Let's go.
Yeah, and I think you're right on that because, like I said, people just see me, and it could be the size and the stature and everything. I think because they see us also as females, Americans being pretty aggressive. I mean, that's what we're all put in the news as being. But I think a lot of them are just shy to speak that English because maybe it'll be the way I come back at them, or what I might say, or it's hard saying. But I think a lot of them shy away for that reason too. I mean, I'm not talking about like this whole conversation. I understand it's about the Filipinas and the intellectual conversations. It's just kind of a side note that the conversation I'm going to get is because I haven't learned the language fully. And that's on me because I sat 6 months in Mexico and I knew more words in Mexico and I felt totally shut out. I only had old George here to talk to for 6 months. And
Can I ask you something, George and Heidi?
Yeah.
If, let's just say you take the perspective that all Filipinos can hold an intellectual serious conversation with a foreigner, you can't have it both ways. So you are saying that Americans, the foreigners, are lying by what they've told me. You gotta have one way or the other.
I missed
you
that
cut
one
out,
too.
yeah, because you cut out part of the. I mean, you're something like what's distorted. Okay, so go ahead and say that again, please.
So are you saying the foreigners that totally are lying about the Filipinos not being capable of holding a serious conversation?
You got to repeat that again.
I think what he's saying is, are we basically saying that the ones that say basically it's a negative statement, meaning if negative what's that, affirmation by negation. I think he's saying, are we saying that the foreigners that say that Filipinos can't carry on conversation, are we saying that they're lying? I believe that what Gogo's trying to say.
Is that what
That
you're
not
saying,
my word.
Gogo?
That's my translation of what they're trying to say.
Okay.
I'm saying, say all you guys are right by what you think. So you're calling the foreigners lying then about their
Yeah, see, that's what I
observations.
said. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, but
So, okay, go,
that's
George.
very broad too.
Yeah,
See the
because I
problem.
think from not learning the
Can we
language and being
address
able
the
to
elephant in the room
communicate
here?
with them, I don't think whether they're intelligent or not.
Yeah, the
I mean,
problem with this argument
an
is,
intelli-
yeah, is overgeneralization, and the same thing you just
Mhm.
made an overgeneralization. You're the problem we have with this argument is, and anybody in the chat
It's
will
a two
agree,
answer. Just so they understand,
is
George, it's a two answer question is what you're giving. You're only giving George two answers to make, either yes or no, and that's a bad way to ask a question.
correct. That's a leading question, right? You're leading. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm letting him mold it. He can mold it.
Yeah,
So,
but that's
but
a loaded question.
the irony in this room is, Gogo, is right now you're talking to two Filipinos, and they're both saying that you're overgeneralizing and talking in circles. So who can't hold the intellectual conversation here?
Yeah, but there's different classes in the Philippines, right? And I don't consider Heidi and George in the lower class.
So then, would you say that common denominator, because you're dealing with low class people, that's why they can't have good conversation? Is that what you're trying to say, or can you please expand on that?
I think there's a lot of middle class as well, Nick, not just lower
So,
class.
so now you're
that fit
expanding.
into the 1 to 10 scale.
Okay. So here's the thing, right? So for me, wise, what George answered, I don't feel that they're wrong. I'm feeling that they don't have enough information that they can make that statement. And just like what I stated with you is that there's a lack of language. And so that's why you can't really make that statement. Even Heidi specified that, because Heidi says, look, it's my fault because some of these people I'm talking to don't have the conversation.
I was
That's
like
what's
talking
being,
to the cows and the cats out
Yeah.
the street when I was in Mexico.
yeah. So that's the thing. You can't, I'm not going to say that they're wrong. Just like I've explained to you, that's based on your experience. You're the common denominator, Gogo, on your experience.
No,
So
it's
what-
not based on my experience.
So
We're
it's
going
based
by
on
the
the people
comments
that
that were
you-
left to you as well. And we're going by all the expats that have come to me and complained as well.
I'm basing it on you because I don't see the comments that was made to you. I address other comments as well, but at the very same time, as I'm not going to say that they're wrong. I'm saying that they're lacking information. Hence, when I made my videos on certain topics, it's me bringing them the information that maybe they have not heard clearly. That's why there's channels like George's channels or my channel, is to fill the stuff that is being missed.
Hang on.
Right?
Rewind. What do you mean lacking information? You're not talking any sense.
Hold on.
It makes perfect sense. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. I just want to nail down this point, right? Because I said, you're talking to two Filipinos, and they're completely capable of having this intellectual conversation, if you want to call it that, or a complex conversation. And then you said, yeah, but they're at a certain level, right, or whatever. So are you saying, Gogo, I just want to nail down this point, that it's not possible for a Filipino to be female and have this level of a conversation or this level of status of whatever George and Mike are? Are you saying that's not possible?
No, I'm saying it is possible. But I said it's 1 in 10. Yes, it's not possible for 9 out of 10 Filipinos if we were to take a sample size off the show. Really.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna say that's fair because like what is the fluency of Mike and George's level of English in the Philippines? It's probably, I don't know, 10%. Let's say it's 10%. I have no idea. But yeah, okay. So if you spoke Tagalog, like let's just say you spoke the native language of the Filipinos around you, what percentage do you think that would be?
Wouldn't change a thing because it's also just the way they behave with the culture as well. It's not just a language barrier.
Okay, I'm going to just say this to you guys. I give up and I'm going to leave. Godspeed.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
All right.
So it's behavior too. So I have to add that in there, that it just went from.
But real quick, part of the topic, but not part of the topic, guys. Just so you guys know, this is a completely different world, different country, and what I'm getting at. If you guys want to talk about movies, just don't. What I'm saying is, even in the U.S. and the advent of the internet, movies are very diverse. Very, like, you could live with your next door neighbor, brought up same type of lifestyle, same tier as far as money goes and everything, like lifestyle and everything, and you guys would have a completely different interest in movies. What I'm saying is, honestly, guys, talking to guys here, movies is not your best conversation starter. First off, I'm gonna be honest with you. The only time that would be a conversation starter if you guys are actually both gone out, watched the movie, then both of you talk about the movie you guys just watched.
Or it's a Marvel movie, or it's it's one of those special effects movie. Then you can talk about that. Or you just you have them watch a Filipino movie, maybe like A Very Good Girl, maybe As It Is True.
Correct.
Maybe it's Maala Mo Kaya, maybe it's Shake Rattle
Shake,
and
rattle, and
Mick.
roll. Yeah. But movies
Mick,
are not
what are you
conducive
doing?
for a good conversation.
See, look at this, George, Heidi, they're all agreeing with me, see? I told you I was right. They're all agreeing and they're all backing up what I said.
Who is we? Who's they? There's going to be people that's going to agree. There's going to be people that's going to disagree. Heck,
George
Eric gave
is
up on you.
agreeing with everything I just said. They're agreeing with me.
What? Who? See, that's see. Once again, just because somebody's saying stuff in the in the comment section, fine. There's people that's going to agree with you. I get it. Even Eric agreed to you to a certain point.
No, you and George, what you just said, you agree with me.
Here's the thing. What
I agree that you shouldn't.
See,
the thing is, interesting topics.
Mike, just a second. I'm trying to wrap my whole head around this. Whether it's a Filipina or Filipino, the expats can't expect to come to anywhere in Southeast Asia or any other foreign country where English is not the actual main language at all, and then expect them to carry on intellectual conversation. If you want those rich bunches and the ones that can, then you're going to have to go sit in a Makati call center, area down there in that area.
Heidi, yeah, I'm doing all the work that I just did. You know that.
So the thing though is, here's the thing, right? The problem is, number one, more than likely they're not comfortable talking to you. That's why you're in 1 in 10. All right. The thing though is, you have to understand, even Eric gave up in you. There's people laughing on you and some things, and there's also people agreeing with me and saying, name the 5 things. You still haven't named the 5 things. Your circle is a circle jerk of a conversation that you're trying to do, and that's perfectly fine.
Sandwiches,
hold on, the thing.
Jelly.
Here's the thing. Hold on, here's the thing, right?
Fruit,
and so
loops, and
it's funny right now. You keep on saying I'm the one who's talking and you're butting in. I started a conversation. I'm talking right now. So, but I'm not going to remind you to do that. But here's the thing: if right now, even me with basic English, okay, George and Heidi and stuff like that, and even Eric, all this stuff going around and around. And so here's another proof. This is exactly probably how you try to have conversations with a Filipina, and they're probably looking at you and they're like, this is exactly so. The thing though is maybe you need to work on your conversation skills, because what you're trying to do here is you're trying to speak all uppity
Mike,
up and
stop making
logic and all stuff.
assumptions.
And
No
so
one
that's
believes
the
your
fun part. Once
assumptions.
again, is I'm talking right now, so this is the fun part. And so, guys, if you guys pay
But
attention,
you're
this is
not
exactly
talking,
what's
you're making
happening here.
false
And
statements. Anyone
so,
could do that.
because of what's happening, and as you guys can see how Gogo's reacting, this is exactly the perfect example. This person just really showing himself that he can't have a decent conversation, even a normal conversation. And also at the same time, is if this is his expectation of a Filipina to be able to work on his style of conversation, then he has a problem. And that's why he's getting 1 out of 10. That's why his number is 1 out of 10.
Well, first of all,
That's
Mick,
the
it's not
problem.
about me. It's the feedback
No,
I've
it
been
is
getting
about
from
you
other expats.
because you made
But
it
you can
personal.
try and
You
twist it
stated,
into that
no,
if
I'm
you
not
want.
twisting. You
You
stated,
can go there.
I'm lacking this. I don't have this. And once again, what are the 5 logical things of deep conversations you want to have? But you still haven't answered it. You've been going around in this conversation. You can't even understand and how to be able to relate to that. I asked you that literally over 10 times,
Calm down,
and you
calm
can't
down.
answer it.
Calm
And you
down,
want to
Mick.
know
Okay,
why
you
you
all
can't
try
answer it?
no
Relax.
You want to know why you
restrictions
can't
every
answer
day,
it?
don't I?
Is because you don't know how to have a
Let's talk about
conversation
Mick,
candy
and
and
you're
relax.
complaining
vodka.
that it's the other's fault. You're the
Relax.
typical foreigner right now at this very moment, and what you're doing and how you're acting and how you're having this conversation. You're the typical other side of the foreigners who are complaining without wanting to understand. And that's your problem. And you have every right to do that. But one thing is true. You
Is
don't know
that you,
how to
World
have a
Zoo?
conversation.
Mick, don't be upset. Just settle
I'm not
down,
upset.
right? We're just having a
I'm
bit of fun.
enjoying
Just relax.
I'm enjoying this conversation because at the same time as people are out here watching and listening and they're making statements, there's some people that's going to agree with you, and that's perfectly fine. But this is the perfect mirror of other guys, and they can say, "Oh, maybe this is why I'm
But
having a bad time with you."
don't get angry. You're getting all
I'm
wound
not
up. Don't
angry.
worry about
And
it,
so,
Mick.
and once again, this is a perfect example also of how a lot of guys out there will just say, "Don't get hurt, Michael. Don't be upset." Why are they doing that? Who does that? Oh, toxic women do that. Why do they do that? Because they
I'm
want to
not
hit your
saying
emotional
don't
thing,
get
and
hurt.
you don't want to
I
be.
don't think you're getting hurt, Mick.
No, that. But see, you're saying I'm getting emotional. You're saying all that. It's the same exact
I
stuff,
didn't
and it's
say that
perfectly
either.
fine.
You're
I think
just
you
getting
do a
a bit
great job. I
wound
think
up.
you
That's
do
all.
a great job representing some of these other foreigners. Look, we can agree to certain things at times. We've agreed on several other conversations that you've been on my channel or George's channel and Heidi's channel and stuff like that. That's perfectly fine. But the thing though is you cannot really be specific on this one because your sample size is very small. And that's
Oh,
your
look, Mick,
problem.
I think
You're the
honestly, I think you
you're the common denominator of at fault.
let me speak now, Mick. I want to say something.
Sure.
I've gotten under your skin, but that was not my intention.
No,
So
you're not
we
under
need
my
to take
skin.
a step back.
No. Can we no, let's no. We're not going to take a step back. What I'm saying is you're not under my skin. You're not hurting me. I'm not being emotional. Stop using all of these feeling stuff, okay? Stop using all of that because that is far from the truth. You keep on trying to bring that up like that's supposed to affect me. Even people in the channel see that what you're trying to do, but it's not affecting me. It hasn't been. I've never been affected by this by other people
I
or
think
going to be you.
you
So
got the
stop
wrong
trying to use
picture.
that.
That's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm
But you
trying to
keep on
keep the
bringing those
peace,
same
keep
things up.
things peaceful. Because
No,
I'm
no, no,
trying
no,
to
no. But
wind you
don't-
back a
no,
bit.
But see, that's not how you had. See, that just shows proof. Because I'm going to give you a perfect example. If I was a woman, and you said you're getting emotional, you're getting angry, you're gonna get this, Heidi, how would you react if a man puts you down and say you're being emotional, you're being angry, and you're not? Would that
Is
piss
he,
you off as a
I
woman?
never
is he in
said
the
that.
room with me
I
or
never said
just
that.
sending messages?
You said it plenty of times, Gogo. Don't even try to say that. You're saying, Michael, why are you hurt?
I said you're
Michael,
getting a
why are you
bit
getting
wound up.
emotional?
That's all.
Michael,
And
no,
I said
same
to
thing.
relax, which is true.
What would happen when you tell a Filipina to relax? Uy, relax ka lang dyan.
Well, I'm not. I'm talking to you right
What
now.
would you say? What would you say? No, so that the way you having this conversation is exactly how you're going to treat others because that's how you want to have a conversation.
I don't know why
See,
you're getting so upset.
it just shows that you don't know how to have a good conversation. That's perfectly fine. Whether you're doing it on purpose or whether you're doing it subconsciously, right? If you're doing it on purpose, okay, fine, great. But if you're doing subconsciously, because
Well,
obviously
Mick,
you
what
said
do
you're
you
not
want me
doing,
to
you're
say?
Heidi,
no, have a conversation. You say by you stating those
right?
things and you admitting that you're not doing it on purpose, that means you're doing it subconsciously.
One
And
star
if you're
flag.
doing
Why would you
subconsciously,
say
that means you
that?
don't understand yourself. Hence, you shows proof that subconsciously you don't see how you act weird in front of a Filipina, maybe
I
the
already
way you
said what
speak
I
English,
thought about
the way you
the
have a
topic. You just want to change my
And are you
opinion.
going to be the one there, 1 star? Of course not. Talk about blacklisting carbs.
talk about
And
cookie dough. I got cookie dough right now, Heidi.
right? Just because I
Mick, you're
enjoy
upset
sugar
because
and
you can't
carbs,
change my
George eats more
opinion.
than
And
me.
see, I'm not trying to change your hold on. I'm sorry, Heidi. I'm not trying to change your opinion. You've been saying that since earlier. And once again, what you say, you're upset. It doesn't hurt me that you don't that I can change your opinion or not. I don't want to. That's
Then
the
why are you
thing.
talking
If you,
like that if you're not upset? I don't understand. Just be normal.
but see, once again, that's exactly shows the proof that you don't have any interpersonal skills. Or not saying you don't have, you lack interpersonal
You're
skills
still taking
because you can't
offense.
understand it. No,
You
I'm
see,
not
you're still
taking
taking
offense to it.
offense.
See, you're thinking I'm taking offense, which I'm not. See, that's the fun part, is I'm not.
Then let's
You're
move on
saying
then.
that.
And if you're
So
not offended, let's move on.
that's fine. We can move on. You're the one that kept on circle jerking everybody to the same conversation.
No, that's not what I was trying to do. I just wanted to stick by my point,
That's not
and I
what
did.
you were trying, but you were doing it. And you did not stick to any logical points because I've been asking logical questions
That's what
without
you
any
say.
answers.
But there's a lot of people watching this show that do agree with me, and there's a lot of people that don't also. And most of
Sure.
the viewers are watching and not engaged in the chat. So just remember that.
Sure, but would you agree that the 3 questions I asked several times of 5 this and 1 of 10 of that, you didn't answer? Would you
And
agree
I
to it?
explained it. Remember, I gave the sandwich example.
You gave me a movie example, and the sandwich
The
it wasn't
movie
even there.
example, yes.
Yeah, so don't
I
even
gave
try
you the
that. So
movie
that
example.
1 out of 5. so fine. Whatever. George, Heidi, do you have any other conversation starters you want to talk about?
Did you call him?
Right.
Call him Jimmy?
No, he's dreaming. The cat is
he's
dreaming. The cat's
Okay.
dreaming.
And here's a perfect makes sense. Del Grady says Gogo wants to move on when he is losing credibility. He always tries to then ask a question to Heidi when I'm trying to be specific on him. He's done it where he then talks to Eric earlier on today when I'm trying to get to him on something. He moves the conversation. It's moving the goalpost. It's perfectly fine. But
Nick,
you want to move it?
you do
Move the
most of the
conversation.
talking. I let you talk
No,
the majority of the time,
that's
Nick. Let's
perfectly
be
fine.
honest.
That's perfect because I can carry a conversation.
I guarantee for every word I speak, Mick, I allow you to have 30 words. So
Okay, go
I
ahead
think
and
I'm very
oh,
fair.
sure, make the count. Go ahead and make the counter. Show proof. Show logic. Show it.
Now, here's the thing, and I don't know about you guys, but this is my own personal take on it. Again, it has nothing to do with Filipinos or Australians or whatever. Point is, again, wherever I'm at, I'm there. And what I'm getting at is when I'm with somebody, not necessarily with somebody, but in the middle of a conversation with somebody else, and the conversation doesn't click, I don't go around blaming, he doesn't know how to carry a conversation. I say to myself, I failed to connect with that person. I failed to connect with that person. You know what I'm saying? Because I am the one who's, if I want a conversation with that person, it's my duty to carry the conversation. Now, it's different if they came out of nowhere and approached me. Now, the burden is on them to carry out the conversation because they're the ones who initiated and want information out of me. So, what I'm saying is, I don't, again, this is me personally. If I fail to have a connection with or a lasting conversation with somebody, I don't blame the person. I blame myself. I'm like, obviously, I didn't do a good job enough
But you're
to
not an
talk
expert,
at their
George.
level.
You're not an
You know what I'm
expert.
saying? To you, yes, I am. Because remember, I said any country. Remember, was an expat for a long time, and most of the girls that I do pick up are not Filipinas. They're all different races. They're all different cultures. They're all different. And again, I've dated, I won't say them all because one, that's impossible. But I've dated a very good, diverse amount of women. Most of them, like, from you name it, gamers, dancers, you name it, all shapes and sizes. 'Cause, but point being is, if I have, again, it's one of those things that if a pickup artist, okay, talks to a girl and he fails to pick it up, what do you think? How do you think other guys see it when he says, she's not into me? She's lesbian, probably. That's odds are she's not lesbian. Odds are she's just not interested, or he did not do a good job to connect. But here's the thing: to have a conversation, it doesn't mean, like, first off, when I get numbers from women, okay, I'm not after the number. They just give it to you because somehow they know that's not what I'm after. It's kind of hard to carry on conversation when they think you're after a particular thing, if that makes any sense. If you have ulterior motives, they don't feel as free. They don't feel as, and again, you can say, oh, George, you're not an expat. You're right. I'm not here, but in the US I was.
Mexico.
Yeah, in Mexico I was, and same thing. The rules are practically the same.
In
Now here,
California.
honestly, here I do have that OFW expatish feel to me. I get that a lot from certain Filipinos because there's some of them say, where are you from? You're not from here, even if I'm speaking full Tagalog. And they say, oh, it's just the way you carry your words. It's kind of like same thing in the US when Hispanics talk to each other and they're like, whoa, where are you from? Your Spanish is different. You know, there's telltale signs that, but anyway, bottom line, again, it's not, it's in poor form that to blame the other person if something didn't happen. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, this is my own personal opinion. Again,
Right.
if I fail to have a conversation with somebody, I don't blame that other person. I blame me.
And that's why I chose George. He has listening skills. He didn't come at me like other dates did. Even at this size, the guys were still trying to touch me and they were very disrespectful. And George doesn't. That's not his MO. It was about respect. And I do find that from a lot of Filipinos. And I'm Filipino.
Can I ask you a question, George? Based on
Yes.
everything you just said,
Yes.
would you then say that every single Filipino is capable of an in-depth intellectual conversation with a foreigner that speaks English?
Well, that's kind of like a twisted question. I'm what I mean by that is every Filipino don't speak English and not well versed. Because at first you said, can you say that all Filipinas, and then all of a sudden it goes to an English foreigner that speaks English. Now you just curve that question back to the only English speakers. And again, I hate to say this, again, even if the woman or man, even if a Filipino understands English 100%, their English is the translation of English. What I mean is, again, like me and Heidi again, or me and you guys, when you guys say something in slang or in a roundabout way, I can pick up because I'm very familiar with the culture. But if you kind of like say, for example, oh, I'll drop Heidi off at the bank, they'll be like, the ones, okay, I'm not talking about the well versed ones like me and Mike. A person who understands English, kind of like what Mike says. If you took classes in Spanish, right? That's the level I'm saying. They can talk to you, they understand English, but they don't understand the word. This is a very simple statement, mind you. I'm going to drop off Heidi at the bank. They'll be like, why would he drop Heidi at the bank? You understand? drop off is literally drop off if you translate it to Filipino or even their language in their head. Like, why would they drop them off? That doesn't make sense. You get it? Because drop off. Now, if you say, I'm going to drive by to the bank and then Heidi's going to get off and then I'll pick her back up later. They're like, oh, okay. Very simple English. They understand English. But again, like I tell you guys, it doesn't mean they understand English, that they understand English. The same way I keep saying, Australians, British, and Americans and Canadians, sometimes they all speak English, right? But sometimes the message doesn't come across. Same thing here, especially
But
here.
is it
Again,
only an English barrier, George?
well, again, you're talking. Here's another thing. Most of the Filipinos you talk to have never left the country. And that being said, they don't know how, like, again, slang. Forget slang. Forget anything of the sort. It doesn't matter if they understand English. They don't understand slang. They don't know what that means. They don't know what a butterface is. You know what I'm saying? What's a butterface?
But her face.
Yeah. So, right. So, again, even the ones that understand English, unless they're exposed to that particular culture, you guys won't connect. You know what I'm saying? And that's a lot of people don't understand.
But I think that Gogo just proved the point right now. Just though how he asked that question. He tried to do a gotcha question. Now, this is the thing. He tried to say all. Like, so it's either a yes or no agreement. And I think George and I picked it up right away the same time it was said. So this is the problem sometimes. It's like, and George is bringing up the correct thing, like how the certain words are said, how we're used to saying certain things. Well, that's the biggest problem right there, is that if you're having these type of questions, you're asking these type of questions to George or to myself this way in a conversation, imagine if you're going to do that with a Filipina. And here's the thing, there's Filipinas who speak fluent English, who you be like, whoa, are you from England or are you from Australia? You have an American, have the American, the way you speak and stuff like that. Your diction is great. It's amazing. And they can have a decent conversation. They can have a long form conversations once you're comfortable with them. But here's the funny part. They're going to speak good English and have really full conversations with another Filipino in English for hours and hours at a time. But the moment that you put a foreigner in front of them, they cower down. Because that's the thing. You have to get them comfortable first.
I don't think that even matters with the 1 in 10 principle, Mick.
The what? The what?
I think you'd find this, even with the English, and even if she's comfortable with that foreigner, they still have difficulty with serious conversations. It's only a percentage of Filipinos that can carry out
the thing is, you keep on using percentage and stuff like that. 1 out of 10. It's not specific. It's through your thing. And here's the thing, Gogo. I thought that we already moved far from this already. Didn't we agree to move the conversation elsewhere already? Why are you then circle jerking us back into this conversation?
Because you brought it up.
No. You tried to bring it back in. We already had an agreement. Let's go move on. And that's why the conversation was, okay, what's the next question? And then you come in, you say, hey, George. You're like, hey, George, I have a question. That's the thing. You brought it back to there again. It's like a circle jerk.
Did we change?
Yeah, but
it's like, come on.
You just offended me.
Here we go again. You're offended. You offend me. Like, why are we going there? Let's go change the conversation. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen that we're going to continue this type of stuff. New topic.
And you agree with me then?
Right back to that. No, you're not going to get it.
Anyways, so George, what's the because apparently we can't get anything from Gogo. So what's a good Filipino movie to watch? Do you have any recommendations?
Shake, rattle, and roll, yo. Classic.
Huh? The
Shake,
extreme
rattle,
one, the
and
new
roll.
one? Oh man, I'm telling you, I'm watching the one with what's his name? Catherine Bernardo and that no, not Catherine, is it Catherine Bernardo? In Netflix, A Very Good Girl. Gotta watch that, man. Some good stuff. I'm just saying, people need to start watching. People just need to watch Filipino movies.
I prefer
Forget it.
Jessica Soho, though.
Jessica
Catherine
Soho.
Bernardo is like,
And a lot of the Philippine movies, George, a lot of the Philippine movies, and
yeah.
just so Mick doesn't get upset, I'll address this to you too, Mick.
Here we go again with the
And to
upset
Heidi,
stuff again.
to
Go, go,
everyone.
go, 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 go. If you have something fruitful to have a conversation with, then open up your mouth. If you don't,
Right.
don't do it.
I'm just
Okay, how
saying I'll
about that?
address it to everyone because you were saying you offended before when I was addressing
Tell us
just
about
to
Filipino
George.
movies. Wait a minute. You're going to talk about Filipino
Yes.
movies?
Okay.
Do you understand Tagalog movies?
So, what I was going to say is a
ahead.
lot of Philippine movies, not all, especially
lot.
the new ones that are coming out, they're quite deep, they're quite intellectual, but the older Philippine movies, not dinosaur old, but older, they're very shallow and they're not in depth at all. And that's why
Wait a
foreigners
minute.
don't like to watch them.
How do you know? Do you speak Tagalog? How do you know it's not deep? Have you
They
seen
have
Bukas?
subtitles, Mick.
Oh, no. But see, that's the thing. Here we go again with the whole stuff. No. You have to understand the whole thing. Have you watched, Bukas Lulo da mga tala?
And
Have
they're
you
not
watched?
translated?
I didn't say all. I said a
But see,
lot.
no. But you're still basing on a language that you don't understand. It doesn't work that way. And then if you start using older movies, we'll say not too old. Most of those are not actually with captions. The only typical Filipino movie with caption are just the recent 2000 ones.
But you can put the captions on the older movies too.
No, you can't. Not all of them.
No, most
I
of
know
them actually
so.
don't. Yeah.
I know so. What are you
They're
talking about?
usually
It's not.
translated.
I can
George
put
will
them on.
Translate.
And you're more than likely you're getting the wrong one. If you try to even use Google, if you're going to use Google Translate for all that stuff to try to translate it for you, it's not going to work because the older movies will even say 80s, the oldest, which is not. I can go with 60s and 50s and all the way up to some Paguita films if you want me to. Georgia knows what I'm talking about when it comes to some Paguita films. What ends up happening is a lot of those are deeper Tagalog. The reason why it's a lot easier nowadays because it's Taglish. So I think you're not.
So
Here you are again. So
you don't agree? You don't agree with that?
So what I'm saying is you don't have the knowledge enough to talk about this conversation, to have this conversation. And guaranteed, based on what you said regarding this, automatically you don't know what you're talking about, and you move on to the next.
Okay, then what about? Okay, would you agree that Philippine movies, especially the comedy ones, would you agree that they're much more shallow than other comedy movies?
Once again, move on to the conversation because you don't have a say to this at all. You don't.
Well, what I'm trying to say
You can't talk about a particular subject
the
if you have no
Philippine
clue.
culture is more fun. It's more
I think
lighthearted in general.
No. I think it's based on each individual person in regards to the United States of America, England, Australia, and stuff like that. It all depends on the person. I mean, there's a lot of comedies in America, right? There's a lot of comedians, a lot of that stuff that's funny, lighthearted, and stuff like that. Same thing in England, same thing in Australia.
This is different kind of humor. If you've
What do you
watched
mean?
some of the older ones,
What older ones?
the comedy is more simple.
Give me an actor. Give me an
It's
actor.
more
How about
simple.
that? Give me an actor.
I can't think.
Give me an example. You can't use this stuff and then not give me an example. This is the problem here.
I wasn't trying to upset you.
Once again, here we go with the upset. Once again, give me an example. Because then what happens is when I say, give me the thing what you talk about, you're going to say, well, this foreigner over here, the other foreigners that I talked to said this. Give me a specific. What are you talking about? So then maybe we can actually have a conversation. Maybe I can say I watched it. Maybe you can say explain it.
I was just talking general. I didn't
Don't
think
talk.
of any
No.
specific title.
then you don't have, once again, and I already stated that you don't, this is a conversation that you don't have any expertise on, not even a single idea of what it is, because you don't know what you're talking about. And you shouldn't talk about a subject
Right.
that you truly don't know talk about, that you're trying to make it seem like you know something
Just
about.
because someone doesn't want to mention titles and get down like that
No,
doesn't mean they
because
don't
you can't
watch the
show an
movies.
example. And I literally said, if you're not a title, okay, not a movie, give me an actor. If not an actor, give me
I
a situation that,
wasn't trying to
okay,
offend you, Mick. I wasn't
I'm
trying
not
to
trying.
upset you at all.
Don't try this whole thing about offense and what I already said. I already said that earlier on today. Don't try that on me. It's not going to work.
Because
Now
I
you can even. How
wasn't.
about this? How about
I
see? Then
wasn't.
don't bring it up. So now go ahead and bring me an example of a thing that happened in a movie.
Well, it speaks for itself if you've watched the
No,
movie.
no, not speak to yourself. What's the movie? What part of the movie?
The beginning and the end.
See, exactly. And go, it's perfect. You're. I appreciate the fact you're doing this, because what you do is you're putting a mirror in front of a lot of other foreigners out there, and realizing these guys are seeing, like, you know what, maybe I need to change my ways, because maybe I don't want to think like this guy. Maybe that maybe there's something more that I can learn from other people. Maybe I can learn something from a Filipino a little bit more. That's the problem. And then what happens is you're like you've been doing, you're gonna say, "Oh, Michael, you're hurt." When you're stuck in a particular situation, when I got you and I got you, instead of you saying, "You know what, Mike, I don't know this specifically enough to talk about it. Let's move on." What you do is you try this stuff, and then you then say, "Michael, you're getting emotional. Michael, don't get hurt. Michael, you're getting this. It doesn't work on me. I don't get offended easily."
I never said I don't know movies or names of movies.
No,
That's not what I said.
see, why are you switching again? See, I'm literally so this is exactly what goes on, and I appreciate the fact that this, and I'm glad I can actually be here to be able to, put something in my side. Appreciate the fact that George and Heidi's doing this. But the thing though is, this is exactly what the big problem. And I think this is the conversation needs to have between somebody who's Filipino, who understands both sides, like me and George, living in the United States of America, dating women in the United States of America, dating Filipinas, dating whatever other stuff like that. George being married, me not being married, and stuff like that. Being in the Philippines and stuff like that. That's a good thing that a lot of people need to have these conversations about, to really see a lot of the biggest truths that a lot of other people are missing from other channels. A lot of people are missing from listening to sometimes like I said, there are things that I've agreed with you on. I will admit that, but not on this particular subject that we're talking about right now. But that's the thing. People need to see the truth, and they're seeing that. And that's why this is good conversation right here. Right now, at this very moment, there's guys out here saying, shit, I really need to change how I view things, because I don't want to be in this part of conversating with a Filipina thinking like go.
Right. Now, also be aware, again, movies is actually a really bad thing. I mean, because remember, movies are the way you see movies are actually subjective. And what I mean by that, okay, first off, I'm going to make a statement, and don't attack me for it because I don't believe in it. Okay. But here's an example, a classic example. Jerry Lewis. Love the guy. Watch all of his movies. When I was a little kid, up to this day, last time I watched Jerry Lewis was like 2 months ago. Right. So I watch his movies. I think he's hilarious and everything. But you know what? If you actually sit down and analyze the movies in different viewpoints, change your mind's lens. They're really not funny. Correct.
When he played the
And I'll
Chinese guy.
say this,
Right. So that's what I'm
Heidi,
saying.
I'll say this, Heidi and George, I often watch Philippine movies at the cinema in the Philippines, Mick, not outside the Philippines, and I quite enjoy the movies that I watch. And I don't mind reading subtitles. It doesn't annoy me at all. I'm used to it.
Now, like you say, there are they deep? Depends. I mean, if you want to watch Isa Dalawa Tatlo, then yeah, that's a really deep movie. If you want to watch, as my favorite movie would be Kapit sa Patalim. That's a very deep movie. But
Or wag kang gamol. What if they say wag kang gamol, wag kang jeprox, wag kang there's certain languages when you translate it in English, it's not gonna work. It's a Filipino thing. There's translation problems. Even though
The translation's gotten a lot better. It really
it's gone
has.
a lot better.
but
That's
it still doesn't translate. It doesn't.
Mhm,
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's just not.
mhm.
Anybody who's dealt with who understands Spanish, because me and Heidi watched Spanish, and I'd be like, that's not what they said.
Right. That's why I said it's the same in Tagalog
The same
too.
thing in Tagalog.
Yeah, he
I'm
says
like,
Yeah.
they're
that's not what
missing
they
several
said.
words. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
or
I
it's
say that all the time when I'm watching Netflix
missed
now.
the real
Ever
deal.
since I've done better with Tagalog, and this is the problem. Like, and just like all that stuff, go. That's the problem. How do you know that it's right what they're
Right,
saying?
because it wasn't in Mexico and it's
Is
not
somebody
here.
sitting next to you be like, that
In
what
Germany.
that thing was that the Filipinos stand next to you be like, that caption right there, that is so true. Is somebody translating for you as well while you're reading the captions? Like, so you
Why?
can't say it's out there.
Why are
That's
you being like that? What's wrong with
because
me watching movies with the
there's
captions?
nothing wrong watching and see, this is the thing. What people are saying is sometimes it's not all the truth. It's not all the right way of saying things because it may have been translated, but the way the Filipino said it, it's not how it is. That's the thing. There's certain things that Filipino says. The way they say it is not how it's translated. Even though the word translates, that's perfectly fine, but it's not how it's used. And that's the
Yeah,
problem.
but
But
that
see,
doesn't
here's the
mean you
thing.
should stop
Here's,
watching
I,
Filipino movies.
no, keep on watching. But here's the thing. Why are we even talking about this particular situations right now? We're
Because we're
circling
talking
around. We're
about
like,
movies. We're
well,
talking
you brought
about
the movie
movies, Nick.
stuff. What's funny is like you try to bring it,
Yeah,
make it a little bit more subjective and stuff like
it's
that.
good.
Talking about stuff. It's funny to me. But see, that's the thing. It's a great thing that a foreigner's watching a Filipino movie, right? Maybe you can learn something. But you said you've been watching Filipino movies for a longest time. Can you at least carry a decent conversation in Tagalog? How long have you been in the Philippines? Why haven't you learned speak Tagalog yet? You watch more movies. I don't think Heidi watches a lot of
Nick,
Filipino
don't
movies.
attack me. Don't attack
No,
me, Nick.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you, why haven't you?
I
Yeah, because
do
like I said,
watch
that's
more
on
movies.
me. If I
Heidi accepted it already. Heidi's like, I don't want to learn. I'm just gonna be whatever. This that. Heidi's already open up
right,
about
and
this stuff.
if I can't, like I said earlier, I'm not even shy about that. It's my fault if I'm limited to what I do and have to rely on George for everything. Although I'm very, very independent. I mean, I'm already broke down to where I'm not driving in the city for multiple reasons. But if I don't get out there and start conversating with the people in Tagalog, yes, I'm going to actually miss out.
And
So,
talking about Jerry Lewis, right? I like Jerry Lewis
I
too.
could do this all day, and they kind of catch a few words, if you're trying to get some ice cream or some
Over there,
biscuits
I'll
and
have
stuff.
that one. That one.
I
Oh,
mean,
did you guys know? Did you guys know that they actually I forgot the name. I'm gonna get the name brand for you guys. They have a dirty ice cream by the pint now in the Philippines.
Yes.
Somebody made it a business now. That's so smart. You don't have to go to the Sorbetas guy no more. What's the brand name, George? I need to write it down because that's what I'm gonna go for next.
we'll have to
Somebody was
find
telling me about it.
it.
Oh, I know where to get it. It's at Nepo. We can get it at Nepo.
You can get it now. Oh,
I actually bought it. I took it
what
home,
what
but
flavor? Somebody said there was a salted caramel,
yes,
queso.
Queso cheese. I was gonna say cheese.
queso is the best,
Ooh,
honestly.
I never
Yeah.
had that
Oh,
It's
before.
good, yeah.
that's. Hey, by the way, go. That's called a segue. Just to let you know, we're trying to move on from the conversation. Just to let you know about teaching stuff. But no, anyways, but going
Nick,
to like Jerry Lee Lewis,
why,
right? So, anyways,
Nick,
with the
wait,
Jerry Lee
stop,
Lewis, we're
stop.
talking about the
I want to talk
conversation
about
about
Beanie
earlier on.
Baby.
So, Beanie Babies, I got Tabasco, and I got one used Tabasco. I got a Tabasco that's in a container, and then I also have a what do you call this thing?
Princess Diane.
Two Tabascos and a snort. I have a snort. So the snort last
Right,
time I
but
checked is like five.
do you believe with him making the joke about it being gin and the baby's inheritance and everything, and that he
You,
literally shipped 2 boxes of he kept
I'll,
2 whole boxes in a storage and
okay, I'll be honest. I was looking at his Baby collection because I hate to say this, I did kind of collect some Beanie Babies back in the days,
right, I
right?
believe he
So,
collected them.
um, a lot of the stuff that he has is just the basics, the ones that are, the price didn't go up at all.
Yeah.
I was looking
But
at his stuff.
he did have the Princess Diane's and stuff and the
He did.
Shamrock one. And at
Because the
one
thing is,
point at home shopping, a lot of the Beanie Babies that we sold,
mhm.
like I said, I worked there from 96 to 2006. When that whole Beanie Baby craze went on, A lot of them were several $100s, $99, way up to
Yeah,
800.
but see, that's
You
when
know?
the spike happened. Then all the prices dropped. So like the
Right.
reason why I got into Beanie Babies was that I had a Tabasco on my hoodie, because back in the days you used to put that in the hoodie, like right on the dashboard
The
back in the days,
dashboard was,
right?
yeah.
And so the Tabasco and the Snort, those are Chicago Bulls. There's Red Bulls. So I was in Chicago around that time. So I was like, when I saw them, I just bought a bunch of them. I was like, I'm gonna give this away for Christmas. I was like, these are my Christmas gifts. So I bought a lot, and because I actually bought it from our what do you call this thing, from our gift station, our gift store in the hotel I was working at. And so I bought a bunch of them. So, anyways, I'm over at the Stratford Mall, which just got closed to this week. They're closing it. Best mall ever. And somebody literally said, "I'll give you $100 for your Tabasco." And I was like, $100? And around that time, I think it was like what, $4.99 for a Beanie Baby. Around that time,
Yes.
$100. I was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Just like I sold my Michael Jordan rookie card for like $1,000. Now it's worth, I don't even want to talk about it, but you know, so I sold 2 for $1,000. Worst decision of my life. I thought that was the most money I'll make, but you know, $100. And I was like, yeah, I sold it. And I was like laughing. I was like, who's this guy? Probably his girlfriend wants it. And then I sold other. The thing was, I gave away the other half of I had, and then I saw the prices, and I was just like, by then, all I had was 3 Tabascos and 1 Snort left after I gave them all away. And then now I find out that's like, last time I checked was like $500 for a Snort, $1,000 for a Tabasco. So it's like, but he has a lot of basic Beanie Babies. Just saying.
I mean, he shipped like 12 boxes of stuff and 10, 12 or something like that. And then the only thing that kept going through my head is somebody said that that's a temporary space for him and that he will be moving. And I'm thinking, you know, that stuff has to travel. And so he may have to get a 3-bedroom just to store part of his stuff. So, you know, that's
Yeah.
what's going through my head.
Maybe he just didn't
Plus
want to
the
pay
baby.
for storage. Maybe he didn't want to pay for storage in the US anymore. Because storage is expensive.
No, I
That's the
got it.
thing. How long has he been paying for
No, he was
storage?
paying 5 years, by the way.
That's the point.
So he paid
Oh, that's
close
a
to
lot.
He's been paying
70,000.
storage.
That's a
But
lot. That's a
what's
lot.
been curious for me, like I said, this is not really downing Mark. I think it's quite interesting because we've been watching Mark forever. And it's like, if you look at the stuff in there, it's mostly been books, his stuff from the cruise ships, and little things like it's been boxes of matches. He brought everything that was in that storage. And the only thing that I can think is not only did he pay that, then he paid $1,200 to ship it. He's probably up to about 10,000 for the boxes he brought here. And then where's he going to put it? That was my curiousness, you know, with the new baby coming and all that. But the thing I realized here is moving is not that easy. Like
No,
when we went to go move from
no.
our other place, we
Mhm.
had to rent out a whole truck. Now the movers were cheap, but it still cost X amount, way cheaper than the US. But I'm still thinking in my head out there where he lives, you know, it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, it's a lot harder. But the thing though is, you know, what's funny is you
And
just
they're
mentioned
upstairs, by
he
the
has
way.
matches.
So
Yeah, wow. So like the match is even worse because you're not supposed to ship matches that's one of the things that you're not supposed to ship in a balikbayan box, and they can actually seize your balikbayan box with matches.
he shipped matches, several boxes of them were
Okay.
taken out of there. But yeah, that's what we were talking about, the Billy buying boxes, is that at this point he's definitely got over $3,000 worth of stuff, and that's where the taxes come in. He didn't put it in his wife's name, and we're just advising people what the rules were and everything when we were talking about it. We've done coverage of it and everything, and so there's really not a limitation to how many you're actually sending. One time I seen paperwork that said that you're allowed just a couple a year, but then it just comes down to avoidance of taxes. But then he left his name on the boxes. But most like a whole, maybe even 2 boxes were all Beanie Babies. So it just became a joke for me because we sold so many at HSN, and then I made jokes that maybe, you know, it was his own personal collection. Then he said it was a widower. Now he's saying he paid $20 for them all, but he tried to get Jen. He's like, he paid $100 each. So
Yeah, I was watching one guy because the thing was like, you know, this one guy, Filipino guy actually. This is a while back. He was gonna be sending all these balikbayan boxes. Then he kind of figured, I'm like, wait a minute, this much amount. He asked one of those delivery guys, and they said, you know, this much amount of balikbayan boxes will fit a whole half container. So he just shipped a whole container, and he ended up paying half of what he would have cost him to send him by balikbayan box. So he just loaded the whole thing. He had the container delivered to his work, and then he just loaded them all up and stuff like that, have it shipped, and he even had a couple of the boxes from his friends
Well, and
shipped
the
there.
guy, yeah, and the
So
guys have to be careful because that's a privilege that was really meant for Filipinos, for them to
Mhm.
receive stuff, during the holidays. And, you're supposed to make like a
Mhm.
detailed list. The shippers are supposed to check that. And he was just going on once again, kind of like the fight. He was bragging about, I shipped them, to myself. I'm the one that packed them. And then he shipped these items to himself. So, it's just things we warn people to be careful about.
Yeah, you just have to be careful. And at the very same time as, if it is noticed, like also the thing though is if the name it's being shipped to sounds like an American name, you have a higher chance that that might not make it to you.
Yeah. No, it said his name on there, and he even showed his address and stuff. So
Yeah.
when we showed
They're-
the video, we
yeah.
blanked it out and everything. But no, I was like, he's gonna have more beanie bears. And George walked past me. He goes, well, of course he's going to, or something. I said, yeah. So wasn't disappointed there. So and then he had he had like some rugs that he had gotten and everything, and she talked about washing them, and right now the value looks to be over 3,000 for sure. He already said the small carpet was 1,000, so he was bragging
Can
about
I
the
say
price of
something
the
on
value.
this box issue, the Balamban Beanie Baby thing? I think, I'm not sure what language we can use on this stream, so I just say stupid. The most stupid thing I've ever seen. Someone unpacking boxes of valuables in their
In front of
home
people.
in the Philippines and putting it on YouTube. And I'll tell you
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Just about every YouTube expat that I know, right, has been robbed at some point. And even the guys that started their channels earlier, they all got robbed as well. Some was inside their houses.
Well, that's why we don't invite, like, there's been several people wanting to come in, and we rarely do any services inside the house because we have a lot of electronics. I mean, not to get super specific. And then we've had balikbayan that we put on, but it's been mostly food and proper things like that for the holiday and stuff. But if it had been full of the valuables that he has, I'd have definitely kept that off camera. So it's, yeah. There are some that show too much of the stuff, yes, or how much equipment or how much this. I'd agree on that one.
And the problem is when you get robbed in the Philippines, they're willing to take more risk, so it's more likely that it could end in an incident. Whereas in the West, they tend to stake out the houses more, but in the Philippines, they do ridiculous things and people get hurt quite often.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say I agree or disagree. I'm just not even gonna jump into that particular topic.
I think we're going to wrap this up. We are at the 5th hour.
Wow, no, go ahead, Nick. I'm interested now. Go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna jump into it because it's gonna be another circle jerk, and I'm done. I don't need to deal with circle jerking around. Like if I want to do that, I'm gonna go. No, not. I have energy. Like I can keep on going at this one, stuff like that. But it's like it based, and this is based to how you've been having a conversation today, and based you're having these type of topics. It's just fun, more something that I'm gonna laugh at anyways, because I can literally just say, show me the logical proof that that's how it is. It works. It's that way more in the Philippines than in the United States of America. And then if you can't answer that, and then if you can't answer that, no, crime is that's why there's a big difference regarding certain types of crime. So once again, it's like that's not how that works. So if you can't answer that question, then guess what? There's no need to go and adding more to the conversation.
So you admit that I'm right then, Mick?
No, I'm saying that you are unfortunately ill-informed.
Affirmation by negation is not a default, just so you guys know. Meaning, doesn't mean that somebody, didn't answer. It doesn't mean they agree with you. Just so you guys know again.
It's
I'm
more
just
like just
playing
like
with Mick. He knows that.
just like just like in any conversation, like the Filipinas that don't want to converse with you, maybe because the way you want to bring up the topic, and this one again is another perfect example.
Now who's rewinding,
Why?
Mick? Now who's
No,
rewinding?
I'm rewinding it now because we're about to finalize it, and then I'm going to prove a point by saying the way you do this is probably why you don't get good conversations from women.
But I wasn't talking about myself. I was talking about all the expats. That's all
No,
the feedback I
I'm
get all the
talking about
time.
you. That's okay. I'm done now.
Actually, Dicky Spaz says, "Go run a stream on your channel." Actually, you've never said your channel or anything at all. Just so you know, Go.
You want to plug me, George? My channel is Go Go Boy Boy. That's it.
Oh, that's the actual channel. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Cats.
Yeah.
Cats
Thank
are
you,
out there.
guys. That's
Yeah,
all we
you
have
can
for.
subscribe if you want.
Yeah, go check out Go Bobo. Usually his name is Go Bobo, but he changes his name occasionally. Yeah, go check out his channel. Um, we'll look him up. Thank you so much, guys. Again, it's
Peace.
that's all the time we have today. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Thank you again, Go Bobo. Thank you so much,
Thank you, George.
Chippy. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Doc M. Appreciate your support, and Chippy, appreciate your support. Thank you so much, guys. Special members too. Thanks. Bruce was with us today too. So was D Web was with us too. Who else went on our live? Yeah, sorry guys. I mean, it's been a long live, and thank you so much. We really appreciate you. Thank you. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you for dropping in. Bye, guys.